Good day, good day, good day. Welcome to day two of VentureBeat Transform 2021. It is so good to see so many of you with us today. We really, really appreciate it. After all, we couldn't do any of this without you. So thank you to all of our attendees for coming along for day two, which is going to be super special, of course. We are going to get into so much content today. But first, I do need to remind you of one little thing. So, of course, we have had a crack team of marketers, very intense marketers, I might say, who spent approximately 50 people hours coming up with the hashtag VBTransform. Yes, I know, absolutely groundbreaking and revolutionary, but we need you to use it. And in fact, we're going to do something special today. I'm going to mention this twice. So I'm going to mention it now. I'll mention it again at the opening of the main show. But we're going to do something special, not just today, but throughout the rest of the week. What we will be doing is we'll be looking for any use of hashtag VBTransform. It could be on Twitter. And of course, remember, if you do it on Twitter, you could be semi-famous. We might put your tweet on our Twitter wall. You can use it on LinkedIn. You can use it on Facebook. You can use it anywhere that a hashtag is usable. Instagram stories, we'll measure that. Instagram posts, we'll measure that too. Heck, if you want to put a hashtag on a TikTok, that's great. I'm still waiting for somebody to do a TikTok dance or a lip sync video with hashtag VBTransform on it. So please make that happen. What we're going to do is when we get to almost the end of the week, almost the end of the Friday session, we're going to measure the engagement of hashtag VBTransform. Whoever has created the most engagement with that hashtag, you're going to get a $100 Amazon gift card. So there we go. Go for it. We want you to tweet. We want you to do it on LinkedIn, everywhere you can use a hashtag. We'll be able to measure it. And if you create the most engagement, you're the winner. So without further ado, we're going to begin today with our Big Bites in AI and Data Breakfast series, which is presented by Accenture. Thank you so much, Accenture. The topic of today's breakfast panel is decoding the data. Now, great applications rely on good data, and our panelists will walk us through the steps their organizations took to analyze and normalize data. We'll hear about the technologies used, as well as the key strategies and learnings. So I'm extremely pleased to introduce you to Arnab Chakraborty, Global Managing Director, Applied Intelligence North American Lead at Accenture for Breakfast Series Welcome Remarks. Please take it away, Arnab.
Hello, everybody. This is Arnab Chakraborty from Accenture. I'm very excited to be here with all of you. We have a great opportunity today to discuss about what we can do with the power of data and AI. At Accenture, we are seeing AI as an alpha trend to reinvent the businesses and our communities, whether it's about driving efficiencies and effectiveness into the way we do things today in our business, as well as creating new business models, new business services that is powered with artificial intelligence. As we talk about AI, the fuel for AI is data. Without data, there is no AI. And that's what we are going to delve into today in a very esteemed panel. We are super proud as Accenture to sponsor the Transform AI series and looking forward to a great panel discussion with all of you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to VentureBeat Transform session on decoding the data. So this is something that everyone has near and dear to their hearts. You can make tons of tech innovations, but so much of the time, they're really relying on the quality of the data, that accuracy, the normalization, the processing, and the handling. So let's talk about it. I'm Valerie Nygaard, and I'm a product person at Google. And we have with us a really top-notch panel today. I'm really excited. They represent a wide variety of industries, and they're really, really great speakers. So we have Arnab Chakraborty from Accenture. We have Mark Clare from Evernorth, Anjali Dewan from American Express, and Ian Wong from Open Door. Okay, so we're going to kick it off with Ian. And Ian, do you want to tell us a little bit about Open Door and how you think about data?
Yeah, sure. So I'm Ian. I'm the co-founder and CTO of Open Door. We founded the company about 7 years ago to make buying and selling a home dramatically simpler. And our first product enables homeowners to get an instant offer on their home by simply giving us information about their home on opendoor.com and receiving an offer in under 48 hours. And data comes into play in a very central way because we enable that product by creating machine learning algorithms that deliver consistent and accurate valuations at scale, right? But any decision systems that enable these types of valuation models are only as good as the data inputs that go into it. And by the way, these decision systems are operating at scale. We've serviced over 90,000 customers, and we've sold over $10 billion in real estate, and we today operate in over 30 markets. So it's a lot of volume that we're trying to process at once, and data is central to what we do. And so, Valerie, to your question, how do we think about data quality, and what are the investments that we make in it? It's tremendous. I mean, there are things that we really obsess in terms of coverage and accuracy. And I'll give just two examples. The first example is really making sure that we don't just settle with third-party data, but we really go out and get the first-party data and actually invest in the human-in-the-loop machines to correct that data if we need to. So we actually go down to a level of investing in building up our own inspector apps that is customized and actually will reconfigure depending on the home that we're trying to assess. And that data is collected by a human expert that then gets actually real-time inputted back into our central repository of residential real estate data.
That's fantastic. So when I'm just going to ask a little bit of a follow-up, if you don't mind, before we hear from the panelists. So when you're talking about a human in the loop, so you've got what level of expertise are you expecting from your humans?
It varies, and it depends on the complexity of the task. Some of the tasks, for instance, come about when we do entity resolution. And so the algorithm would flag, hey, these two pieces of information about the same property might be conflicting. And so there might be someone who's investigating, what the correct data element might be. That might be a relatively low skill task. But there are other tasks that are much higher skill, like, hey, what is the condition of this particular material, or what is that particular material? That's when you actually require more expertise.
That makes a ton of sense. And I think that'll relate to a lot of folks, both in our panel and our audience, right? It's that you need some judgments or some way to evaluate the quality of the data and get other data points to triangulate against and back it up. And sometimes that's a trivial judgment. And sometimes that requires a lot of expertise or sophistication. Of course, some things are higher stakes to get right, too. Awesome. So I will come back to you on more questions on that, especially on, I think, the first party and the third party data and blending those. But for the moment, let's talk to Anjali. Anjali, tell us about your role and how you think about data.
Hi. Hello, everyone. I lead the consumer marketing and enterprise personalization decision science function at American Express, and I'm part of a credit and fraud risk group. So to give you some background, at American Express, we use credit and fraud risk models, which are powered by machine learning. And these run across the customer life cycle, so starting from new accounts, limit assignment, all the way to fraud. And so these models are monitoring $1.2 trillion of charges annually around the world. And they return 8 billion risk decisions real time. So we're talking milliseconds. And so the reason we believe we make the best decisions is because we trust the quality of our rich and global data set. And we constantly monitor through a variety of data products to make sure that, every attribute in every decision is closely tracked, and we continue to make our models smarter. So data really is our core strength.
Awesome. It makes total sense. And talk about high stakes. I mean, we've had real estate decisions and consumer fraud and protection decisions already. So Mark, same question to you. Tell us about your role and a little bit about how Evernorth thinks about data.
Hi, Valerie. Thank you. So I'm Mark Clare. I'm relatively new to Evernorth, which is a health services subsidiary of Cigna. But my role here is head of data strategy and enablement. It's not that much different than the chief data officer roles I've held in several large financial institutions. It's really a combination of making sure we have the right data foundation in place. And when I say data foundation, I'm talking traditional data governance, data ownership and stewardship, quality measurements in place, privacy and security by design, so we know our data is protected but yet accessible. as well as the right data risk controls in place. But on top of that, having the right data platforms to collect and organize your data, and having the right information platforms to analyze your data and provide insights and value out. So it's really a combination of all of that. This is an area where I think that my role has been a change agent in organizations to introduce new innovative ways of thinking. Those could be processes, those could just be data roles where we didn't have data roles before, or they could be a number of the different areas of innovation we've had in the technology space in the last 10 years.
How do you know when you're done with the change that you need to make?
Well, you're never done. I had a boss once ask me, he says, when are we done? And I said, well, we're done with the first program in X number of months, but we're never done. We're always adding new data. We're always looking for new insights. And I think that one of the biggest changes I've seen in my career, and I started my career in healthcare 25 plus years ago. Now I'm back in healthcare after a number of years in banking. Our data ecosystems no longer just our internal books and records and transactions adjudication systems. It's a vast external ecosystem of healthcare data that we want to aggregate and bring together. So we're never done enriching our data, discovering new insights, and just as importantly, driving action on those insights.
Makes sense. All right, Arnab, tell us about Accenture, your role, and how you think about data.
Valerie, great to be here with you, and thanks for that question. At Accenture, data is at the heart of everything that we do. And we have coined a term called applied intelligence. That is the group that I run for North America. And what we do is really bring the power of data, analytics, artificial intelligence, and automation all together to solve business problems. And one of the big focus for us is to really help the CEO and the C-suite of the corporations to really enable business transformation that is powered by data, powered by AI on a cloud platform. So that's really what we are focusing on. And we are also rotating our entire firm to make sure data is embedded and AI is embedded into everything that Accenture does, from the way we serve our clients to the way we manage our people and we grow our talent.
Okay, thanks. So I want to pick back up on something that Ian said. So Ian, you were talking about using both third-party data resources and first-party gathering your own. When you evaluate a third-party resource, can you talk about how you do that?
Yeah, that's a great question, and there are a variety of ways of assessing third-party data. There are both strategic considerations, and there's also a very practical consideration. Maybe I can talk about the practical consideration, which is when you acquire data at a very high level, you're trying to service an objective in the business, right? So for us, our objective is to deliver the most accurate valuations and the most competitive offers to our customers. And so we actually have a very natural objective function. I'm sure, in Anjali's world, it's something similar to like, how can I catch fraud? For us, it's like, how do we actually, accurately assess the value of a home? So we have a very simple objective function. And then as we acquire new data sets, we can actually run it through the system all the way through from the acquisition to normalization to actually putting into the ML algorithm that then tells us, hey, did this actually meet our objective of being more accurate in service of our customer? So that's a very simple way in which we look at new data sets.
Makes total sense. And do you ever have trouble blending first party and third party, or you feel like it naturally comes out in the wash?
Oh, no, it never naturally comes out. So there a lot of effort and energy goes into both the ingestion system, so that taking a step back, the most important thing we can enable our analysts and data scientists is for them to be fearless in looking at new data sets, right? Because I think one of the key impediments to innovation is the fear of, oh, wow, I have to wrangle this new data set. It's going to be like forever before I can put this in production. And so a lot of what data engineering is meant to do is remove this element of fear. And so that means instrumenting the entire pipeline, investing in the data onboarding technologies, and also making it easy for that data asset to be integrated into the modeling and productionization of future algorithms. So a lot of effort goes into that.
I think that's such an important point that you're making, though, that yes, of course, there's some drudgery and some processing work that goes into putting something in a shape where you can use it, but that doesn't have to stop you from trying to gain insights from it early, right? It doesn't have to be integrated in an all singing, all dancing way before you're gathering some insights. And actually, so thinking about insights, Anjali, you were telling me earlier that you had kind of a hidden gem story. Do you want to share that with us?
Yeah, as a data scientist, we thrive on uncovering hidden gems. And I just want to go back to last year when COVID hit, the lockdowns came into effect. And literally overnight, we saw our customers' spend behavior change, right? It was, as you can imagine, it was a stressful time for them. They were stocking up, groceries, toilet paper, going to stores they hadn't gone to before, buying stuff in larger volumes than they had ever bought before. And so, the machine learning algorithms that are tracking data quality, they picked up these trends and started alerting, our colleagues in fraud, saying, hey, this looks like very unusual activity. But I think that's where we spoke earlier about, the humane part of it, the qualitative part of it, where, immediately the scientist knows, no, hang on, this is just a reaction to COVID. And it's incredible that, in a matter of days, we were able to update our fraud data engine, right? Starting from the decision science part of it, the strategy part of it, recognizing that, hey, the spend is legitimate, and then really having our customers back by enabling them to continue to spend by understanding that, hey, this is legitimate spending. And so I think at the end of the day, we talk about improvements in data quality, we talk about improvements in data monitoring. And if we say there's a step improvement, you should also see it in a step improvement from a customer experience perspective. And I think the investment we've made in the monitoring and having our data scientists look at results from monitoring, update them, make them better has really helped us have our customers back.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, I think, everybody from so many different industries just saw data trends that were unexpected, abnormal, unusual. And so deciding how to quickly react to those and how to respond to make your customers' experience better, to make your business stronger, huge things with a lot of, at the end of the day, unexpected benefits and insights. So thanks for sharing that. Mark, when you think about innovation and insights coming from the data that you see every day, tell us something about that.
Well, I think one of the challenges I've faced throughout my career is the time it takes to manage the data, to collect the data, make sure it's of high quality and governed, or make sure part of it's of high quality and governed, and then be able to get it organized to actually drive insights. And, it's the biggest change I've seen from an innovation standpoint is the last 10 years, learning new, more agile processes. In one financial institution, in 2 weeks, we actually trained a cross-functional team, which were business analysts and business users with technologists and engineers to actually think differently, work together, and actually build a sandbox to go discover in. And what was so rewarding in that example, and I've kind of lived this over and over since, is 2 weeks out, we went to do our first demo, and we did it with the global head of that business line, who personally discovered an 8-figure attrition risk in less than 30 minutes visually. We had an operator clicking the mouse. He told the operator where to click and drilled down into an 8-figure risk. And so this was 2 weeks of essentially learning new agile collaborative processes. Yes, we used some more innovative in-memory technology that we hadn't used before. We used more of a visual-based discovery, which were 2 new techniques for that company. But this was really about getting the business users more involved. And you can't do that with all, like a lot of my regulatory reporting and risk reporting, I need a little more governance and rigor around it. But where possible to try to change the organization just to be able to. And I talked to one digital company who taught me this technique 15 years ago, and they said their challenge was that their traditional data management techniques were taking months to years, and their goal was to get to seconds to minutes. And so our goal became weeks to months, from months to years. And in that case, we did it in several weeks' time.
That's stunning, Mark. At the end of the day, what do you think was the adjustment that you made that enabled that? I mean, you kind of described it, but what was the crux of it?
I think it was a big cultural change of the organization. Instead of the traditional business defines requirements, they throw them over a wall to technology. Technology goes and builds, they test, and then they bring the users back and find out whether it meets their requirements. I've worked on both the business side and the technology side of my career. I've never seen anyone know all the requirements until they actually get their hands wet. And I was very lucky as a consultant 20 years ago to be trained. And you want to get your hands wet with the data the first day, because you don't know what's in the data until you actually go discover it. And if you do it in a collaborative way, the business can actually innovate with you.
Fantastic. Wow. So one of the things that you mentioned there was privacy. And of course, that's something that we all are, very careful stewards of, transparency and control and the customer and handling responsibly. How do you help your company think about that? Mark.
Well, I'm fortunate now to be back in healthcare where HIPAA is a little more than 20 years old, HIPAA data privacy is. So I lived through that when I was in healthcare when we actually implemented HIPAA, which the difference today is we're living in a digital world. And particularly with COVID now, we're living in a more of a virtual care. So there's much more digital focus of that data privacy than there would have been 20 years ago. In between, I was in a financial service role in the UK when GDPR, or the General Data Protection Act for the EU, was passed, and probably lived through a several-year run-up and several-year really implementation of new, really holistic data privacy and protection regulations. At the same time, being in a global company, we started tracking and assessing our data privacy and protection across, 40 plus countries. And then in the US, even looking at state level regulations. So you're tracking dozens of regulations and trying to decide, do you want to design for the least common denominator, or do you want to design at a local country level? And so balancing that, but I've spent an inordinate amount of my time making sure that, to me, when I talk about data privacy or data privacy and security by design, it's how to design those controls in place so you can enable the users to access the data, use the data as they have the rights to, but also protect the organization and the users from not doing something they shouldn't be able to do. And it is a fine line, because the regulations, this whole landscape of data privacy is growing and changing and evolving so quickly.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Mark. Okay. So Arnab, any recent insights or innovations you can share with us?
Yeah, one of the big aha moments we had recently, over the last, I would say, 6 to 12 months of the pandemic was organizations are fast tracking their digital transformation, and data is at the heart of it. But it is also a humongous task to take 10 to 20,000 of the data elements across the organization and manage that. One of the key research that we did was there are only 100 to 200 data elements which are really meaningful. We call them as critical data elements. And they have a direct correlation to the analytics and AI that you can do on top of it, and the business value that you can drive on top of that. And that makes the whole effort manageable, as well as implementable, as well as high impact. One of the large retail consumer goods clients that we worked with, we enabled them to drive their customer experience in a very different way by taking that approach, where we work with 100 plus data elements, data per store, data per meat type, data per day type, data coming from weather and all of that, and bringing that into those 100, 200 critical data elements and building out their end-to-end analytics stack that enabled them to drive incremental revenue growth in their enterprise. That was huge. And we did that, in 50% of the time that was initially envisioned by taking that approach. So huge speed to value.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So how do you know, in a given enterprise, how do you know which are those 100 or 200 critical data elements?
And this all starts from what is the business value you're trying to drive. Defining those business value KPIs, whether it's about brilliant basics, which is all about efficiency or effectiveness in your internal business, or whether it's about new revenue models, new business services that you want to launch, and understanding that macro picture, and then identifying what are the data elements that power those business value levers. That's where the journey starts.
Awesome. So believe it or not, our time is near an end for this portion. Before we move on to the Q&A, I would love to give our panelists a chance to give a little wrap-up statement. So Anjali, do you feel okay kicking us off here? What do you want to leave our audience with?
Yeah, what I would say is that data is a vast space, and it's great that there is such a focus on exploring new data sources internally and externally. And I think that having the discipline to make sure that the quality of that data stays, starting from evaluation to when you put it in production, I think that's a key competitive advantage, and it really helps making sure that customers get the experience that you promised when you came up with the strategy and when you came up with the decision or when you came up with the model.
Awesome. I love your statement from earlier about if you're making a step change, the customers should see a step change too. That's fantastic. Ian, how do you want to wrap up?
Yeah, I'll echo a lot of what Anjali said around the importance of data quality. And that's also in the context of identifying a very clear objective for the business and having a measurable way of understanding how the data inputs impacts the quality of your outputs. And so a lot of that goes into how do you properly monitor the inputs, and also how do you properly monitor the outputs. And making sure there's a clear mapping between the two will help accelerate the progress of adopting data and making that more usable for the company and ultimately for your customers.
I think you said it so well in Valerie, what do you mean? How do I evaluate? I've got an objective function. It either is helping or it's not. And I think, when you have that objective function defined as the core thing you're going after, it becomes so much easier. But it is shocking how often we kind of forget that and just leave that to this is better in this way, or it seems better. It seems No, if you really, really know what you're trying to optimize for, decisions become much more clear. Awesome. And Mark, how about you?
I think you said the key word, optimize for. So, I spent my career fixing data quality issues. I've seen quality issues at source that were business process issues, quality issues, and actually collecting the wrong data and organizing data incorrectly. So it's spread across, but it's been primarily a manual process. I think the exciting thing today, particularly with the advances in AI, is we can start making those manual processes more intelligent, more automated, and more scalable than there were 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And I think that's the excitement that I have, is that so much of what we did, we can make intelligent and automated, and that allows us to scale and take in more data and actually produce more insights.
Okay. And finally, Arnab, what would you like folks to take away?
I think one big takeaway for me is, when you take a data-driven journey in the enterprise, it's a change journey. And a big part of the change is to drive adoption and what I call as the last mile connection. And literacy around data is super critical. How do you elevate the entire acumen of your enterprise to understand the data, understand what you can do with data is so critical in the long-term journey to drive adoption and the change, on your culture.
Fantastic. And insights are the name of the game. I want to thank our panelists so much. We are heading to live Q&A. It has been a pleasure spending a bit of time with you and decoding the data. Thanks so much.
Hi everyone, I'm Megan Padal, the Director of Event Marketing for VentureBeat, and I'm excited to welcome you to Transform 2021, the AI and Data Event of the Year for Enterprise Executives. This tutorial will help you get started with Transform's online experience. Now, if you're watching the live stream on YouTube or a social channel, definitely go to VentureBeat.com and follow the links to join us in our custom event portal. Now, live streaming on all main stage sessions is 100% free of charge, and the main stage sessions will all be available on demand after the event. For those who have registered for the event, are speakers, or otherwise have VIP passes, check your email for important information, links, and invites to private sessions and roundtables. Now, I'm going to start by showing you our event portal, which is where you will find the full event. This is our main stage, our polls, and during sessions that have enough time, our Q&A. Now, we're also here for you online if you have any difficulties accessing this, but first off, check your email, and then if you still can't figure it out, we're always available at eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Now, this portal has a few different pages, and the main ones are what you'll see here. including our stage, how to participate, network, some of our Transform World partner events, our sponsors, and again, this how-to video just in case you get lost. We will also have the agenda. This one's pretty straightforward. It is going to be the full agenda for the entire 5 days. And since it is 5 days long, there are multiple ways to sort through the tracks, the specific, welcome remarks or executive forums that you're looking for, and really just find what's relevant to you. And then on demand, this is where all of the videos will live along with our full editorial coverage after the event. So going back to the lounge, if you are a VIP pass holder or otherwise have been invited, you should be able to log in up here at the top and then be able to participate directly in all of our wave sessions, our breakout sessions, and our roundtables. For everyone who is looking to network and make connections, you can come over here, click over, and this will bring you to our matchmaking app, which again, if you've checked your email, you should have received your login information. This is also the best way to access our exhibitor hall, which includes all of our sponsors and our partners so that you can connect with them one-on-one and learn more about their products and services. Here at the bottom, we have Transform World, which includes all of our partner events from Data Natives, the AI and Data Analytics Mini Summit, and the Data Science Salon. Now, if you have questions for our speakers, you can actually do that right here on the portal by entering your Q&A during the right time and just going ahead and adding your name and hitting send. You don't necessarily have to log in or anything to ask questions, and you are allowed to remain anonymous. If you do add your name, that'll just help us know who you are and call that out. During the event, we'll also have polls. So we encourage you to take part, get active, and start answering those questions. Now, if you click over from Make Connections, what you're going to land on is our networking app. This is the best place to come to connect with other people. So there's a few things. Speed networking, which are happening during dedicated times where you'll be able to have 3-minute rapid fire meetings with other attendees. Recommended for you, which is a curated list of people that we think you should connect with, people who are interested in you, so people who would like to connect with you. And again, sort of those basic event details from your agenda, your specific schedule that you'd like to make. You can go through all of our attendees, all of our speakers, and then check out the featured sponsors, along with going in and actually, being able to meet with them or just learn more by visiting their booths. So once again, if you are here on the lounge, you can head over to Make Connections, and that will bring you straight to our one-on-one networking app. So if you have any questions, again, we are always available at event support at VentureBeat.com. And if you haven't registered, which is probably why you're not seeing all of these fun roundtables, go ahead, register in here on VentureBeat.com, log in, and check your email for more information.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. with groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Label box.
Welcome to day 2 of VentureBeat Transform 2021. Yesterday, you joined us in your thousands from across the world, and we learned so much about the current state of technology and automation, of course. This morning, we had a fantastic gathering of VIPs for our Decoding the Data breakfast, which was an exceptional conversation. That will be continued on main stage today. And of course, be sure to join us live tomorrow. You will not want to miss day 3 of VB Transform. We're going to be doing the Conversational AI and Intelligent AI Assistance Summit. But today, we're going to turn our focus to data, analytics, and intelligent automation. And that summit is presented by Accenture. Thank you to Accenture for that. Of course, the entire event can't happen without the support of all of our sponsors, Accenture and our other Transform sponsors. We would like to very much thank Unity and Telium, Tamer, Soul Machines, Snowflake, Skillsoft, Labelbox, Xisto, Intel, Five9, DataStax, Capital One, Capgemini, Beyond Minds, Appen, Accenture, of course, and Abe.ai. Thank you to all of our incredible sponsors. We couldn't do this without you. Now, of course, while you're here in the portal, this is the main stage, but down below the main stage, you've got lots of different things you can do. We would love you to go and check out the virtual expo area. There's a lot of great companies in there with amazing solutions. Go check out the expo area and find out what you can learn and what might be able to help you do your job better. And of course, check out our VB Boss page on the event portal. We have a list of all of the top tech companies in each category right there in VB Boss. Of course, we also can't do this without our partners. So thank you to all of our partners. Women in Voice, Women in Data Science, Women in Big Data, Unite.ai, Evergreen Creative, Data Science Salon, Data Science Salon Virtual, Data Natives, AnyClip, and 3PC. As well as our sponsors and partners, of course, we can't do any of this without you. We need you. So thank you to all of our amazing attendees. And we're going to put you to work today and for the rest of the week. Because, of course, our amazing team of crack marketing professionals came up with the hashtag VBTransform. Well, we're going to do something interesting with that hashtag for the rest of the week. What we want you to do is we want you to use that anywhere you can use a hashtag. If you use it on Twitter, of course, you could end up on our Twitter wall, which might make you semi-famous. But you can also use it on LinkedIn because they support hashtags, or Facebook, Instagram stories, Instagram posts. And of course, I think everybody knows by now, I really want to see somebody use the VBTransform hashtag on TikTok, either a TikTok dance or a lip-syncing video. I would love to see that happen. But wherever you use the hashtag, we're going to measure the engagement. And at the end of the week, towards the end of Friday, whoever has created the most engagement with hashtag VBTransform will get a $100 Amazon gift card. So go for it. As well as, joining in and on the networking, as well as enjoying all of these amazing sessions today, go ahead and tell everybody else all about it and see if you can win yourself a gift card too. Of course, VentureBeat insiders and VIPs will get first invitations to the upcoming CXO Summit, so remember that. And along with exclusive newsletters like AI Weekly and the gated content and the unlimited access to the video library. So if you haven't already become a VIP, now's a really good time to go check that out and upgrade. Of course, we have an amazing full program of speakers today for you. Lots of incredible content. And of course, we're interactive. For the online access pass and VIP pass holders, you can ask questions in Slido to the right of the main stage. It's going to be over here. Make sure you ask your questions, and the moderators of each session will, take those that have been most voted or that they find interesting and put them to our incredible speakers. Of course, down here, you're going to find all of the networking. Check out the networking down below, the one-to-one networking. A little bit further down, you're going to find all the partner events. We've got some amazing partner events this week, all part of that. And for our VIPs, we really encourage you to connect with other event attendees in our one-to-one networking for the VIPs. We've sent you a link by email. You can also access it by clicking the link on our event platform. And if you have any issues or problems whatsoever, please do go ahead and email eventsupport@venturebeat.com. That's eventsupport@venturebeat.com. Let us know if you've got any problems. We'll be happy to help you out. Hey, you want to win some more stuff? I know you do. Everybody wants to win things. When you go into those one-to-one networking platforms, you'll have a chance to win our daily networking contest. Every day, we're going to pick at random 3 lucky winners. And we've got more Amazon gift cards. $100 again. Personally, I would love that. I've got so much I need to buy from Amazon right now. But you can get those. We're going to give away 3 every day. All you got to do is go into the networking and network. It's amazing. So you get to meet amazing people and you might win a gift card. I don't see the downside. We'll announce those at the end of each day. So make sure you stick around because you want to hear your name called out. Now, the other thing is visit the VB Lab. It's in the expo area. You can learn how you can be the first to secure exclusive custom event sponsorships for upcoming VentureBeat events. So check out VB Lab in the expo area. If you want to take advantage of the incredible VentureBeat community and reach out to them because you've got something amazing to tell them, that's the place you go. Get yourself an exclusive custom event sponsorship. So without further ado, now I am very, very pleased to introduce Sanjeev Vora, a global lead Accenture Applied Intelligence at Accenture, for the summit opening remarks. Sanjeev, please take it away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the day 2 of Accelerating Enterprise Transformation through Data and AI, which is the topic of today. And this is a very exciting topic. This is what I do in my role in Accenture. I lead Applied Intelligence, which is all about various approaches to apply and create intelligence in the company so that they can unlock the enterprise value. Could be growth for some companies, could be efficiency for some other company, or could be both for a company, and then doing it in a way that we can use the best of technology, which is powered by data. So you work on data, and that's why it's so critical to make sure that you have right data sets for creating that value, and obviously powered by immense compute and storage power that is being provided by cloud technologies nowadays. So that's a day is going to be. It's going to be a very exciting day. I just want to let you know that in Accenture, we are doing extremely well in this space, and we are listening to our customers. One of the things which I really want to share with you is about a recent research that we did, where we engaged with more than 4,000 executives across the planet, coming from different large organizations. We asked them how has data and AI been impacting them over the last few years. And guess what? The answer has been that 60% of them actually have started accelerating AI and use of AI and data in the last year or so since COVID hit. And that's largely because I think the acceleration is happening because of availability of cloud and people and the companies who have gone through this change, enormous change, companies and people who have gone through enormous change in the last 1 year and started thinking about how can they use this opportunity to create the flywheel, to create the future impact for themselves in the new world. And how can that happen, not through a traditional process, but by changing the process and embedding more AI and data into the process. And that's what we see very clearly in the marketplace. Today, we do have great sessions. We will see that come to life. It's an exciting day. We will talk more about data analytics and what it brings on table. We'll talk about the role of data for creating better AI. We're going to talk about analytics. We're going to talk about machine learning, AI, the new systems in place, and what's the difference between those. We have industry perspective coming from American Express, Cigna, and Accenture. We have luminaries like Tom Davenport and Tom Siebel, who are going to really talk about the evolution and the historical context about these technologies and over the years and how they are taking shape in the future. And then we have Turing Award winner Michael Stonebreaker, who's going to talk about how you break bad data with automation. So very, very profound and interesting topics. We expect our speakers in various verticals to come over from finance, from retail, from technology, and from manufacturing to share their experiences. And as I said earlier, that we are just entering the era of intelligence right now for enterprises specifically. Digital native companies have been doing this work for a while, but there's much more to do. There's much more potential to do. I think the next decade of intelligence is yet to be unfolded with the use of these technologies. And with hyper-personalization, with understanding the customer better or employee better or a partner better, with using analytics to just create that forecast and high-quality, reliable forecasting techniques which do not exist today and can just power efficiency and power growth for the companies in this new world. And more of that to happen. And I keep saying that we're just entering the era of intelligence. There's much more to come over in this space for large companies, for consumers, and for also digital native companies, and for most importantly for the people who are going to be working on these technologies. There's immense work to be done in this space, and there's a huge potential to grow yourself in this area, which includes people like data scientists, but also other technologies like machine learning and the people who can translate the business to business value with AI and data. And this is there's an immense plethora of opportunities in front of us. So very much looking forward for learning from this event. I'm sure that you will like this, and all the best for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Sanjeev for those opening remarks. And I don't know about you, but I personally found that video of the Philippines and the coral reefs and how AI is being used to protect them absolutely fascinating and inspiring. Thank you so much to Accenture for showing us that. So now we're going to go into a keynote, and it's fireside chat with Sanjeev Vohra of Accenture, and he will be in conversation with Harry Sivaraman from VentureBeat. So please welcome to the main stage right here, Sanjeev and Harry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hari Sivaraman, the head of AI content strategy at VentureBeat. And I have with me Sanjeev Vohra, the global lead for applied intelligence at Accenture. Sanjeev, welcome to Transform.
Thank you very much, Hari. It's delighted to be here today.
So, Sanjeev, Accenture is the world's leading consulting and services firm in the technology side. And you have the role of the global lead of applied intelligence. Sounds like a very interesting, exciting role. Can you share some details about what does a day in Sanjeev Vohra's life look like?
No, absolutely. It's very exciting. It's a very exciting role as well. And there's a lot happening in this space, which probably we'll talk today in this forum. But super excited about the potential for AI. It takes time for a technology to mature, and I think the timing is now in my perspective. So it's an honor to kind of lead this sort of business for Accenture at this time when companies are really opening up. The large companies are really opening up to see how they can really unlock the value by using AI. Now, when we call applied intelligence, just so that everybody understands, these are our 4 practices. So our analytics practice, our AI practice, artificial intelligence, and our automation practices all coming together along with data management. So we bring all these things together to create those solutions which are required for a company to become intelligent. And we always call it applied, which means applying various unique approaches, innovative approaches for companies to generate that value. So that's why we say apply the intelligence through multiple technologies that you can use.
Sounds good. So, Sanjeev, being a global firm and one of the largest firms in the world, you are at a unique vantage point where you can see across geos, you can see across industries. So, what might be some of the biggest trends that you're noticing as it relates to the world of data and AI over the last 1 year or so?
So we have been we have invested in this area for decades, actually. There has been multiple formats of evolution, if you may, in the space of business intelligence, reporting, data, AI, analytics, AI. I think the last 1.5 years, instead of talking about the whole last few years, I think last decade has been very significant, I would say, in terms of change, especially after the introduction of big data and Hadoop systems, which originated out of Google and Yahoo, was brought to the commercial use, right, by the companies like Cloudera, if you remember, right, in 2012, 2013. And then the advent of chief analytics officer role in 2014 onwards, where the people took this role to generate the business value and make sense of data and AI and analytics practices, right? So today, I think in the last 1.5 years, we see a massive shift, super shift, right, towards the use of these technologies to create a greater good for the companies and the greater revenue and efficiencies. And I think there are 4 key fundamental changes that we have seen, right? The first one is the cloud and data are coming together as superpowers for the companies, right? Very clearly. See, on one side, cloud proliferation or use of cloud, which actually gives you much higher level of compute and power and flexibility to scale up and scale down depending on the needs. And the second thing is data. Data is now available inside the company, and you can buy it from outside, outside the company, and you can make a sense of the data, right? So data and cloud are 2 big trends we are seeing powering the entire planet right now and all the enterprises. And it has really advanced during the pandemic, last 1 year. And the acceleration just expanded, and we'll talk more about this, but this expanded. The second trend, what we see is the C-suite or the top level of the companies have started getting interested in these technologies to see how they can actually use them for business. So it has moved out of the experimentation zone, I would say, or what I used to call as a pilot zone to something like scaled. So can we use this technology for scale? scaling business value, scaling enterprise value, right? So that's the second trend we are seeing. And the third thing what we're seeing is the speed. So the trend is that nobody wants to spend 2 years, 3 years trying to drive value. They're really getting serious about saying what can be done in 6 months. And I keep saying 6 months because that's a conversation we're having with most of the senior business leaders, where they have this mindset saying, I cannot give a year for this, right? Let's do faster. So 6 month cycle. And the fourth trend is talent. The talent is very scarce in this space. There's more demand, and we are seeing it everywhere. So talent in terms of the decision in terms of how much investment is required for building this talent. Should you be building inside the company or outside the company? What's the strategy on talent, right? How much rotation is required internally within their deep expertise versus the business itself? So those are kind of discussion happening, and it obviously lands up to change as well. But those are 4 key trends we are seeing, Hari, in terms of how the market is shaping up. And that actually creates excitement that, the enterprises and large companies are now getting ready, and they really want to use this power, just like digital native companies have been using it for the last 10 years.
Yeah, exciting times indeed. So Sanjeev, backstage, we were talking about how Accenture, being the global firm that it is, works with a variety of different kinds of companies, whether it is legacy companies, heritage companies that have been in existence for decades, perhaps even centuries in some cases, or it is digital native companies that are just starting off. Might you be able to share some case studies with the audience? And I'd ask you to perhaps pick one from each one of these categories and highlight some of the differences, and then we can talk through and see what some of the learnings were, what some of the takeaways that the audience can learn from those.
Yep. No, absolutely. And we can do it. I think, let me do one thing. Let me share with you maybe 2 or 3 case examples in each the category that you mentioned, right? Because their way of looking at enterprise value could be different. Like what they believe is a value is different, right? So let's talk about that in a while, right? Ultimately, this technology has to create that value or the value that companies or organizations are looking for, right? Depending on where they come from, right? And what they already have and what they want to change. So the first one, I would pick up an example of large enterprises, right? Like large enterprise, which is in an area which we all can relate very quickly. It's a quick service restaurants, right? So people which we all go and we all get served, and they serve food, right? They serve food. They have a strong traditional model of how they do it across the world. They're a global company, large company. They have more than millions and millions of customers, I would say, right, across the planet. And their main problem statement was 2 things. One is that they had seen stagnant growth over a period of time. So they were not growing as fast as they should be growing. And the reason is because they're facing competition with other providers who are providing 2 things. One is more healthier food. And because the food market is have new startups as well. And much better and efficient personalized service of delivery of the goods, food, right? And the second thing, what they were facing was that they were in the model that they were still traditional in setup. So they really wanted to see, how they can break away from the traditional legacy systems of supply chain and the way their IT is organized, right, for providing the services. Now, this was a problem statement. The solution that they said was that they really truly want to transform themselves. They truly want to transform themselves. They want to create something called as connected restaurant, right, across the world, right? And connected restaurant means that they should engage with the customer better. So they should get to know a customer better, engage with the customer better, serve them and provide them personalized menu, personalized service, right? Personalized experiences. The second thing was about making sure that they are able to create
Was that just in store, or are you talking about through the digital channel as well?
Yeah, digital and in store both. And that second thing was digital channel, exactly to you said. I mean, can they provide that access in a way that they have customers have not experienced before, right? In terms of digital channels, and digital channels could be physical and app both, right? So both, right? Physical as well. When you come to the restaurant store, you should feel that experience, right? The new experience. And the third thing is the whole back-end system, like the supply chain. It has to be optimized for quick serve, like fast service, more categories of food than they had in the past, and so on and so forth. So how do they do it more effectively? So fast forward, we have been working with them. We have been helping them transform that. This is obviously a multi-year journey, but obviously with a very clear understanding of what the key milestones are for the journey. But fast forward, the solution I have to explain is, let's imagine a solution, right? What they're saying, what they're going after. They're imagining a solution saying, You are sitting in, let's say, New Jersey. You have a unexpected heat on a particular day in October, which you never imagined, right? And by the way, and you just want to have something cold, maybe an ice cream, maybe something else, maybe a shake, right? So what if you are just thinking and you get a message on your phone, personalized in your name, saying that, you are traveling, it's 2 o'clock your time, guess what? We have something, we're serving a new strawberry ice or something, right? And it's available at 40% discount this week because they realize it's hot this week, right? Would you like to come over? And it's all ready, right? That gives you that extra power and engagement with the customer, that you are able to understand that that's need on that particular day, which is influenced with not their personalized data, but also about the other dynamic condition like weather, like anything else, right? And that leads to a much happier customer. So customer is happy, much more engaged, frankly, once they go and pick up something which they need on that day. The second thing, at the right price, right? At the right optimal price. Happy. The second is the employees are happy because your employees, they know that what change is happening on that day. So they are more prepared for the change and offer that they can make. The third thing is the franchise or the companies which are working for you, the partners, they are seeing extra volume of incremental growth for themselves. So they are also engaged. So that's how the solution is built, by using AI and the power of AI. In this particular case, we are talking about thousands of models, right? Thousands of models, a huge chunk of data, across their patch to kind of get this up and running for them, right? So it's not an easy gig, but it's that's the way the companies are thinking about using AI for generating business growth and the value. So that's one example I just wanted to share with you from a business perspective, Harry. Right.
Interesting. So what might be perhaps the top 3 learnings from a data and AI standpoint that you can share with the audience? I mean, for instance, how did you make sure that the right data was massaged, addressing things like consumer privacy, but at the same time, making the data rich enough so that the AI models are accurate enough? So what are the 3 learnings that you would like to share?
Yeah, I think the first and foremost thing is the understanding of the consumer, right? I think in most of these engagements, I think there's a lot of time spent to just increase and enhance the customer record. For example, do you know customer enough? Like, do you know consumer enough, right? So that most of the companies have members, and we all are members to a lot of companies, right? Some of that knowledge is available in the company that we engage with, whichever retailer, whichever company that we talk to, right, for getting their goods and services for ourselves and our consumption at home. But then, is it possible to get more to know about the consumer behavior and pattern and understanding their personalized needs? So because that you can serve it better. So that effort going into the single view of customer is very important, right? The understanding of the customer. And some of that aspect is available. Some of that aspect you need to kind of build it along with some patterns of buying patterns and so on and so forth. So you build that view of the customer, right? That's very critical. That requires, again, modeling technique, more of AI understanding. The second thing is around just things like computer vision. I'm just saying, that, for example, when you are walking through the kiosk, right? Is it possible to recognize you and provide you service at the time when you're coming in? So there are things like that, which could be at the edge AI or the edge, where you can provide that services. But in this particular case, I think it was more of consumer, again, a lot of application on the edge, sensors, and obviously more than from back-end perspective, it was about reorganizing the operating model to make it happen, right? So what are changes required in the company to just get this up and running? And there's so many changes, but it's also about, how do you reorganize your IT? How do you get more closer to the business? How do you actually train your business? How do you train your staff to use AI? And change is something which is always a little understated, Hari, right? The companies have to go through a lot of what I call is last mile before they're ready for consumption of technology at this scale.
Interesting. So, Sanjeev, I know you have a treasure trove of stories, treasure trove of case studies. I want to pick out one which is especially interesting to me, close to my heart also, which is kind of using AI for good. And this is a story that you were talking to me about, the environmental agency in Philippines that is using AI to protect the coral reefs. So can you tell us a little bit about that story, some of the learnings from it, what exactly you did, how did that come about, and what you can share with the audience about what the learnings there were?
Absolutely. And we are, as a company, in our purpose, we are very close and we're working towards sustainability as a cause, right? Which is, again, you said, a responsible business, AI for good. we have a lot of work that is going in that direction, Hari, in terms of working with not only profit or business companies, but also for non-profit companies and so on and so forth, right? Which makes the project very interesting, if you ask me, because you're solving for larger good, right? Let me pick up this example. This is 2018. I'm just going to set the context. 2018. Meeting some of the people that we know very well in Singapore Dive Expo, right? So the diving expo, right? And we met the Philippines Environmental Institution, Sulubhai Institution in Philippines. They were very concerned that their region, like they have islands, and the islands have coral reef, and it's a beautiful place for tourism and for diving. And the concern was that over time they started to feel that it's depleting. And the coral reef depletion has a major impact. I mean, I don't want to explain you here in this call about what kind of impacts can happen, but it's had a major impact on the economy, on the entire ecosystem, right? And also a larger impact on people and economy as well, right? Because a lot of people actually feed on coral reef, and the marine life feeds on coral reef and shelters on coral reef. But the depletion was because of multiple reasons: excessive fishing, as you can imagine, global warming, multiple factors. The problem was they were not able to analyze the depth or degree of the intensity of depletion. And this is something which is very interesting, because you can say that this is a place where human and machine can work together. Very interesting, right? Because it's not about humans going underwater and analyzing data. It's very difficult because marine life doesn't like humans, right? Because it feels alien. So you need to use something else, right? So in this particular case, we use machines or computer or cameras to kind of assess what's going on in the marine life, right, over a period of time. So many data points were collected to see how do we analyze this data, and then you use computer vision to figure out the degree of the health of the marine life and the fish population in the region, right, in the underground, right, underwater. And then you create a pattern about, what does it mean, like how fast is it depleting, what is the pattern, how you forecast the depletion as well. And then researchers actually analyze this data and they take corrective actions. Now, it helps researchers to take corrective actions, but also assess the quality of the outcomes coming from those actions as they monitor this behaviors over a period of time, pattern behavior. That's what we did with the Philippines, and we did this work with Intel, and post that work, it created a framework and architecture that we are taking to other islands as well, other countries as well. But that's a story on Philippines, and it's just one story. But there are many other stories. For example, we're using AI for good, as you just mentioned, which is around how to prevent wildfire through AI, how to prevent human trafficking through AI, how to assess child labor issues through AI. So there are many things you can do with just figuring out how to access the right data sets or curate the right data sets, and then use patterns to forecast issues and to raise alerts and alarms.
Very interesting, Sanjeev. We can go on and on, but unfortunately we're out of time. So thank you very much for joining us. We will move next to take some questions from the audience. Thank you so much, Sanjeev.
Thank you.
All right, Sanjeev, it's Q&A time, and I see a few questions coming in from the audience. Here's the first one. Data is the oil that drives the AI engine. What do you say would be the 3 lessons to collect, store, and process data?
Yeah, no, this is a great question. I think data is definitely the oil, and it's very critical to kind of curate the data sets properly, because if you don't have the right data sets, your AI actually cannot be effective and cannot learn and generate the results that you're looking at. So in terms of data, I think the first thing which we have been really working very hard is that it's not about big data. It's actually not about big data. It's not about like having a lot of data will help you to get the insights. What really helps is the right data sets. And I think our initiatives and all the work that we've been doing for our clients has been to just curate the data sets, whether they have to they buy it from external sources, or they have to bring it from internal enterprise systems, or they have to create the data sets as well, because it may not be there in the system itself. And I'll share the study with that. But that's what has been the mindset that we have been talking to our clients. We call them critical data elements, which means like, for example, I'll tell you a company which has 4,000 different data elements and KPIs that they have right now in the company, which is, and not all of them is important for them to generate insight. Only 10% of them is important. So identifying those 10% is a qualifier. That's very important exercise for them to understand what they want to go after. In this particular company, which is digital native company, I'll just probably spend half a minute on that. This company is in China. They are online delivery company, very big. They have more than 1 billion people they're serving, so it's a really large company. And they are they have a very profound and new system. They don't have a legacy to kind of get rid of or modernize. They have something which is very new and very fundamentally differentiating. But in this particular case, when they were trying to optimize the route for delivery people to get to the customer faster, they were not able to do it by adding human beings. Because if they had human beings, it's the same. Like they take the same amount of time because of traffic, because of weather, because of smog, because of whatever reason, right? So the question was, how can AI help them reroute the people in the right direction? And this is about the new data sets. They had to go for new data sets, exactly to your point, to actually help them create new machine learning models, which actually helps their drivers to be more efficient and more effective and more safe as well. Because one of the conditions was, can their drivers be more safe? And that can only happen through a much, much richer data they were looking at. So I'm just sharing with you, that's how they approach this company. And data is definitely the very critical for them. And data quality is another aspect which is very critical for generating right set of insights.
Makes sense. Okay, we'll take the next question. How do I go about hiring the right team for data science? Hiring data scientists is such a massive challenge.
So data science is a massive challenge, but there are other skills also which are going to be more challenging in my view. And I'll talk about, let's say quickly about data science. But data science, I think obviously many companies already have a few. They're scaling up that talent. Many companies are looking for getting help in that talent as well from outside in. It's not that you have to build internally. But I think data science, you will see more of scientists now also. There's a merger of data science and machine learning. So you will see more of that emerging as a trend. There's a trend also emerging of data science now getting more functionally oriented, which means they started spending time with supply chain. They started spending time with demand forecasting. They started spending time with customer engagement. So customer service. So they understand the domain much more deeper so that they're able to converse with business more easier than they have done in the past. That's another trend, right? It's very critical. In terms of expansion, you can always go to schools like we have traditionally gone to math and all, but there's also a value which I believe is to take people from business and cross-train them into data science. Now, not everybody is cut out for that, but there are people who are cut out for that. And the other thing is you don't have to make them a deep data scientist, but they are the best translators. I call them best translators and bridge skills, where they can actually help business to understand the value of data science as well, right? So I think those are two ways in which you can build the skills and bring it together, which generates the power of building end-to-end solution.
I have 20 more questions, Sanjeev, but unfortunately we are out of time. Thank you so much for your time and your insights. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we are entering into the era of intelligence, Hari, as we talked earlier. So it's no better time than now for anybody who's in this area to kind of build their talent and generate value for their companies or themselves and for their clients. So very exciting time. Thank you for your time today.
Exciting indeed. Thank you very much, Sanjeev.
Visiting professor at Said Business School, University of Oxford. Tom Siebel, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer at C3AI. And they're in conversation with Cindy Howson, Chief Data Strategy Officer at ThoughtSpot. Now, join these industry thought leaders right now as they discuss the evolution of data, analytics, and AI, and how this trilogy is accelerating innovation and applications that are transforming enterprises across industries.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Howson, Chief Data Strategy Officer at ThoughtSpot and host of the Data Chief podcast. Thrilled to be joining you from New Jersey with two industry veterans. Tom Davenport, welcome.
Glad to be here.
Where are you joining us from, Tom? And I feel like you need no introduction, but let us know.
I'll give one anyway. I'm joining you from Cape Cod, and where it's nice and sunny today. And I'm a professor at Babson College, visiting professor at Oxford, researcher at MIT, senior advisor to Deloitte, advisor to a lot of companies, and that'll do it. Thank you.
But the list goes on. The list goes on. Tom Siebel, welcome. Where are you joining us from?
Thank you, Cindy. I'm joining you from sunny Lake Tahoe today on my vacation week.
Great. Now, Tom, I'm going to have to take you back in time. You might not remember this, but this was part of my master's degree, 1999.
Holy moly. I remember it well. Master's degree where?
Rice University. So I won't sell it on eBay at this point. But Tom, now the CEO, serial entrepreneur of C3 AI, but this is only your second company. Is that right?
This is my fourth. My first was I was involved in starting a company called Oracle Corporation in the early 80s. And then I was CEO of a company called Gain Technology that we sold to Sybase. In 1993, we started Siebel Systems, where we invented what you know of today as the CRM market, when today I think that's almost a $90 billion market globally. And then about 11 years ago, we started C3.ai, where we have been involved in building a software platform that allows typically large organizations to design, develop, provision, operate enterprise AI applications at very large scale.
Right. So quite a journey. And if each of you think, I want to go back a little bit in time. So Tom Davenport, I mean, you were writing so many books before your seminal work, Competing on Analytics. But think about then and your most recent customers, your most recent work. Where's your thinking changed the most over the last 30 years?
Well, I think this whole area has become heavily democratized, which is maybe the biggest change that I've seen. I always worked with IT professionals, and then I worked with analytics and data science professionals. But now I think, there's been kind of a continual move toward the software being easier to use and being able to do more things on its own, kind of automated analytics, automated data science, automated machine learning. And I think we're poised for even more democratization, which is great. I think overall there's some issues that it raises, but it really opens up this field to a lot more people who, may not have been nerdy enough to study statistics and get into the details of, how you create various models. So to me, that's the single biggest change over my career.
Okay, so wait a minute. I don't think we have to be nerdy. Data is a core life skill. It's no longer nerdy. I would push back on
democratization,
Okay, yeah, that would be good. But I would push back and say we still have so much to do. It's not democratized. Maybe we're at an inflection point. But Tom Siebel, what about you? And I know Siebel Systems, I used to often say the gem that Oracle really got in that was Siebel Analytics, one of the first web-based dashboard platforms in the BI and analytics industry. And now we're saying dashboards are dead. But what do you think? How has your thinking really changed across this 30-year span?
Well, when I got involved in the information technology industry in the early 80s with Oracle, the worldwide market for information technology was a couple $100 billion. Since then, we've moved to mainframes, mini computers, personal computers, and we're looking at, say, $3.5 trillion today, and the growth rate is accelerating. If we look at we have a big step function in information technology that's coming online in the first half of this century that I think is dramatically accelerating growth. And the step function includes 4 vectors: elastic cloud computing, big data, the Internet of Things, and predictive analytics. And these technologies enable us to deploy classes of applications that solve problems that were previously unsolvable in the area of enterprise AI. And this drives to this discussion topic that's becoming increasingly popular called digital transformation, where we have the large banks, the large oil and gas companies, Department of Defense, Food and Drug Administration, travel transportation companies, all kind of reinventing themselves using predictive analytics to fundamentally change the way that they manage their businesses and deal with customers.
Yeah, so both of you brought up a lot. Let's unpack this a little bit. The cloud being one of these pillars that's enabling this, and the idea of democratization. And yet, many organizations are really tethered to an on-premises world, struggling to get to the cloud. Last year, Gartner estimated that infrastructure as a service grew 40%. So it was a step change. I think COVID was a forcing function for many. Tom Davenport, do you think this is one ingredient that will help with the democratization, or is it more than that?
Well, I think it is in that it makes data storage and analysis and a variety of really sophisticated applications available to just about any organization now, even if you're a small business. You may not have all the expertise that you need, but you can certainly get the processing power and the storage that you need without a problem. I mean, I haven't seen it yet really change the dynamics of legacy companies, but it has certainly made it possible for startups to grow much more quickly and compete with established firms because they don't have to, build a big IT infrastructure. They can get it pretty much all from the cloud.
So you think these startup firms are able to innovate and compete faster, disrupt, displace
yes,
faster?
And legacy smaller businesses could too, but they lack, I think, the awareness and the imagination of what's possible. But founders of startups don't lack that. They have it in spades and are able to take advantage of these resources that are available to them.
Yeah, interesting. You used the word imagination, and Tom Siebel, you wrote about this in your more recent book, Digital Transformation, Predicting a Corporate Mass Extinction. Is it from lack of imagination, or is it people just not migrating to the cloud fast enough, or maybe not digging in on particular skills? We have a tight labor market. Is it hard to find new thinking around Kubernetes or microservices, the different machine learning platforms? What are your thoughts here?
Well, when in the book Digital Transformation, when I talked about corporate extinction, I wasn't predicting it. I was describing what was taking place. And, as of, the first, say, 19 years of this century, 21st century, 52% of when I published the book, which was 2 years ago, okay, 52% of the Fortune 500 companies that were in existence in 2000 had ceased to exist. They'd gone bankrupt, they'd merged, they'd been acquired. Now I think it's something like 65%. So this mass extinction event, it is taking place. As it relates to the cloud, it's difficult to overestimate the impact of that. Now, computing used to be expensive. Storage is something we used to move in and out of a machine room with a forklift. Now, we used to write computers for 8-bit processors that could, they were operating at, 3 kilohertz clock cycles. Today, we can, for virtually no cost, spin up tens of thousands of virtual machines, each of which are capable of doing 64-bit floating point operations at like 3 gigahertz cycles. So this is essentially infinite computing capacity, infinite storage capacity, and it's available for free. Essentially for free. And by the time these people are through cutting each other's throats, it will be free. Now, as it relates to companies making the transition to the cloud, there are companies that didn't make the transition from mainframe to mini computers. There were, okay? They're out of business, okay? There were companies that didn't make the transition from mini computers to personal computers. There were companies that didn't see that. Companies that missed Ethernet, okay? They're out of business. Companies that do not make the transition to the cloud, they simply will not be able to compete. These are small companies, these are medium companies, these are large companies. This changes everything about the way that we process information.
Yeah, it makes me think of a quote from Deming that change is not mandatory, survival is an option. So there's all this elastic compute, the technology is there, and yet machine learning, AI, it's nothing without data. And yet we're debating in the industry, how do you model the data? We went from data lakes to data warehouses. Now certain vendors are pushing the concept of a data lake house. There's the data fabric, data mesh. Are these really just good ideas, wishful thinking, pie in the sky, or is it actually real with these new cloud data warehouses? or cloud data platforms, I should say. Who wants to take this?
I'll say this is absolutely real. I mean, this idea of, platform independent cloud data persistence is very real. And if we look at your large organizations like Enel or Shell, we're aggregating hundreds of trillions of rows of data from hundreds of enterprise information systems, tens of millions of sensors. We'll go out to the extranet and update, open source data like weather, terrain, social media, stock prices, what have you, maybe, 100 billion times a day. And these are in unified virtual federated images where the data velocities are coming at 90 hertz cycles. So we go to places like Bank of America, like Shell, like Royal Dutch Shell, and now Koch Industries, Department of Defense. They are absolutely operating at the scale, and it is absolutely attainable today. I would argue that it's now become trivial.
Yeah, trivial, I don't know, expected, I would say, or necessary, but you use the word aggregating. And Tom Davenport, you've spoken a lot about the need for granular insights. And this is really where the concept of both the data mesh and the data lakehouse comes into play. The data warehouse aggregating hides those granular insights. And do you still see that this is where some of the confusion or fights are being fought?
Well, I think that it was possible to get some detailed insights, highly granular insights from a data warehouse, but it was harder. And the only insights would come from data in the form of rows and columns of numbers, which was all you could really store in a data warehouse. So I think now, to me, the exciting thing is that we can store any type of data. We eventually probably are going to have to turn it into rows and columns of numbers if we want to make sense of it, but we can do that whenever we feel like it, and we can combine a variety of different forms of data with some of these new approaches to data storage and management. And to me, that's the primary advantage. I think I don't disagree with Tom Siebel that there are advantages in terms of the speed with which we can capture and access it and so on. But I'm more oriented to the benefits from different types of data.
Right. So different types of data. Both of you are painting a rosy picture. And yet in 2020, AI and machine learning in particular took a bruising. Some felt like the models that they were running before couldn't be trained on past data. History really doesn't help predict the future when you have a bunch of zeros. And new survey results from one of your organizations, Tom Davenport, New Vantage Partners, found that fewer than 24% of organizations would say they're actually data-driven. Is this that the data wasn't good enough? Is it that we need new data, IoT data, external data, or was it missed expectations? What's going on here?
I think it's more, the human side of all of this. The technology improves rapidly, but humans' behavior and culture and organizations don't improve rapidly at all, and particularly in these legacy companies. So we haven't made much progress in becoming more data-driven in how we make decisions. There's still, in a lot of organizations, conservatism, a failure to experiment with new technologies and new approaches to analyzing and understanding data. So that, to me, is the big problem. It's the human and the culture side.
Yeah, so my research finds the same, but then is this really a lack of leadership? And Tom Siebel, I did see the award that Shell received from IDC, your customer there. So congratulations on that. What is the difference in recipes for success? Is it the leadership? It sounds like it's not the technology.
Well, I think that the problem that you state, the fact that you state that the great majority of organizations around the world are not data driven. I don't think that's because the information cannot be garnered from the data. It's just that they haven't made the transition yet to the cloud, to big data, and to predictive analytics. The idea that, it is simply a fact that we can use predictive analytics when we're looking at physical systems. Let's take power grids. Let's take aerospace, aircraft, missiles, infrastructures associated with oil and gas. And we absolutely can use history to predict performance, to predict failure, to optimize results. So that that is just a fact of data science. I think the issue you're really pointing to is the fact that most organizations have not adopted these technologies yet, which is definitely true. I mean, we're in the first half of the first inning of what's going to be a really long game as it relates to enterprise AI.
Yeah, with overtime, repeat overtimes. We're never done. We're never done. We're also at a really pivotal moment when we think about AI infused in everything and low diversity in tech, future of work. We can debate work from anywhere, work from office, work from home. If you give me a prediction for the future, how does this impact AI ethics? Tom Siebel.
Well, I think this is ethical issues associated with AI are very troubling, and I think this is something that we need to give a lot of thought to. I believe the largest commercial application of AI will be precision medicine. So we look at the applications of AI to medicine, it's all kind of goodness and light, right? So we could aggregate the population, the genome sequences of the population of, say, the United States of America, and the healthcare histories, and the health histories, and the radiology, and the blood test, and all of those data into a unified federated image. Then we can build machine learning models that'll do, very meaningful things like disease prediction, predict which of us is going to come down with what disease within the next 5 years, and then we can intervene clinically and avoid the diagnosis. How good is that? We can use genome-specific medical protocols. With distance medicine, we can serve, largely unserved audiences that basically did not have access to medicine. Now, some people live longer. Healthcare is cheaper. At the same time, this healthcare provider, be it the state or be it a private enterprise, and I'm not sure which is worse, how are they going to misuse these data? We know they're going to misuse it. Okay, what are they going to use it to ration healthcare? Absolutely. Are they going to use it to set rates? Absolutely. Who cares about pre-existing conditions when we know which one of us is going to be diagnosed with a terminal disease in the next 5 years? This is very scary stuff. And the privacy implications and the ethical implications associated with AI are very troubling, and they need to be addressed.
Yeah, thank you. Tom Davenport, let me know, what do you think? Pew Research Foundation said in the next 10 years, it's not looking rosy, that we will not get to a better place of ethical AI. What do you think?
Well, I think we're in the very early days. Most of the companies who have, governance structures for ethics and chief AI ethics officers and so on are vendors, and they're mostly doing it, I think, for customer visibility, the primary rationale. Most companies who use AI on a day-to-day basis haven't really established any approaches to it. And I think it is an important issue. I think that we can't forget that decision-making without AI was probably even more biased. If you look up sources of decision bias in Wikipedia, the last time I checked, there were 133 different types. So humans make really bad decisions all the time. AI, because it's built by humans, also makes bad decisions, but I don't think it's necessarily a worse problem than the human decision-making problems we've encountered all these years.
Yeah, and I think that's a key point. Humans build AI. With that, I thank both of you gentlemen for joining us at Transform. Okay, Tom, we're getting so many questions here streaming through in the Slido app. So let me give you the first one. When do you envision AI for general intelligence actually taking broad stream adoption, or what's holding us back here?
Well, I think there's a lot holding us back. It turns out it's a really, really, really hard problem. And Martin Ford interviewed a number of AI experts a few years ago and asked them, what year artificial general intelligence would take place, be available. And I think the consensus was something like 49 years. And I thought, well, I'm not going to be around then, so I'm not going to worry about it too much. So I don't think that that's something we should be spending a lot of time thinking about. It's just not going to happen anytime soon.
Yeah. Do you think it's accelerated, though, with all the events of the last year and the accelerated pace of innovation?
Well, I don't in a way because, with AI, we always get stuck on one way of doing things. And it was expert systems in the last AI spring. And in this AI spring, it's deep learning neural networks. And the problem is, I think to have AGI, we're going to have a variety. We're going to need a variety of different approaches, all integrating with each other, and we really don't have that right now. We don't have that breadth of perspectives and technologies that would need to be brought to bear.
Okay, thanks, Tom. This next one I think is for both of us. You mentioned dashboards are dead. Why has this happened? I thought this was a good way to combine AI and human intelligence. Should we bring them back to life? And I would say dashboards are dead in the form that we once knew them, in that they were either static or parameterized, where an expert had to build them and it took weeks or months to build them. And they're dead because we saw what happened in the last year. The data that we needed was too stale, too aggregated. Should we bring them back to life? I'm going to kick that one over to you, Tom.
I think it's fine to have democratized use of dashboards. In a way, I think that's what we've had with the rise of Tableau and Click and so on. That's fine with me. I don't think we want analytics or AI professionals spending a lot of time on them. They are, after all, just descriptive analytics. They tell us what happened in the past, and then even with that, we have to kind of make sense of those bar charts and so on before we can take any action. So I'd rather that we have more automated approaches and more predictive and prescriptive approaches than the typical dashboard way of doing things.
Yeah, and so maybe a corollary, I think that's where AI generated insights or search as a paradigm also gets to what Accenture was saying in the keynote prior to us about the talent gap we have. So if we can make it easier for all business users to get to their insights, does that get us to truly democratized analytics?
Well, that's certainly what your employer has focused on quite successfully, ThoughtSpot, and I think we see that in AI as well, with automated machine learning becoming more and more popular. So, I think this is all to the good. The more people doing analytics, the better.
Yeah, I agree. So, Tom, a timely question. Rumors as published in the Wall Street Journal yesterday, SaaS likely to be acquired or in negotiations with Broadcom. What's your take on this? Why now? Who is it good for?
Well, that would certainly mark the end of an era. I started in this field about the analytics field about the time that SaaS became a real company back in the mid 70s or so. It's been a very innovative company over the years. It's been a great place to work. It was #1 in many years in the Fortune surveys. I think if it happens with Broadcom, it would no longer be the best place to work because Broadcom has a history of kind of taking out a lot of costs and a lot of employees. I don't necessarily see the synergies with Broadcom. It seems unlikely that Broadcom will manufacture chips that work particularly well with SaaS models, or that SaaS would modify its algorithms to work well with Broadcom chips. Broadcom has not done that in the past with its software acquisitions. So, I think it sort of means Broadcom in the past has bought companies that are slightly devalued from their peak. Certainly, I think that was true with CA. And we've seen the rise of open source in analytics and AI. SaaS is certainly perceived as a great solution, but not an inexpensive one. So it really would be the end of the proprietary analytics era that we've had for so many years.
It certainly would be one of the largest acquisitions in the analytics and AI industry. So time will tell. Is it good for customers? Is it good for investors? On behalf of VentureBeat, thank you for attending, Tom. Great always to join you. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks, Tom.
And thank you so much to Tom Davenport, Tom Siebel, and of course, Cindy Howson. It was a fantastic session. Here to discuss breaking bad data with automation, an academic and practical perspective. Please welcome Jonathan Holman of Santander UK, Michael Stonebreaker of MIT CSAIL, and moderator Anthony Dayton of Tamer. And this session is brought to you by Tamer, so thank you very much to them for bringing us this content.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Anthony Dayton, Tamer's Chief Product Officer, and thanks so much for joining us today. Now, we just finished a completely fascinating session with Tom Siebel and Cindy Howson and Tom Davenport about data and analytics and AI and how that's transforming business. In short, all businesses have to become digital businesses. But at its core, an underlying issue that most enterprise organizations struggle with is that their data is a disaster. And I'm sure everyone in this event can empathize with the idea that their enterprise data is far from clean, and curated, and reliable. And the idea in this session is that we want to provide both an academic and practical perspective on how organizations, how companies can use machine learning to improve the quality and reliability of their enterprise data. And to do that, we have two extremely valuable speakers who come at this from fairly different, fairly unique perspectives. The first, Jonathan Holman, is the head of digital at Santander, and he'll share why the bank adopted machine learning to help clean customer data and why it moved away from using rules to create that sort of unified view of their customer. And second, we have Dr. Michael Stonebreaker, and he's going to provide the academic perspective. He's a Turing Award winner, co-inventor of the Ingress relational database system, and an adjunct professor at MIT. So let's get started. And maybe we could start with you, Jonathan, and maybe as a kind of scene setter. Maybe you could talk about how improving the quality of your customer data has helped with the bank's overall business goals.
Yeah, thanks, Anthony. Good to be with you today. I mean, it's the fundamental question. It's the key enabler, right? If you don't understand your business, and if you don't do that through data, you can't manage it. You can't, achieve your strategy. You can't even really set your strategy. How can you know where you're going if you don't know where you're at? And the old adage that you measure what you care about, well, then you discuss what you measure and you celebrate what you discuss if it's going in the right direction. All of that depends on the data in the first instance. And so for Santander in the corporate and commercial bank in the UK, creating the underlying foundations in a new cloud-based ecosystem of systems that we use at the bank has been the thing that's unlocked, managing processes, monitoring cycle times, understanding the customer and the colleague experience, and then also beginning to use intelligence to be able to predict and anticipate, to be able to make decisions where otherwise, previously we'd only have humans with that sort of processing ability.
Is there something special about customer data? Is that a unique set of data versus other kinds of data in the bank?
So, I mean, it's, everything exists in a hierarchy of data, of course, and, the hierarchy can't really get much more important for us than the customer if we want to be a customer-centric organization. And particularly, being a bank that's got real risks, right? Real financial crime risk and real credit risk. You've got to put these things together in order to understand the picture that exists around a customer. And most banks, most large organizations anyway, but particularly most large banks, they are the sum of an amalgam, right? They are the product of acquisition and consolidation in a marketplace where one bank, got it slightly better, got it slightly more right than others, and was able to consolidate. And particularly in the 90s, that happened. And so into the noughties and beyond, lots of organizations found themselves with many core banking systems. They found themselves with many, many product systems. They found themselves with many workflows and customer record systems, and even sales and CRM systems. And so you end up with lots of unique identifiers. And if you haven't got a way of joining those unique identifiers and joining those customer records, how can you possibly begin to be certain about saying to the regulator in a much more enhanced financial crime environment, or much more enhanced data protection, data privacy environment, post GDPR and other bits of regulation, how can you really be sure of your capital position as a financial services institution, which is obviously one of the most important regulatory aspects that we have to manage, if you're not certain of your single customer record with all the products, with all the transactions, with all the people that are associated with that business in one place? That means you can monitor them, you can assess them against whether or not they might be politically exposed or a sanctioned terrorist, or just to basically understand how much money you might have out to them at any one time, and if things went wrong, how much security, how much collateral you might have to reclaim that money. Those are the most fundamental parts of the business. And as I say, getting the customer record right, particularly in that context where you're going to have had lots of systems and joining will be necessary, but migrating all of those products and all of those systems into one place is an incredibly big ask, particularly to do it in relatively short order, which has been the demands of digital transformation. Make these changes and get these systems right, get the data right to be able to use in short order. You wouldn't be able to do that and maintain it, without some help.
Right, and it feels like that sort of the customer is really at the center of that conversation. But historically, or in the past, and I think this is where many people begin this journey, you've thought about, well, we should use rules. We're going to create a rules-based system. We're going to sort of curate all this data and try to get it pulled together, try to get a single view of the customer. You tried that, you switched to a machine learning based approach. What was the thinking in your journey to turn to an automated approach rather than trying this manual rules-based approach?
Yeah. So, I've been at Santander UK for 6 and a bit years now. And when I first joined, actually, my team that I inherited was in the middle of a deduplication exercise for customer records on a particular core banking platform. And I was surprised at the sheer number that we had as an organization and how many disparate systems we had that didn't talk to each other. And I suppose, the advent of big data and, data lakes as a sort of concept in organizations and the ability to start consolidating many of these systems into one place gave the ability to first pose that question, well, how many times are these customers represented across all these systems? Whereas before that, people had only really ever asked how many duplicates of this customer might we have in any one system. But the attempts that I saw to mitigate those issues of duplicate customer records, and indeed large scale projects and lots of manual intensive resource to deduplicate, didn't ever quite solve the problem. Duplicates continued to precipitate in the systems, partly because some processes were deliberately designed to sort of look for matching records, and then if it couldn't find them, to create new records as a first attempt at a single customer view. But there was also the problem that some of that just hadn't been attempted because of the sheer scale of the problem. So no one had ever attempted to link business entities that might exist on the retail side of the bank with the corporate side of the bank and the two different core banking platforms. And they certainly hadn't begun to ever attempt to link people records on two sides of the same coin. And so that was really our challenge. Could we do that? And if you were going to do things that had never been attempted because the scale was just simply too large, well, that probably meant you couldn't do it with manual effort. And so machine learning might be the only way to do it. And where we had got rules-based matching between the corporate bank and the investment bank, which was a relatively small population, sort of 5,000 entities at most, involved in that exercise, measuring the accuracy rate of that process was an outcome of about 60%. So you couldn't rely on that, and that's not good enough to go forward. And they hadn't even attempted the large-scale record consolidation, where we've got 14 million records in retail to match to 100,000 businesses and people records. And so, yeah, it was the only way to really sort of tackle the problem, was to think about how can we have machines and programs do the legwork.
So, and that's a perfect segue to bring you, Mike, into the conversation. You have some very clear thoughts on the idea about using machine learning instead of rules for the purpose of trying to get a handle on data, especially when there's large volumes of data and many disparate sources. In fact, that's the foundation of the academic research that you were doing at MIT. So maybe share your perspective on that.
Sure. I'd like to sort of put Jonathan's comments into context. Every single large organization, including Santander, is heavily siloed. You buy and sell organizations, and they come with their own data silos. Also, if you want to start a new business unit, right now I'm selling plumbing supplies to the Scottish, and I want to start a new business selling igloos to the Eskimos. Well, you empower some business unit leader to go do that, and he does his own thing, and he's charged with making a business work in a timely fashion, and that doesn't include first standardizing with what everybody else is doing. So that just creates more silos. So every large organization is siloed, and there is huge business value to integrating these silos. So Jonathan talked about integrating customer data. That's, for know your customer reduction. There's also supply. You want to do what's called supplier mastering. You want to do what's called product mastering. GE wants to do product mastering across a whole bunch of silos, mostly to get better business terms among the various business units. So there's lots of business value to integrating these silos after the fact. And if you want to do this for 5,000 records, as Jonathan mentioned, use whatever you want. Do it on your front lawn with paper. Do it on your wristwatch. At scale, which is what Jonathan was talking about, 14 million records. At scale, rule systems do not work. There's ample evidence for that. It just takes too many rules to do this at scale, and no one can understand thousands and thousands and thousands of rules. So the technology just plain fails, and usually tamer customers are approached by people like Jonathan who have tried other technology and it's failed. So you've got to use machine learning at scale. There's no other alternative. So if you have at scale and you want to do mastering of data, you want to do data integration of customers, suppliers, products, whatever it is that you're trying to master, you've got to do it using machine learning. And in your future is machine learning. And Tamer has a whole bunch of advice to people getting going on this. First of all, don't try and boil the ocean initially. Do a small project to get your dip your toe in the water. Sometimes we find Tamer users, their data is just too dirty to be able to integrate. And that happens occasionally. So try to find clean data sets, dip your toe in the ocean, build up to doing it at scale. But ML is in your future. So if you can possibly do so, hire an ML wizard. That will make your journey much smoother.
Fantastic. So, Mike, you sort of mentioned that there's tremendous business value locked up in the fact that this data is separated in silos. Jonathan, maybe you could share the perspective you have as a practitioner and someone who's actually achieved great business value here. What were the sources of that value? How did you come to those value drivers?
Yeah, what are more obviously sort of the hygiene factors of running a bank, and being able to calculate your capital accurately, or be able to understand the credit risk exposures to a company. you begin to find opportunities in what success looks like. Why was it that this business bought this product at this time? What was it about the timing of where they were as an organization or in the sales cycle or business cycle of their product? What was it about the macroeconomic environment that helped them to expand at that point and therefore require their product that they asked for from the bank? All of these things begin to become factors that you can understand, not just sort of anecdotally or by experience in relationship directors or perhaps credit risk officers, but you can understand them intrinsically, inherently from what the data tells you. And then you can look for patterns in that and look to be able to make repeatable patterns in there, or ones where you've got particularly an advantage or a USP in the market to be able to scale that product offering and make that part of your proposition. And that does obviously evolve over time, and astute relationship directors and product managers would like to think that they do know that inherently and that they would feed that back through to the product process and it would become part of your marketing proposition. But particularly for our SMB business or our retail business, where they are scale, or indeed perhaps where there's more subtle patterns that go on in the corporate business, and because of the intimacy of relationship, you've got to prioritize the opportunities that you're considering to pursue and put effort into at any one time, anticipating where you're most likely to win or where you're most likely to scale, and you've got some unique, particular idiosyncratic offering that appeals to people in a certain scenario. Doing that with data is so much easier. And we've seen, some of the hotels that we might lend to in finance have a particular requirement for foreign exchange because of the type of suppliers that they have and where they're based, and that in a certain demographic where certain hotel classes do well, that they'll always have certain imports from certain countries, and therefore they have a foreign exchange demand, or they'll have a certain amount of customers that want to pay on credit card, and therefore they need merchant acquiring, and then they might want to accelerate that revenue because it comes in a bit slow to pay their day-to-day bills, so they might need a certain amount of working capital. And these things begin to become interrelated, but as I say, spotting those patterns at scale is only really achievable across all the myriad of types of businesses and scales of businesses, industries that we have using data.
So I also want to leave, because Michael, you gave people some very practical advice, hire a wizard. In the last minute or two, can you share another point of sort of practical experience about how to make this actually work at scale?
Sure. So the first thing to mention is that essentially every enterprise is interested in data science. And often that is machine learning models to understand your business. However, if you have dirty data, your machine learning models are going to be crap. And so just for example, one Tamer customer just wanted to know, how many suppliers do I have? And after entity consolidation through Tamer, this customer found out he had half the number of suppliers that he thought he had. And those kind of differences just dramatically alter the way you think about things. So the value of doing this is huge. And the way you make mistakes is, first of all, trying to apply rule systems. So go straight to machine learning. If you think you are going to have to do this at scale at some point in the future, then go directly to machine learning. So if you have way stops along the way with bad technology, that's really a problem. And then try things slowly. Choose your easiest problem. By far, choose your easiest problem to dip your toe in the water. And that means your easiest problem means the one that has the easiest data to get your hands is the cleanest. So dip your toe in the water. Do not try and boil the ocean.
Got it. Fantastic.
And
yes.
Lastly, one last thing. If you don't have machine learning expertise in your organization, then hire somebody like Tamer or somebody else who can help you. Hire somebody who knows what they're doing.
Got it.
End of soapbox.
and a useful soapbox at that. Well, thank you both so much for your thoughts. Yeah, very fascinating session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, so let's jump into some Q&A here. And maybe someone had asked in the session for the practical perspective, Jonathan, from your side, about someone who's actually implemented machine learning at scale in real life. What's something you would do differently if you did it again, or any suggestions you might make someone who's starting down a journey here?
Yeah, so I think what Mike Stonebreaker talked about in the session is probably the most pertinent point. There's a level of data and sort of structure and quality of that data that's required to be able to do machine learning in terms of matching. But there's also just a sort of critical mass, a quantum that's required. And in one part of our bank, we didn't quite have the richness of records that we had in other areas, and the match rate was far poorer. We had to go to other systems in different places, including a sort of richer data set in the onboarding process, to be able to bolster those records, to be able to then iterate and improve upon the machine learning to get a higher accuracy match rate. And so I think probably I would have thought about maybe those aspects up front, get as much data as you possibly can, even if it's just a sort of one-off basis. That can all help train and or bolster the performance of the model. And so, yeah, you can't underestimate how much that data quality and that data critical mass can make a difference to the outcomes.
Yeah, so almost like more data is better. Another question that came in is, what kind of machine learning, supervised, unsupervised reinforcement, are the best for this type of problem? And I'll add from my perspective that the way that we've architected Tamer, and based on the academic research from Mike Stonebreaker, is a supervised machine learning based approach. So our view is that human feedback is a really important part of the process. You want to train the model based on real human beings actually giving feedback on matches in the data. Is that consistent with your experience, Jonathan?
Yeah, I think for this sort of task, it's crucial to have the really simple questions answered in order to train the model, and that you've got many of those inputs. And we did that with a variety of stakeholders who utilize and understand the data, and try to sort of amalgamate their inputs back into train the model. But a clear yes, no, does this address match that address? When we've abbreviated road, with RD dot as opposed to, or word as opposed to maybe R sometimes, or R dot or RO dot. Those are the sorts of things which wouldn't necessarily construct a rule set that's very accurate, because then they might have double spacing or spacing in between the R and the dot and so on. And it creates issues all over the place. And you need something iterative and learning that's sort of constructing those rules out of a sort of, the statistical likelihood of a match out of a complexity of scenario. But a human giving that feedback process in order to train the model can spot all those subtleties in a way that is intuitive to us, but then can inform a machine learning model.
And that actually leads nicely to the next question that came in, which is practical tips for cleaning bias in the data. And is this achievable even if that bias has been built up over decades? And so I would answer that by saying, bias is sometimes another word for different perspectives on the same data. So you might look at a customer record and you're thinking about the contractual relationship with that customer. And sometimes you might look at a customer record and you're thinking about the legal relationship with that customer. And those are two different things, or the sales relationship. And we only have a few seconds left, maybe 30. Jonathan, what's your view on bias in data, especially from a machine learning perspective?
Yeah, so I mean, look, this is something that's prevalent in our world, right? And has been prevalent probably more than we'd like in lots of areas. And so I think the sensible thing is to understand that, and to know that data and or algorithms can be the source of standardization of decision making and assessment. And there's lots of tools nowadays that can automatically detect bias or against any particular criteria and variable that you're considering. And then you can manage it. And only by flagging and highlighting it can it be managed. And before machine learning, that wasn't really possible.
Great perspective. If you can't measure it, you can't track it. All right, so I think that brings us to the end. Jonathan, thank you for your time, and thank you everyone for the thoughtful questions, and thank you to VentureBeat for the opportunity to join you this morning, and turn it back over to your moderator.
Thanks, everyone.
Well, there's a lot of thanks going on, so I'll start continuing with that. Thank you, Jonathan and Michael and Anthony. That was wonderful, great insights. And thanks so much to Tamer as well for bringing us that session. So next, we are pleased to welcome Edmund Mesrobian, CTO and CIO at Nordstrom. And he'll be in a conversation with Harry Silverman of VentureBeat to discuss how Nordstrom Analytics platform was created. The company's journey to creating a digital-first and data-driven approach to innovation, and how the company is finding new ways to translate its heritage of service from one-to-one to one-to-many in a digital world. So please welcome both Edmund and Harry.
Hello, everyone. I'm Hari Sivaraman. I head up AI content strategy for VentureBeat. And today I have with me Edmund Mesrobian, the CTO and CIO of Nordstrom, and he'll be sharing with us a story about how they completely revamped their data infrastructure to achieve their end business goal, which is getting closer to you and doing what they do best, which is offering excellent customer service. Edmund, welcome to Transform.
Oh, thank you, Hari. Pleasure to be here.
Likewise. As we were talking about, Edmund, in the backstage, that Nordstrom arguably is known as the gold standard in luxury retail brands. And I'm myself a customer. And what you're really known for is the excellence in customer service, which is service with a smile, going that extra mile to make sure the customer is satisfied. How do you translate that into a digital setting as it relates to data, AI? What would some of the measurements or some of the metrics be for you to offer excellent customer service?
Well, look, Hari, that's a great question. Customer service is our bedrock. And the challenge is, when you're in the store environment, the rich history that the company has, it's quite easy. Well, easy maybe is the wrong word, but it's much easier to have a compelling, personalized experience, whether it's a stylist helping you, whether a salesperson helping you, so on and so forth. It is natural. It comes together, and we have a rich history. When you then translate that to a digital experience, how do you do that? Your online presence is a bit cold. How do you bring warmness to us? How do you get to feel closer to you? And that is the challenge that we embarked on 3 years ago when we decided that we wanted to take a step change to get closer to our customers, to put the wow and the magic of being in a store, one of our flagship stores, online. And to do that, we realized that we had to figure out how to get analytical data to make predictions, to help us make predictions so that we can actually offer the most compelling experience to our customers, whether online or in store. And that is the journey we embarked on, and I'm happy to share and discuss.
Okay. So let's talk about your analytics platform, NAP, as you called it. So walk us through this journey. I mean, let's talk about the age-old build versus buy conundrum. How did you make that decision? So if you can walk us through that journey and talk to us about that, that would be a good starting point.
Fair enough. It goes something like this. It's actually quite straightforward. When you think about analytics as opposed to data reporting, if you think about where the world is today, time is the most precious commodity, and making the most timely decision you can requires you to be able to go and sense your enterprise at every edge, whether it's stores, fulfillment centers, or online. And you have to be able to translate those senses, those signals, through models into actions. To do that, it's kind of hard to buy that off the shelf because you have to kind of wire your enterprise. That is something you have to take on. And to do that, you then have to first get the business aligned so that you can actually get those signals that have semantically rich information. It's not about collecting data. It's about collecting events that you can translate into action. And so therefore, to us, we embarked on this journey to get the business aligned so that we can get the business events created, get them organized, streamed in real time or near real time into our analytical platform, then layered analytical models, AI models of variety, variety of forms to then translate into predictions, because today predictions are the new KPIs. Can you generate a prediction cost effectively and translate that into a customer benefit and service? And that's what we started on. And we realized that we have to kind of own it as opposed to buy it.
Fair enough. So talk to us about the data infrastructure layer. I know that, in talking to you backstage, I know that you've completely revamped it, you burnt it down and built completely new. So talk to us about that journey and how did you make that decision and why did you make that decision?
Well, look, when I first arrived at Nordstrom, much like other retailers, it was very siloed. You had the stores and you had online, and it was very much a data platform conversation. Can you get data? Can you transmit it to some cloud service? Can you put it there so that the data scientists can then action and do their work? Very siloed, very disconnected. Well, as I just described, you have to be connected to enterprise in today's world. And you have to be able to go and reflect information in real time back into value. To do that, we realized that we had to go and build a platform. It's off-the-shelf technology, so we used open source technology. We're hosted in the cloud. We use S3. We use all kinds of we use Flink, Spark. Name the technology, Kafka queues, so that our goal was not to be the technology providers for the components, but rather to kind of stitch it together to create the kind of analytical platform that we can then drive machine learning in a robust way. And so it's off-the-shelf commodity components with a lot of special sauce, what we call our one-hop engine, essentially to translate our business events in one hop into a semantically rich object, a customer, a shopping event, so on and so forth, translated into something that could then be actioned through a model. And so that's the special sauce, how we put business events together, how we transform them from one hop into our models, and then predictions on the other end. That's where the sauce comes in.
Interesting. So to make good predictions, as you know, good analytics, good AI-based, machine learning-based predictions, you need excellent data, right? And this is a problem that a lot of enterprises grapple with. I have an anecdote where somebody told me that we don't have a data lake, we have a data swamp, we don't have a data warehouse, we have a data dump. So talk to me about how you architected the NAP platform. What was the thought process behind it? How did you make sure that your golden source of data was indeed golden?
Well, look, that's a great question. To your point, they're all swamps. If you're not careful, there will be a swamp. Lake is too nice of a word. And so what we wanted to do is make sure that the data was clean at the source. And so we wanted to transfer the responsibility of ETL. I don't want to do any kind of transformation at the end. I want to do the event creation by the owners of the source systems with an accurate representation, complete and accurate, so that push the responsibility to the engineering systems, to the applications, to make sure that the business event is clean to start with. Therefore, when it arrives at a point of being transformed into higher level objects, 360 views of inventory, product, or customers, they are accurate and stitchable. So we wanted to transfer responsibility from the data engineers of the past to do all the cleanup to the application owners to make sure that their business events were curated and correct to begin with. And also align with the business goals of what are we trying to measure? A registration, an at the bag, a item got picked, a delivery got made, something that was semantically rich. It's not about collecting information, it's about collecting semantically rich events that can then be actioned. And so we shifted the responsibility to the business and the application owners. That was the key.
Makes sense. So, Edmund, would you be able to give us sort of an overview of the architecture of this platform? How did you sort of go about architecting it, and how did you, tie that into the end goals, the business goals, if you will?
Sure. Look, first of all, once again, we started with business events. So if you think about business events, we defined essentially a format that was standard, repeatable, used by everyone. We built a bunch of SDKs so that every application didn't have to build their own way of doing that wire protocol. Put it there. When it got streamed through a Kafka queue and delivered to NAP, NAP took that through a one-hop engine and put it into an Avro format and stored it away so that that thing was consistent and repeatable in near real time. Then we took the engine had this ability to go and transform it. So if it was information about a customer or a transaction, it got transformed immediately so that it was ready to be used by upstream models and systems. And so that was built in the cloud. We're hosted at AWS today. That engine runs there. It transforms it. And then there's ML models that use Spark or Flink if you're doing streaming and calculate analytics. So we use Flink, we use Spark, we use R, name it, we use it, depending on the AI community and the kind of data science we want to do. And the most important thing to say is that engine that runs there also makes sure that the machine learning models run on top of that same engine. Data is not moved. AI is executed there. The models are built there, and actually the results of models are then also leveraged and run out of the same platform, so that essentially you're building models and you're running models in the same ecosystem.
Interesting. So, Edmund, if I'm an end user, which I am of Nordstrom, what would I see that will make a big difference to me? What should I expect from all of this technology that you've built?
Look, I think that there's over 100 AI models that we leverage daily at Nordstrom. A significant portion of them are backward facing, inventory control, priced on marked on avoidance, fraud controls. There's a number of logistical things, fulfillment, where to route an order to fulfill it from our nearest store, so on and so forth. So you'll see those indirectly in terms of the kind of benefit you get from timely delivery, so on and so forth. What our Closer to You mission and our holy grail in digital is actually how to do discovery. Product discovery is the holy grail problem. It's a grand challenge problem. And to that, we keep on making progress towards getting to know you better, getting to understand you so that we can actually serve you. It's not helpful to give you 1,000 blue shirts. How do I give you the 5 that you will enjoy, Hari? And to do that, we are working hard to take everything we know about you with your permission, privacy controls, very clear uses and not uses, transparency in our use, so that I can then take that information and then reflect that into better selection, better dynamic looks, better style boards, better choices, the anniversary sale that's coming up. And so you'll start seeing more and more our focus on trying to use AI in a more robust way to drive discovery, product discovery, and personalization. And so, and there's a big effort we have that we call our fashion map effort to essentially take a natural language-based approach with deep learning to take natural language as how you communicate with us and how we interpret images and information from social networks so that we can actually get to know you through a natural language conversation, as opposed to keyword searches that are very taxonomy-driven and hard-coded. So more to come on that, but we are very much focused on getting closer to you in a personalized way.
Interesting. So, Edmund, can you talk a little bit about the various AI techniques, the various AI technologies that you've used? Can you double-click on whether it is machine learning, whether it is computer vision? What are the various technologies that you've used, and what might be some of the big sort of learnings through the implementation of these techs?
Well, I think if you can name the technology, the AI models, we probably use all of them in some form, right? We try to use best in class and learn from the academic world out there and others in the field. And so, for example, in optimization problems in supply chain, we use a lot of algorithms that are the linear classifiers. We use for computer vision, our dynamic looks, so we get images on product images that we shoot. We have a lot of computer vision algorithms that we run in the cloud and then generate essentially attribution vectors about that product. And then we use that to then drive dynamic looks to say, well, that shirt will go with that jacket, that will go with those slacks, so on and so forth. So we use computer vision to actually put those looks together. We've also have computer vision where we take the shots of your closet and give you some insights about what's in your closet. Like what's in your wallet, what's in your closet. We use a lot of algorithms of boosted trees, fraud detection. We use a number of algorithms to figure out like is this signal abnormal? So there's deep learning used. Some of our newer technologies, we're using deep learning, all the way to linear regression for some of our more traditional optimization problems. So name it, and we probably use it.
Interesting. So, Edmund, if there's somebody sitting in the audience looking to emulate what you've done, which is entirely revamp your data infrastructure, build analytics, build AI applications, transformative applications on top of it, what might you say are the top 3 lessons, 3 takeaways that they should be aware of when they're just starting off the journey?
Well, I think that the first one, it's not a data problem. It's analytics that you're after. You're trying to create an analytical platform, not a data platform, because your goal is to drive predictions and leverage them in near real time. To do that, the second thing is you have to get the business aligned. You have to get the community ready to speak business events, not raw data. It doesn't help to have raw information. What's helpful is to get semantically rich information. So you're starting at a higher plane. And the third thing is that you have to get your data science community and your engineers and your product teams so that we have our product teams, our data science teams, and our engineering teams all aligned together. There's not a single problem where not all 3 come together so that we can create value. Because in the test and learn world, if you can't measure it, if you can't actually build better models, you're not really making progress. And so my 3 lessons are, in short term, make sure that it's analytics you're after to drive predictions. It's an analytic platform. Second, get the business aligned so that you're actually speaking business events. And that is the lingua franca that you use between data science, product, and the business so that you're speaking one language. And the third is make sure that as you build these systems, they are wired from the start with privacy and security in mind, but that you are looking at the business events that you want to create. So that think about the business event, think about the customer privacy impacts, think about how you're going to use it. And if you put that upfront work, you'll go really fast and you'll be able to go and create real value for your company. So do the homework early.
Interesting. So that last point, I want to double click on that, which you mentioned, which was the customer privacy. Obviously, when it comes to the accuracy of AI models, these are 2 kind of conflicting interests, if you will, where you want to make sure that you don't take too much of the customer's information, too much private information. But against that, you have to balance the fact that the more information you have, the more accurate your AI models will be. How do you advise folks to balance these 2 conflicting interests almost, if you will?
Well, I think, first of all, you have to be very clear about your customer proposition. What is the value transfer you're trying to have with your customer? Hari, when you come to our site and you give us your information explicitly, you give us permission through a registered account, we can then turn that back into better looks, style boards, and show you the value of the kind of differentiated experience you get, that you're a VIP customer when you show up, that you get certain access. I can't do that if I don't know you, if I can't get closer to you. But I have to be able to create that value, first of all. Second, I have to be able to be very explicit what I'm collecting so that you have a right. I mean, obviously, with the California privacy regulations and other regulations across the US, we're very mindful of those regulations to make sure that you're always aware of what we're collecting and that you have access to that information. And so it's bounding, create value, be very explicit about the value transfer, be very transparent about what and how they can get access to it also, our customers. So if you keep that proposition honest, transparency, what are you trying to collect, and access to that information, and then at the very end, get value, create value for the customer.
Makes sense. Thank you very much, Edmund, for your time. That was very interesting. Thank you.
Hari, thank you for having me. Have a great day.
You too. All right, Edmund. So time for some Q&A. I see a few questions coming here. I'm going to try and combine some of these because they have a fairly common theme. So there's one that talks about practical tips and tricks to create alignment. And then there's another one which talks about how do you convince all your stakeholders in your organization to agree to one common data structure?
Well, I think, first of all, great being here. Let me just say that the first thing is get some early wins. you're not going to get everyone on board at the same time. That's just not practical, especially at large companies that are distributed. What you want to do is take one or two key problems that create enough value that people get it. But so when you actually get those problems solved and release value, they understand the speed in which you can actually transform your analytics capabilities. And so I would say pick some problems that are meaningful and value creating, get those partners on board, and then you will get a flywheel effect created. And then the standard itself is almost noise. No one cares about formats as much as we're nerds and we think about it. What they care about is seeing value, that data is accessible, transformed, and available to have an impact. So formats will not be the conversation if you create value.
And what were some of the objections that you faced along the line, if any?
Oh, there are many. They range from, we have a data problem today. We have a problem. We have an urgent need of a business, and therefore, can't we use our data silos? We have to go and keep on adding features as opposed to taking a break and actually putting business events and actually embedding them in the application stack. So that feature trade-off versus re-plumbing analytics. And it's almost like reimagining security, reimagining privacy. Embedding those in requires a trade-off from adding more features. So that's the biggest conflict, was taking a break on features to actually go and reset the infrastructure.
Gotcha. Okay, next question. What have you learned about the metadata of business events that informs your analytics?
Well, first of all, what we learned about the metadata of business events is that business events, once again, are semantically rich. So you don't have the semantics problem. You don't have a problem understanding, what does that data mean? What does that piece of raw information mean? So it's by having it semantically relevant at the bag, at the cart, new sign up, shipment just got delivered at its doorstep. Those are semantically rich already. So you don't have to work hard to be able to go and then leverage them when it comes to model building or being able to understand the attributes. So I would say the semantic value that you have at step one by defining the event is priceless.
Gotcha. I think we have time for one more question. You mentioned that you took actions and events, not data points, as your sort of guide, if you will. Can you elaborate how you did that with some practical examples?
Well, look, I'll give you a simple example. Maybe the simplest one is a click stream. You can take raw click stream of every click on that page, every hover event. What are you going to do with it? As opposed to saying, you know what, I care about understanding events about a PDP page view, or that a product was clicked on, or an image was clicked on, and actually having those events be first class. At the bag, at the cart is a good example because it's semantically rich. That means an action was taken, not just some clickstream that says, a link was traversed. And the last one I would say is orders, as a simple example, maybe quickly. And that is, when you get a blob of all this information, what you care about is not the blob of information about addresses. What you care about is that the event happened. How many items were in it? What was the promise date for that order? What are those business events that you want to extract out so you can actually action upon in real time? It's about bringing action to real time and be able to go and leverage predictions. And so those are maybe a few examples.
That's an interesting example. Edmund, do you also perhaps, go one level deeper? So somebody clicks, let's say, on a particular item, where that item has been scrolled through, how much time was spent on. Do you go to that level of detail, or is that something that is potentially in the future?
We do, but those are two levels. Those are, you capture those events and you have them available for analytics. But some of those will become business events in the moment that get streamed so that the entire enterprise is aware of it, versus captured for other kind of form of analytics. So it's not just one size fits all. We capture raw information, but what we care about is promoting business events in real time upstream so they can be leveraged across the enterprise. So it's almost like two levels of analytics happening. Absolutely right.
Sounds good. I do have a couple of other questions as well, but I just have 15 seconds left on the clock, so I'm going to avoid asking you those questions. Great having you here, Edmund. Thank you for your time. Thank you for all the insights that you've provided. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and have a great rest of your show. Be well.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much to Edmund and Harry. And also, I would like to personally award them the Dapper Dresser Award of today's show. So next up, Joy and Cynthia Stoddard, Chief Information Officer at Adobe, in this fireside chat with Noelle Silver of Women in AI, as Sylvia dives into the how of multiple examples in AI-powered digital automation, which are helping Adobe drive towards hyper-automation. Please welcome Cynthia and Noelle right now.
Hi, and I'm Noelle Silver. I am so excited to join you today. I am one of the AI and ML specialists at Red Hat, focused on OpenShift. But today I have the luxury of just being another woman in tech, talking to someone who I've followed their career and kind of what they've been doing. And I'm super excited to be able to share some of what they are working on with you. Cynthia Stoddard, thank you so much for joining us, number one. And number two, the first question I'd love to ask is, as you introduce yourself, maybe you could tell us a little bit about that early story. You know, how'd you even get involved in technology?
Well, Noelle, it's great to be here, first of all. And yes, I can talk about who I am right now, CIO at Adobe. I just actually passed my 5-year mark, so that's pretty exciting to be with the organization 5 years and be able to look back at, you know, what it was and what it is right now, and it's just a lot of fun. You know, when I was in college, you know, I majored in accounting finance, but I took some programming courses at the time. And, you know, when I was leaving to decide what I would do with my career, Travelers Insurance interviewed on campus, and they interviewed for programmer trainees. They had this absolutely amazing program. And at the time, I thought that, you know, hey, you know, I need to learn about technology because technology is going to have an impact on business. And I did. I started there, and I would say that I've done every job in IT. The rest is, you know, kind of history. I love technology because I love the impact that it has on businesses and outcome and people and how they work and people and how they learn within the organization. I'm a real people person. You know, my team is, you know, what makes everything, you know, click around the organization and, you know, make things happen. I've been very focused on that. And then the outcomes and the contributions that we can make by some of the most simple changes and applications of technology are just amazing. So that's why I do what I do, and that's why I love what I do.
That's so awesome. Yeah, I love that. All the, you know, the history of being able to, it's something that I do myself. I'm always like, gosh, I want to be able to really have empathy for the people who are on my teams. And the best way to have that empathy, of course, is to actually have done the work. So how exciting, and really, you know, it's one of those things that newer people in their careers, right, can kind of take hope in, that you can become a leader, but there's some pride to be had in the work that it takes to get there. So really awesome. And what a wonderful career you've had so far. You're doing so many interesting things right now. I'm sure your calendar is full. It would be great if you could share with us just a couple of the maybe just one of the really cool, fun projects that you're working on, or something that you're passionate about right now.
Yeah, well, I will go with passionate, and it leads into different projects that I can talk about. I would say that, you know, what I'm passionate about right now is experience and enablement. And, you know, if we look back over the past year, that has become so important. You know, when we're working from home and giving people the tools that they need to be productive and be able to do their jobs and manage their family lives along with it. And, you know, one of the things I focused on with my organization is, how do you take IT out of the equation? And that might be a strange statement, but if you think about it, the mantra that I have is all about self-service. It's all about having cloud-like characteristics in our DNA. And that means, you know, enabling people to do things by themselves. So self-service is, you know, a really great example. of bringing self-service into the business. And the way that I look at it is there's really two types of enablement. One is business enablement and really helping the business do what they need to do with technologies like RPA. And the other is technical enablement. And this is where we get into how we actually run our products and run our systems. And, looking at things like event-driven automation, and looking at how we can inject that into our ops processes so that, we can self-heal things as they break and detect sooner and have a better customer experience. Back on the self-service, I think a really cool project that my team has been working on is what we call DPaaS, data as a service, data platform as a service. And what that does is it looks at our different personas within the organization. And if you think about the landscape of data, and Noelle, you're a data scientist, so there's different skill levels, right? There's the expert that wants to do everything by themselves, and then you kind of get into the organization, and there's other people that just want to see the dashboards with the results. They don't want to have anything to do with the formulas. They probably don't even know how to, in some cases, write a formula. So we've created the data platform as a service that really caters to all the different personas. You can have a dashboard, or you can download and create your own data mart. So we have services that are pre-built that our business users, if they're sophisticated, can download and use, and and create their own formulas. They can create their own views of data. They can look at customer experience, product performance, all different types of things. And then all the way back to, hey, if you just want a dashboard, that's what you get.
That's amazing. I love the idea of kind of software as a service, especially inside of a company, right? Being able to enable those, especially in this world of low code and no code, those who are confident and understanding of a domain now can build something quicker and easier, and they don't have to get all into the technical weeds of something to be able to build something that they can show. And I love that about a lot of the products that Adobe is working on. Tell us a little bit about your team specifically. I mean, with part of this, I tend to think about like an inclusive team. Right now, we get to bring in lots of different, diverse opinions and diverse thinking. How do you foster that in your own organization?
Yeah. So if I look at my background, which we kind of started with, I've always been part of a global organization. And I learned pretty early in my career, actually, when I was in transportation and logistics, that diverse thinking adds so much to the table. If you think about all the different thoughts and experiences around the world, and I could go through all the countries that I've traveled through and all the people that have been on my teams. It's just amazing. And I think it's really important, when you think about diversity and inclusion, to make sure that you give people a voice. And if they don't have a voice, help them get that voice within the team. And there's different techniques that you can do that. You can do that with workshops. You can do that by bringing people together in, different environments and just posing a problem and a question, and then soliciting, thoughts. One other technique that I've used is really getting close to the customer, very close to the customer, because you really need to put yourselves in the customer's shoes. And when I think about that, when I was back in transportation logistics, had a program called Ride with a Driver. So all of the, technical engineering staff would have to go out and ride with the driver. And they learned so much about what didn't work and what we built. I learned the same thing and, some of the experiences that I had when I actually stepped into the shoes of the customer. Same in retail when I was in retail visiting stores. And then here at Adobe, we've created what we call a data-driven operating model. And the data-driven operating model really looks at customer journey points and, how the experience is at those journey points. And we use that to really get close to the customer and then understand, how can we make their journey better? Can we help more with customer support? Can we inject, some new features into a product? Can we inject in product help? I mean, there are so many different things that come out of analyzing the customer journey that, are so beneficial to the experience. It's just mind-boggling, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love the fact that actually you as an individual, because of your career and the different places that you've been, you kind of can bring this diversity of experiences, right, of how it worked in retail or manufacturing. And then for those of us who maybe only have had one job or in our first or third or fifth job, or we're in the banking and finance industry, for example, we maybe can complement our teams with these different people, right? Instead of having one person with a lot of experience, we maybe get 5 or 6 people with different varying experiences, and how rich that can make our engineering processes. I love that. One thing
Yeah,
I've
and
heard
I'll
you
just
say,
add,
and
I'm
actually I
sorry,
think is a,
Noel, you
oh,
made me
sure.
think of something. I just
Yes,
want to
yeah,
add
please
that
do.
I would say that people coming out of college, new college grads, interns, oh my gosh, they have the best ideas. And, you start, injecting that into a group, people who have, 10 plus years experience. And the mix and the ideas are just totally amazing.
Yes. And that's what we want to celebrate, right? Like that, I mean, complete diversity, not just of, ethnicity and not just of gender, but of, thoughts and processes. And, I always think of fast thinkers and people who take a little bit more time to think, people who talk fast and talk a little slower, introverts, extroverts, right? All sorts of
Yes.
different ways to complement, ultimately the end customer that we're serving. So I love that empathetic approach. One thing I've heard you say, and actually I think it's a tenet at Adobe, which is, innovation can come from anywhere, or maybe it's
Yes.
everywhere. I don't remember. But I would love to understand maybe one of your early successes in innovation, and how that came to be. I think it'd be a fun story to share with everyone.
Yeah, it is. It is innovation can come from anywhere in the company. That's what we believe in. That's what the founders actually had as a core tenet when Adobe was born. So when I take that and try to internalize it in my team, I go back to posing different problems to people. And I remember very early on, probably like 4.5 years ago, I was probably about here for about 6 months. I went to India to spend time with the team there and get to know them. And this is one of those sessions where you get to meet people, in a conference room, and we're talking about different things. And we're looking at how can we make delivery and operations better, and what can we do to automate some of these problems that we're having? How can we shift everything left and do analysis on the service desk? So out of those conversations and posing a problem and saying, hey, go work on this, and you are empowered to bring a team together, from your peers, that's what was born is our self-healing framework. It's based on Stackstorm, so it's based on open source, which is cool. We embrace a lot of open source within our organization to get a lot of things done. The self-healing framework, what we do is a testing tool. And, the team did an amazing job of looking at how we can automate certain things in operations, and then how we can take AI and ML and apply it into the framework. And, we started small, started in some of our IT flows. It was successful. And, we've taken it into the product now. So, we're using that in product operations as we run our product to look at areas where we can self-heal and where we can automate fixes. It's saved a tremendous amount of time, things that used to take, for example, 20 minutes plus. Hey, they take seconds or minutes now.
I think that is key. What you mentioned, this word automation, I know that's kind of part of what we're here to talk about, but it is really the driving force behind, being able to really accelerate and innovate, right? Being able to automate things and really make it accessible to teams that don't typically get access to it. And that's what I love about Adobe, is that when I first started working with those products, they were very specialist type products. And now over the last 5 years, really, I've found, at least, like it's now built for a lot more of a diverse group of people that can work together in those platforms. And I really think it's amazing. And so it's good to see that you're doing the same thing internally in the company, as at least I'm seeing as a customer on the outside. Now, one of the things I thought we could talk about, we've talked a little bit about diversity around the kind of personnel, right? Who do we build with? But maybe you could touch on a little bit about how diversity or inclusion has shown up in the products themselves or in your data processes? Is there anything maybe you could share about that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. I think when you think about diversity, in the products, you have to go back to some of what I talked about is, who are the users, putting yourself in the shoes of those customers and understanding, what their pain points are and what they need, what types of tools that they need or what type of help that they might need that would be a little bit different than, maybe more of a, mainstream or a power user and that sort of thing. So yeah, we've invested a lot in experience. We have an experienced team actually that, looks at our products and, figures out, what makes sense for, different audiences, different diverse groups and things like that. And we also do the same thing within my organization. We have an experienced team and we've adopted what we call an infused framework, which, really looks at the experience, not the UI. I'm going to be very, kind of clear that it's not looking at the UI, but it's looking at the experience from end to end. So when you think about, our products, what we do internally, I would say the key is to look at that experience end to end, and then make sure you look at personas, you look at, different skill levels, different audiences, right? It could be education that is different than, a creator, and then gear the design to that.
I love that. I've actually remember my days, I shouldn't date myself, but back in a product called WebSphere. And I used to, as one of the architects, sit behind like an FBI window and I would watch users interact with the product. And it was nice because we would ask a question and then watch them naturally try to solve the problem. And I think this is part of that fun kind of innovative thinking that you do at Adobe, where you think about and get close to the customer and watch them. And then you're shocked. I many times would be like, why would you click on that? Or why would you go there? That doesn't make any sense. And recently in my work on Alexa, same thing. People would say things in natural language to Alexa that I, as an architect and programmer for it, would never have thought of. And I think it's part of really what makes that user focus. And like you said, not UI, not interface focus, but actually what their experience is, what they're trying to accomplish. That's why I love what you're talking around personas, what they're trying to accomplish, and then how you can help get them there. And I do think, to kind of bring it full circle, that the automation of the infrastructure, the automation of these kind of rote routine tasks, leveraging AI, make better decisions, or at least give us insight to those decisions, helps us focus on that experience as opposed to making sure our servers stay up, right? Like there's some effort we can dedicate to that. But what happens when we as a company, right, start focusing on the core competency, solving, this type of user problem? I think that's really, really exciting. So I have a couple last questions, and they kind of talk a little bit more about who you are, as a person. Not many of us get to sit, in a fireside chat with a CIO, especially a female CIO. So it's so exciting to have an opportunity. I would love to maybe get your take on some advice you could give. If you looked at yourself 5-10 years ago, did you see yourself becoming a CEO one day? Because there's many of us that do or maybe don't. And then B, what advice would you give to yourself to keep moving along the path?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Yeah, I love what I do. And, some people have even asked me, how can you do the same thing? And, when I look at the role that I have, my title is CIO, but the things that I do expand and change, right? So, traditional CIO, back office systems, infrastructure, but I have I will say, the honor of being, of running reliability engineering and also what we are calling, cloud operations. And this is all our cloud stuff. That's really super exciting. So, to answer your question, I see my role as expanding and continuing to add value. And if I look back 5 years, to your question about looking back, I think it's important. I would say an important piece of advice is keep learning. right? I'm a big reader, so I read a lot of different things. And I watch, videos and, things like this. And, I keep in contact with people in the industry. So, learning contacts, having those connections and really bonding with individuals, I would say is really the advice that I would give to people, because the connections really help you get connected to the industry in many different ways. I think it's important that people be connected within their own peer groups, but also into other industries, because it opens up your eyes to how you can do things differently. And then connected within the organization. Stay connected with the individual contributors, because they make everything work. And they have a wealth of knowledge that can help change the organization. And then keep learning. Just be a learning individual.
I love that. Yeah, keep learning. That is a motto of mine as well. So finally, as we leave, it's been an amazing little short session, but really amazing session. Being a woman in tech, for some of us, it is a challenge. And those of us that stay a long time, many of us have challenges that we go through. I'd love to just have you maybe close with talking about why you choose to stay in this industry with all of its ups and downs. What is the reason that you choose to stay in technology?
I stay in technology because of the impact that it has. The impact that it has on business, our customers, but even more so, it's fun, and I love working with my teams. And I love seeing them grow. They get broader and deeper, and people that have worked for me in the past have gone on to be CIOs. I think out of people that have worked for me, I have about 6 different CIOs in different organizations that I've kind of helped grow. So the mentoring aspect and helping people just be successful and seeing what the outcome is, makes me smile, and that makes me get up in the morning and want to go to work.
That's amazing. Learning, keep learning, having fun, mentoring others. Like, it gives me goosebumps. I'm so grateful for you to have spent some time with us. Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of your career.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure to be with you.
Well, thank you so much to Cynthia and Noel. Really enjoyed that. It's time for you to have a break. So we're going to go into the virtual networking and break session. Look down below and you'll see where all the networking areas are. Keep on scrolling for the partner events. Don't forget to visit the expo area. And of course, I'm going to remind you, because we're running a competition, don't forget to use hashtag VBTransform. Share it everywhere on social media. We're going to find at the end of this week the person who creates the most engagement, and you'll get a $100 Amazon card. So get up, have a stretch, grab a coffee or a tea, go connect with other attendees and the speakers, and we'll see you back here at 10:45 Pacific time. If you want to know what that is in local time, just look at your agenda online. We've made it super easy. It automatically calculates that for you. We'll see you back here real soon.
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently, and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Self-service is awesome when it works. But when it doesn't work, customers often have to start over with a live agent, which wastes valuable time. But there's good news for businesses today. Artificial intelligence has significantly advanced the synthesizing and understanding of human speech. Using modern compute availability, artificial intelligence algorithms examine call data and generate models that have massively improved the ability to understand human speech and generate realistic voices. These technologies have made it considerably easier to deploy high-quality voice-based self-service applications. By using AI, Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent can resolve a broad set of customer tasks. If self-service fails to resolve an issue, the customer's information and context is passed directly to an agent with an action plan. So the agent and customer can pick up where they left off with the virtual agent without wasting time. Virtual Agent improves the customer experience and lets agents spend more time helping customers with challenging issues. Talk to us today to learn how Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent, part of Five9 Genius AI, can improve operational costs while delivering a more human experience.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training.
Welcome back, everybody. I very much hope you took advantage of everything that you've got in front of you on your portal and took advantage of every source of caffeine that you could get your hands on. We're going to keep things moving right along. Now with Stan Humphries, Chief Analytics Officer at Zillow, and he's in a fireside chat with Sage Lazaro of VentureBeat to discuss how Zillow uses AI, data, and advanced tech to revolutionize real estate. Take it away, Sage and Stan.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us at Transform 2021. My name is Sage Lazaro, and I'm thrilled to be here with Stan Humphries, the Chief Analytics Officer at Zillow. He's been at the company for 16 years and oversees all things data, AI, and machine learning across all Zillow brands. And so that's what we're going to be chatting about today. Stan, welcome.
Hey, Sage. It's a pleasure to be with you.
So, Stan, first, just tell us exactly how much time did you spend Zillow surfing while stuck at home during the pandemic?
I spent quite a while. It's of course it's kind of professional hazard with me. It's part of my job to see what homes are looking like and see what our estimates are doing across the country. So, but it's been a lot of fun. I know seems like a lot of other people have been Zillow surfing during the pandemic as well.
Definitely, I did a little as well. Amazing. So, Zillow has more than 135 million homes on its platform. It has customized search functions and product offerings that help streamline the real estate transaction process, from home loans and title to iBuying. And I know the company views AI, specifically explainable AI, as the real driver of these features and the business overall. And with it, you're producing valuations with a median error rate of less than 2% on currently listed homes. Black box models are, of course, incredibly common in machine learning, but that type of mystery isn't exactly comforting for prospective buyers who are making some of the biggest decisions of their lives using your platforms. So how do you balance transparency and explainability around AI without giving away the secret sauce?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that we've really evolved a bit. And when I think about kind of what we were trying to do in 2005 and the initial albums that then launched in 2006, for probably the first decade of the Zestman's life, we were really focused on just pure prediction and very black box like models, where we were just trying to drive, huge gains in the accuracy. And we did that over that first decade. I think in the past, really probably hardcore the past 3-4 years, once we started into a newer part of our business called Zillow Offers, where we're purchasing people's homes directly from sellers, it became, I think, a little bit more important for us to not just have high accuracy, but also be able to explain these results in a conversation with a person like a real estate agent typically does. And I think that pushed us, our thinking more towards explainable frameworks. And so I think that's been kind of a rich avenue for us, I think, from a science perspective of trying to figure out how do you get the same accuracy gains that we had produced in black box models. How do you get that in a framework that is understandable and intelligible to a consumer? And so that's been a kind of a fun odyssey. I think the ways that we've tried to do that most recently have been to go back to this, what's called a CMA, a comparative market assessment for a home, which is typically if you list your house for sale and you'll interview some agents and they'll come armed with a CMA, which is an estimate of what they think your house is worth. Appraisers also use a very similar technique, which is basically taking anywhere from 3 to 5 comparable homes to your home and then making adjustments on top of for the differences that still exist between your home and the comparable homes. And then using those comparable homes to inform the estimated value for the subject home. So we've tried, to how do we drive a lot of the black box and algorithmic goodness into a framework like a CMA or an appraisal-based model, looking at 3 to 5 comparable homes that humans can wrap their heads around and say, okay, I see that home's pretty similar, but it's got an extra bedroom, and now so there's been some adjustment for that extra bedroom. They can wrap their heads around that more than they can understand, say, a fully ensembled model approach using a ton of different methodologies and then ensembling them together. That's all kind of gobbledygook to most consumers.
Yeah, let's dive a little deeper on Zestimate, which is, of course, Zillow's estimated market value for a home. How has the vision and the product evolved over time? And how did your integration of data and improvement of AI make that possible? Just walk us through the product development and the best practices you learned while building that algorithm with respect to data prep and AI and model selection.
Well, I think like any AI product, it's, we think about our gains that we're going to make as being kind of, partly, half of them are data related, and that's either kind of getting new data or creating new features out of that data, or they're algorithmic related, which is new ways to combine and utilize the features that we're given. And we've definitely leaned heavily on both those areas in terms of, back when we first launched Zestimate in February 2006, we produced valuations on about 43 million homes back then. And in order to do those valuations, and we produced that valuation about every month. And it took us, I think we generated about, I want to say 35,000 statistical models to generate the estimates on 43 million homes. And flash forward to today, and we generate in excess of 7 million models, machine learning models, and we produce values on about 110 million homes nationwide. And we do that nightly. So you can see kind of just in the model explosion from 35,000 to over 7 million, there's been a lot of algorithmic advances in what we're doing. But behind the scenes, there's also been a huge amount of additional data that we take in now that we just didn't back then. So, that's, original versions were very focused just on public record data. Today, we take in public record data, but we also take in a huge amount of listing and other information for when a home is on the market. And importantly, we store that information persistently so that over time, as homes have been listed for sale, we keep all that information, and that's really rich information. And then more recently, in the past probably 4 years, a huge amount of kind of a huge frontier for us has been using computer vision. So taking all the imagery that we have about homes, either oblique imagery or the photos that people publish when they're listing their homes for sale, and mining that information for new information. And that signal goes right into the valuations as well, because we did find that, before we started to use computer vision work, people could look at a valuation as estimate, and they could look at homes that we tended to undervalue. They could look at the photos of a home like that, and then look at the comparables that were used in some of the ensemble models, and they could say, well, this home is certainly way nicer in the photos than these other homes that were in the ensemble model framework. So humans could pick that up. We just had to start to teach computers to do that same type of work.
And I believe Zillow recently announced an upgrade to Zestimate. What's new about it, and what do you expect the impact to be?
Yes, that's right. We just announced the release of version 6.7 of the Zestimate algorithm, which is introduces a new framework that heavily leverages neural network modeling within the ensemble approach. And we're just seeing huge accuracy gains off this release. So probably pre-release, we were about 7.6 median absolute percent error. And after this latest release, our overall accuracy numbers nationwide dropped down to about 6.9% median absolute percent error. And then, as you said earlier, our accuracy gets a lot better, even better, once a home is listed for sale and we get a lot more information, including some of the listing photos. Then accuracy improves to a little under 2% median absolute percent error. But we're super excited about this new release of the Zestimate algorithm.
And so across everything you all have been working on there, what are some of the biggest unexpected lessons you feel you learned as the company integrated more of this data and more of this AI when you're putting this, these updates together? What did you wish you knew earlier on?
Well, I do think that I think the more recent work that we've been doing around explainable models, I do think that, in hindsight, I think it's hard to handicap that entirely, because I think when you look at the accuracy, we're at least 3 times more accurate on homes now than when we launched. And that's 3 times more accurate on, it's a lot. The first 43 million homes we valued were the easier homes to value. They tend to be in large metropolitan centers. with a lot of home sales in those areas, so they're easier to value. The newer ones that we are estimating it to 110 million homes are harder to value. So it's 3 times more accuracy, higher accuracy on a lot harder to value set of homes. So I think a lot of our focus, as I said, was on driving down our accuracy rates. I think in hindsight, I think this move into explainable models is really helpful to help consumers not only understand just understand the value of their home, but also to be able to inspect it and try to gut check it relative to their own kind of intuition. So I'm excited about moving there. We moved there in the past few years. Maybe in hindsight now that I've seen kind of how we can kind of have the best of both worlds between black box and intuitive explainable models, wish we'd moved there sooner.
Mm-hmm. And I'm also curious about the role of AI in your product roadmap. How much are the AI capabilities leading your product roadmap? Does the team think about what's possible with AI and data and then strategize and execute products and features from there? Or are you thinking first of an end user experience and considering how AI can get it there or enhance it? Maybe it's both. Walk us through that a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely push and pull in terms of the science oftentimes creating capabilities that product folks weren't even thinking of, and then there's certainly kind of a pull dynamic as well where we're very focused on the customer is kind of our North Star, is kind of what we think and say internally, and so we want to be thinking about what are the pain points for customers, and then we certainly try to think from a product perspective, and then from a science perspective, what products can we build and capabilities can we build that service that need. So it's a little bit of both, but I think the valuation is one where what we've done with Zestimance is certainly one that started with pain points that were on the consumer side, and then we thought about how can we kind of marshal science to make these more and more accurate. So that's kind of more of that pull model, from kind of pulling from what customer demand side and then creating science capabilities for it. I think, other places where maybe say is more kind of push, I think, is some of the work maybe around natural language processing that we've done, or the computer vision work that I described, where the idea that we could scan images and then pull out of the image and tag them with, the appliances that a kitchen has in it, and whether it's got granite countertops, and that we could automatically have computers tell us a lot of those attributes in computer vision context, and then in a natural language processing context, that we could look at what people were writing and saying when they're talking to our representatives, and then be able to make suggestions to them. That's, I think, a little bit more of kind of probably a push model, where once we realized what data we had, and then could take science and then create capabilities, we pushed that into the product side and said, hey, this is what we can do with that. And then that came to inform the product experience on Zillow. So even though from the product side, they weren't pulling those requests for that capability because they didn't even know that was possible.
I want to touch a little more on another product you mentioned earlier, Zillow Offers. That's, of course, where the company itself is actually buying properties and users are closing their own deals. So Zillow has a human-in-the-loop approach for that, correct? Tell us a little bit about how humans and machines can work together at Zillow. What are the benefits there? And more importantly, what are the challenges?
Yeah, that's right. We do use a human-in-the-loop approach in that business for kind of refining the valuation on homes. And really the logic there was that since we're deploying our own capital to buy homes, initially that was a very, humans were in the loop on every single one of those homes to make sure that, certainly we were, utilizing the 15 years of valuation expertise we have and all the array of models and submodels and different modeling methodologies that we have internally to think about values of homes. We were utilizing all that, but a human was actually involved in taking a request from a user who wants to get an offer from us for what we would buy their house from. We were involving a human in almost every single one of those pricing exercises. Now, over time, as we've waded into that work, we've increasingly then seen what is the where humans adding real value and where the models where the model's already good enough on that valuation. And then, taking a lot of those homes that formerly required, a slower response for us to give an offer to a consumer. And right now, what we're doing with Zillow Offers is we've got, about 1 million to 1.5 million homes right now where, if you go to the home details page on Zillow, if you go to your address on Zillow, 1.5 million homes right now, you'll already have an offer for what we would buy your home for right now, and we'll stand behind that offer. And that's just that's the ability of us being able to eventually get to just a higher certainty for that set of homes, and we're going to continue to refine that process. I guess I think about it a little bit like, I don't know, centaur teams in chess, where for a long time generally computers will beat all human grandmasters now in chess. But for there was a period of time for maybe about 5 years where humans combined with machines were beating machines alone, because we're adding additional unexpected and spontaneous bits of creativity into playing. We certainly find that right now adding humans with machines, for a lot of homes that we still have some uncertainty about, and we involve humans in refining that valuation. But we do that, those human teams are sitting alongside machine learning teams, where the machine learning team is then trying to understand what is it the human in the loop is doing, what's the secret sauce they're doing, and how do we train machines to take that over in the future. And that's why in the near future, the vast majority of our valuations in that space will be completely machine generated.
Well, Stan, this has been so great. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Sage. It was a really fun conversation.
All right, well, let's get into some questions. One of our viewers wants to know, how do you manage accuracy of your ML models in an industry where the data is changing at a rapid pace and an often unpredictable pace? They say they're in a similar situation.
Yeah, so it's, that presents a few different challenges. I think, largely kind of as we were talking about, the two sides of the equation are what we have with data and then what we have with models. And latency and being up to date on the market kind of requires kind of being top of your game in kind of both those spaces. So in the data side, we make sure that we're consuming data, multiple data points around, say, a sale price. So we're getting multiple representations of that data coming in from MLS systems or public record systems or a variety of other systems, and then quickly doing entity resolution and resolving that down to what we think actually, when a sale occurred as quickly as it can. And then the other part of that is the modeling side, where we are retraining. At this point, we typically retrain on a home. If those facts change, we update the valuation in real time, and then the models are retrained. So that's, sorry, when I mention that, I mean that's actually scoring on an existing model. The models are retrained every 1 to 2 days with new data. So that's how we make sure that we're always on top of the market.
And this next question is about the use of computer vision. The viewer asks, you mentioned you incorporate computer vision to look at the specifics of a home and adjust estimate. Can you explain specifics? How does Zillow know all the details?
Yeah, so we use computer vision in a couple different places. As I mentioned, part of that is like tagging, so trying to tell people what features are, say, in a kitchen, that it's got a stainless steel refrigerator. The other part is in the valuation piece, and the intuition there is when we would look at valuations historically, and we would look at ones where we under predicted or over predicted relative to the sale price. If you asked a human to look at a bunch of ones that we under predicted, they could look at the photos and then look at the photos for the comparables that were in that were used as a strong basis to inform the evaluation of that home. And they would say, oh, well, the home is clearly very nice and probably a little bit nicer than those comparables. So that's the intuition that, hey, these images contain a lot of valuable information, which of course humans know. I mean, humans spend most of the time when they're looking at homes, they're looking at the images. And so all we had to do was teach a computer to find out, when are we more likely, have we under or overpriced a home relative to everything else the model knew about the structured data?
Yeah, that's interesting insight that they're mostly looking at the pictures. I think that makes a lot of sense too. Another viewer asks, do you see upgradability as a driver, not just a nice to have for Zillow as a business model? Are your models trained to identify upgrade worthy homes?
Upgrade, I guess I'm thinking about upgrade worthy. I'm going to interpret that question to perhaps mean kind of renovation and maybe places where you've got some, higher ROI available there. And I would say that generally that's, I think, something that we don't explicitly try to model for and create a business opportunity around right now. So because to me, I guess if I were to model that, I would think about it in the context of, the surrounding homes and what renovations are being made, and therefore what do you have to do to the subject home to keep up with that pace. And so I think about it as it's a very intriguing problem, but not one that we're explicitly solving right now. But I do think one that ultimately we would be interested in getting into.
Great. And what advice do you have for other companies looking to move beyond the black box models?
Yeah, as I said, I think moving to explainability is super interesting, and I think that, and as I described, I think it kind of comes down to a question of how close is the gap? Because when we started out, when we tried to do some of the more explainable models that we're able to develop now, the gap between an explainable model and a black box model was just too far. So that's why we stayed on black box for a long period of time. And it's only more recently that we've been able to kind of have our cake and eat it too, add some black box aspects into an explainable model to narrow that gap. And once that gap's closed, then I think it shifts towards the explainable model. But again, I think it depends on the context. I think that for some applications, accuracy is paramount, and explainability, people don't really actually don't need to have things explained. And I'm trying to think of a context, maybe like stock picking or something like that, where it's, high frequency trading, where accuracy is very important, but understanding exactly why the model decided that might not be super important. But I think home selling, which is a lower velocity and a very emotional aspect, I think explainability is very high in that domain. So I think the context matters a lot for when you go black box versus explainable models.
Yeah, certainly. And for the companies trying to go toward explainable models, do you think that's mostly going to be incremental? It seems like it was for you. Or do you think they're going to land somewhere in the middle first and stay there for a bit?
Yeah, I think, again, I think it depends on what the gulf is, how wide the gap is between what a black box can do in an explainable model, and then also how much does the context push towards explainable. So I think those are two requirements that eventually drive both the initial solution and then how that solution evolves.
I think we have time for about one more question. So let's jump back to the human in the loop approach that we talked about earlier. As the technology evolves and you keep advancing there, how are you going to continue evaluating, the need for a human in the loop approach when maybe a human isn't as necessary anymore, but maybe it aligns with your business goals?
Well, yeah, I think that is a hot area of active operational analytics and science research, frankly, is those triaging models to make sure that we understand what the contribution that a human can make on evaluation, and then can segment that contribution according to the homes where they're going to have the highest contribution to improving accuracy, because that's what those triaging models are doing, is basically saying, hey, there's a set of homes, as I said, for which the models are already so accurate that we could put a human on it, but it's going to be very much more a marginal increase in accuracy. And there's another set of homes for which it's going to have a very large contribution to the accuracy. And that's what those triaging models are trying to assess. And then once that assessment is made, then we will route a pricing problem to a human to get that contribution that we predict. And that's of course, that is a dynamic problem as well, because the models are getting better, and as are the humans, in fact. So it's dynamic on both sides, and those triage models are constantly having to learn and update their estimates for what is a human going to contribute. And as I said, that's a segmented problem because humans do not provide the same contribution evenly across all the housing stock. Their contributions are much larger in a subset of homes than for others.
All right, Stan, I think that about wraps it up for us. Thank you so much for all your thoughts and insight.
Thank you, Sage. It's been a fun conversation.
Well, thank you to Stan and Sage. That really was a great conversation. Next up, we have Gina Papush, Global Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Evernorth, which is a subsidiary of Cigna Corporation. She's in a conversation with Joe Deeper. Joe Deeper is the Global Managing Director of Accenture to discuss the impact of AI and digital interactions in transforming the health of their customers. Take it away, Gina and Joe.
Hi, Joe Deppa here, Global Managing Director at Accenture. I lead our global data-driven reinvention offering, and we're focused on helping use data and AI to drive outcomes for enterprises. Very passionate about today's topic, which is focused on, we know that we cannot change the diagnosis, but we can help change the outcome. So let me start by introducing my co-host, Gina Papush. Gina is the Global Data and Analytics Lead for Evernorth, which is a subsidiary of Cigna. Gina, welcome to today's Fireside Chat. I'm super excited to have you today, and the discussion's all around AI and healthcare. So why don't you start by sharing a little bit more about your background and your role at Evernorth?
Thanks, Joe, and it's great to be here. A real honor to participate in the Transform Health event with you, and I appreciate the opportunity. A little bit about myself. I have been working in the data and analytics space for over 25 years. I started out as a researcher and made my way into the industry. Had the pleasure of working in different industries, most recently in healthcare, where I lead, as you mentioned, data and analytics for Evernorth, Cigna's health services segment. We're a Fortune 15 global company. We have over 175 million customers, over 72,000 employees across the globe, and we're focused on the mission of making health work better and making it more affordable, predictable, and simple. So, this conversation is very much connected into what we are doing day in and day out and finding ways to make things work for our customers and help them navigate their health journeys.
Very nice. Well, I know you're very focused on using predictive models to help provide earlier condition identification and then hopefully create clinical interventions as a result. Do you want to share a bit more on what those models are and some of the insights that you've found?
Yeah, this is actually a topic we're all very passionate about. As I mentioned, we work a lot on making healthcare more predictable, and the analytics are at the heart of helping achieve that. We really believe that healthcare in many ways will be enabled and transformed through the use of actionable intelligence. And we think of actionable intelligence as a collection of tools that we can put into the hands of people who actually are facilitating healthcare. In many cases, these are doctors and nurses that we work with, the providers that we partner with, or those who also work within Evernorth and Cigna walls, where we can equip them with better intelligence and ability to make smarter decisions for their patients, equipped with this information. So we're very much into finding ways for predictive and prescriptive analytics to be added to how these decisions are ultimately made by the experts, where they can consider it as one of the inputs into their advisory and the way they prescribe treatments or help their patients navigate care. When you think of some of the examples, and there are quite a few that get us excited, we have a lot of focus on chronic conditions. Chronic conditions, and if you think of the top ones, cancer, heart disease, diabetes, those contribute to the majority of healthcare episodes and costs in this country, and same trends are true worldwide. And so as we think of how to best help patients and doctors navigate these health journeys, we think of intervening equipped with the intelligence and knowledge that our predictive and prescriptive work provides. A few examples that are practical. Doing work in the cancer space, one of the favorite examples is related to breast cancer. Breast cancer affects 1 out of 8 women in their lifetime, sort of a staggering statistic. Clearly, as any kind of cancer, this is a very stressful period for someone going through the diagnosis and treatment decisions. And these customers need specialized support. The challenge is we are often not fully connected and interoperable. We often, as a health services partner, find out about diagnosis after the course of treatment has been decided. And in that case, our ability to help the patient with all kinds of services that we provide, as well as to connect with their treating physicians, becomes more limited. So what we've been working on is bending the historic trend of reacting after the fact, leveraging the data from a variety of traditional sources like claims and alternative sources in a way that allows us to get to a prediction of a likely diagnosis before the diagnosis occurs, and then outreach to the provider, outreach to the patient, engage them in a dialogue so we can actually take part of the burden off their shoulders, help them figure out coverages, help them figure out how to navigate treatment options, which inpatient or outpatient options they have in terms of some of the treatments. And what we find is it's actually valuable when we do this outreach, was driven by the new machine learning models. We've got nearly 60% more patients who are connecting to our clinical programs and taking advantage of the specialized advice. So it's yielding the desired outcomes. The key is being there at the right time and providing them with the right information that they can apply in their decision process. And this is one example. We have similar examples, identifying those who are at risk and may have an adverse clinical event. With the COVID patients in the post-COVID complication state, we're looking to predict those types of events and provide outreach, provide support to the physicians to warn them of the potential risks, and that drives a better outcome, a better health quality for the patient, and it also helps us get them a lower cost treatment oftentimes. So those are the intents of using the machine learning and predictive recommendations into the actual treatment process.
Thank you. I mean, that is a great example of using data for good. You know, as I listen to that, you're not only sort of helping improve patient lives, but also reducing cost. In doing so, what were some of the technology, business, and operational lessons and challenges that you saw, and hopefully lessons learned as well?
There are a lot of challenges that we face, and they're not unique to what we do at Evernorth or what the patient may run into. I think there are common industry challenges, and you might have similar examples, Joe, that you guys are working with clients, helping them with. The first and foremost is we're still passing data across different participants of this process through various means. A lot of this data travels by paper, by file transfers, by fax even. And, we particularly ran into this as we were reacting to COVID, where we had found that the data was coming through so many different channels. And the big task was actually assembling the information all in one place in a usable form and in a timely fashion. Once we have it, the analytics are sophisticated, but they're actually the easier part of the process. It's getting all of your data organized, especially where things like, going through the COVID peaks and early in the process, we didn't even know who actually was diagnosed with COVID, or the data was unreliable. Oftentimes, some of the data is at the lag where it's, really dated. So that's often a big challenge, and it's not unique to a single participant, right? It's a challenge the ecosystem faces. Other aspects of this are, really being able to provide this type of intelligence back to a provider or to the patient near real time. I'm not saying completely real time, but at least near real time. You want to be relevant. You want to be there for them with the right advice, with the right support when they actually need it, not after the fact, right? It's too late to react by the time the claims are submitted and you're going through the adjudication process. So we're striving to be on the front end so we can actually be proactive in offering all of our services and support that get to the right outcome. But that remains a work in progress, I think, for many of us. I don't know if you're experiencing similar challenges, Joe, or what other things you're working on with clients to overcome these types of things.
No, absolutely. You're spot on. I mean, healthcare is truly what I would consider one of the most fascinating industries. And it is because it has the potential to leverage data for good and hopefully improve the way we live and work, right? But also, as a result, has tremendous challenges to overcome. And Gina, you may know, I lead an AI roundtable. We have about 30 chief data officers and CIOs from major Fortune 500 companies, including health. And one of the things that we talked about last week was the challenges in this, and there are really two key themes. One was that we're seeing more and more of is how do you drive outcomes with the data and AI? So the key quote is it's not about the technology inhibiting our companies anymore. So the technology is actually caught up. And it used to be the technology hadn't caught up with our desire to use data. So however, now most of our health clients are saying, we've started our journey to the cloud. It's not perfect. It's not ideal, but we've got some data that we can actually leverage, right? We still got to do some data quality. We've got cybersecurity. We've got data governance. But we've got some data we can actually use. So the key challenges now to overcome are both, how do I drive activation from a business perspective? So how do I activate insights across the organizations in this case? And that's training, that's nurses, that's doctors, that's data democratization. It's also about how do you measure and incent people, particularly in health. The ecosystem's so complex, as you know, you got payers, providers, regulatory agencies, consumers. Each of them has their own value pool that must be addressed to be successful. So that's number one challenge that we're seeing in the health space. Number two challenge, I would say, and very, very tangentially, is getting the right talent to drive that insight. So that war on talent is particularly challenging in health because you actually do need the ability to understand the data from a health perspective. And health data, as you know, is its own language, right? You need a PhD in order to understand it. But then you need people that understand data and the actual technology as well. So that intersection of practical knowledge and the data knowledge and technology knowledge is something that we're helping our clients trying to figure out how to get that right. And it's either you can build it, you can rent the talent from the likes of an Accenture, or you can actually buy companies, which we're seeing a lot of in the health space in particular. So those are some of the challenges that we're seeing, Gina. I'd be curious from your perspective. You mentioned COVID earlier, and I know that you've been pretty active in looking at economic disparity in healthcare, and that's been a priority for Evernorth. How have you been able to apply some of those analytics to address COVID health disparities?
That's a great question. A lot of things you mentioned resonate with us as well. And as the pandemic unfolded, we went into all hands on deck mode because we recognized that having information in a timely fashion will be critical in making decisions that will help our customers navigate it. And across Evernorth and Cigna, a lot of decisions were made to support our patients and our provider partners throughout the pandemic. And as we think about how we've oriented it first, our focus was more operational. So we were looking to quickly understand how we're going to need to mobilize and inform our operations leaders on what support will be required. As the pandemic unfolded, we shifted focus towards understanding population health and understanding the various impacts of COVID regionally, geographically, as well as across different population segments. And one of the things we've uncovered is without a doubt, there are differences in terms of how COVID is impacting different groups of customers, and particularly Black and Hispanic customers, where there are a lot of industry studies. Our data is very consistent. They were disproportionately affected by infections and hospitalizations earlier. We're seeing data today, and we are tracking vaccinations where there is a lower vaccination rates in some of these communities. We see differences also, across our female patients and male patients in terms of the severity of COVID as well as their post-COVID experiences. But still, in the Black and Hispanic communities, we think the impact is the most pronounced. And there was a lot of work that took place across the organization to partner with our clinical teams, our customer experience teams, our teams oriented towards different markets, working with employers locally in those markets to bring a concerted effort and leverage the data to drive an outreach. And there's been a range of outreach. It started out with proactively distributing personal protective equipment and education about how to prevent infections and what to do if you do get infected, and encouraging customers, particularly in these communities, working with their employers to get them to doctors, to get them to vaccination sites as the vaccination unfolded. And so there was a whole host of efforts, and they were all data-driven. And as we learned more, we shifted focus to studying post-COVID effects, and particularly long-haul COVID. And in the long-haul COVID, we're still finding some of the disparities persist. Particularly, what we see is a lot of COVID customers have pre-existing chronic conditions. And so that puts them in a disadvantage. And those pre-existing chronic conditions are prevalent at higher rates in communities of color. And then as we track what happens post-COVID, we find elevated rates of heart inflammation, heart disease that tie to the chronic conditions, mental health issues, lots of socioeconomic issues that impact these communities as well. So there is an ongoing work on this that is continuing, and a lot of analytic work that underpins that. With a shift to prediction, so now we're focused on identifying risks, and we have our data science teams building models and applying models to identify those who may be at risk post-COVID of a severe complication. So we get them back to the doctor. Our data tells us that those who actually see their provider, their primary care doctor in particular, those who are enrolled in our clinical care management programs, post-hospitalizations, actually have both better rates of recovery, faster rates of recovery, faster return to work, lower visits to emergency rooms, and reoccurrence of severe post-COVID effects. So, it's critical that that post-COVID care continues, and our predictive analytics enable us to be more pinpointed in driving that care to the right folks. That's
Absolutely.
a lot, but it's been such a focus for us for the past year.
So important. Well, thank you, Gina, so much for joining us today, and thank you all for listening in. AI in healthcare, I think you all heard, it's one of the greatest challenges, but also the greatest opportunities I think we all have in our generation. Gina, thank you for coming on today and having the discussion.
Thank you, Joe. It's always a great topic of conversation. Enjoyed it a lot.
All right, I see we've got a couple questions that came in, Gina. Let's see, we've got the first question with a few upvotes is some machine learning algorithms are developed to start treating diseases before someone actually gets it. What if they end up not getting it? Is that going to create unnecessary panic? It's a great question. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a real question that we have to tackle, and in our space, we take the approach of augmenting this intelligence to the human-driven interventions, and that enables us to make sure that the predictions from algorithms that are predictive in nature and that taking information that's available at the time are not just used for automatic outreach or other interventions without the human filter. So, for example, if you're in a care management program, our nurse advisor will see that you have a high risk of a certain chronic or acute condition. They're going to combine it and weave it into the conversation they're having, put it into the context of what's happening with you as a patient, and talk to you about potential risks rather than the algorithm generating any kind of direct action. And we're big believers that the future of healthcare is truly in augmented intelligence, not really in using these algorithms in a fully automated fashion, because no model, no matter how great, is going to ever be 100% accurate and precise. So it's a human and machine for us.
Yeah, agreed. Humans and machine. Great question. Great. Another question around that topic is: should we use unexplainable black box AI models in a field like healthcare? What are the guardrails that are needed?
Yeah, it's another great question, and in our space, I think it really depends on what it is you're applying the models towards. Again, if you're talking about diagnosis predictions or proactive identification of risks, even though we will use machine learning algorithms extensively, we always add a layer of intelligence that identifies potential drivers. So it's not just a black box. And we are able to provide to the medical professional who is engaging in the interaction, or to the provider who's treating the patient, not just the output of the models, but also the information that's relevant, that explains why that output's being derived, what's driving it. So it's not a black box in that sense. We also have to be sensitive to unintended biases. And so, using pure black box approach is certainly vulnerable to it. And we do a lot of work to ensure that we test all of our models for any potential biases and ensure that those are removed. So, other operational type of applications certainly can use more of the black box automated modeling approach, and that's certainly fine, but not in the areas of treatment and risk identification. I don't know, Joe, if you guys observe the same or have a different point of view.
No, 100%, especially in health. And there's no doubt that what we call responsible AI at Accenture is top of mind. And that's going to look for, like you said, detecting any biases in the sampling and in, of course, the modeling is priority one. And then on the other side of that, deriving the insights and actions out of it. That can't be only algorithm led. That has to be led with humans plus machines, like you said. So I think you answered those spot on, Gina. So we had another question around, will AI enable healthcare costs to go down? Wow. We hope so, right? What do you think?
I think that's what we all believe is going to be one of the major contributors. Certainly in the work we do, we leverage quite a bit of extensive array of tools. It can range from a simple model that's driving business rules to a predictive model to fully automated machine learning model. And we use these to identify opportunities for helping patients find best providers that are going to deliver the best quality of care at a lower cost to them. Also helping identify alternative treatments or alternative sites of care. Most of our work in those spaces is driven by predictive and prescriptive analytics and a lot of algorithms that underpin optimizing how we direct care and how we help our patients navigate their care journeys.
Yeah, agreed. I think there's a lot of room to drive down costs in healthcare, and particularly if you look at across the ecosystem of healthcare providers, payers, and the doctors and the medical institutions. If you look across data sets, we think that there's a foundational sort of unlocking of value that hopefully would help improve patient lives and experiences, but also drive down the cost of care as well. So yeah, that's a great question. Looks like we have time for one.
Of outcomes. Right, sorry. Outcomes first at the lower cost, if that's possible. Yeah.
Absolutely. Last question we have is, what tools are you aware of that set gold standards of healthcare data de-siloing?
Well, I don't think there is a silver bullet. And it's a complex question. We leverage a an assortment of tools. A lot of our data work is shifting into the cloud. Healthcare tends to be, somewhat old-fashioned in terms of how data is collected, captured, exchanged. But certainly the tools and interoperability should be giving us a lot of opportunity there to move to a much more smooth data integration and exchange.
Agreed. I wish there was a silver bullet, but not yet. So I think that's a wrap. And, we wanted to thank each of you for listening today and thank VentureBeat for hosting us. And Gina, thank you for your insights as well. Stuart, we will turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Joe, and thank you, Gina. It's now time for a nice break for everybody. You get a chance to go down below here to go to the one-to-one networking, go down to the partner events, check out all the great content that is below this window. Make sure you do that. Go to the expo area, check all of that out. Keep using that hashtag VBTransform hashtag everywhere that you can use a hashtag, and we'll be measuring that later on in the week and giving a $100 Amazon gift card to the person who creates the most engagement. Do all of those things, have a stretch, get up, maybe a small bite to eat, maybe another coffee. I mean, everybody knows I love coffee. I hope you love coffee too. Grab a tea if you don't. But we'll be back here in about 35 minutes. In fact, at 12:10 p.m. Pacific time. Again, look in your agenda if you want to see what that is in your local time. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video, totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Couch, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected, and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Well, welcome back, everyone. Really hope you enjoyed the break, and also hope you took advantage of all the things our pool has to offer. Obviously, if you went into the one-to-one networking, don't forget we're going to be picking three people, three at random later on today, who will get a $100 Amazon gift card for doing nothing more than just going networking with people. It sounds like a complete win-win. So do make sure that you continue to network in the breaks. And also make sure that you're around until the end, just in case your name is read out. So after that break, we're going to keep things moving right along. We've got so many more great sessions for you this afternoon. Up next, we're going to be diving into how retail brands are driving growth by analyzing big data and understanding consumer behavior. Please welcome Ayla Gupta, Head of Data Science and Machine Learning at DoorDash, Emily White, VP Enterprise Data and Analytics at Nike, Lan Guang, Applied Intelligence Global Solutions AI Lead at Accenture, and they will all be in conversation with Rajiv Chand, Partner and Head of Research at Wing Venture Capital. Please welcome them all.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the AI and Retail panel at Transform 2021. My name is Rajiv Chand, and I serve as Partner and Head of Research at Wing Venture Capital. It is my honor to be the moderator for this session. I'm going to introduce all three of our speakers. They come from world-renowned companies for this session. Going clockwise on my screen, Lan Guan, who serves as Applied Intelligence Global Solutions AI Lead at Accenture. Lan, as you know, I'm former Accenture, so there may be some moderator bias throughout this session. Immediately underneath Lan is Emily White. Emily serves as Vice President of Enterprise Data and Analytics at Nike. And immediately to her left on the screen here is Alok Gupta. Alok serves as Head of Data Science and Machine Learning at DoorDash. Lan, Emily, Alok, welcome to VentureBeat Transform. Here's where we do the audience clapping. So the topic for this session specifically is the use of machine learning to understand consumer behavior and to drive growth for retailers. And maybe what I'll do here is go counterclockwise. And for our first question to each of you is, could you give sort of an example of exactly how you or your team has used machine learning to help your respective retailer? Alok, starting with you.
Yeah, happy to. Thanks, Rajiv. So oftentimes, most of the time, consumers come to DoorDash with a specific food in mind, depending on the time of day, whether it's breakfast, lunch, dinner. So we spend a lot of time in the data trying to understand what that desire is, from what they're searching for, what they're looking for, what they're scrolling through, and then trying to make sure we actually have those things available on the consumer app. So we have a number of people working on what we call a sort of restaurant selection problem. How do we identify gaps in what's available for people when they come to the platform, and then using that information to then sort of cross-match it with what we're aware of exists on the high street, and seeing whether there are restaurants out there that we don't yet partner with that maybe we would like to partner with and start conversations with and invite to the platform and see if it makes sense to work with. They can be very specific. It can be food at the level of a certain type of food. It can be just more generic, a certain type of cuisine that people have in mind. But that's something we're working on and using a lot of intelligence for.
Alok, can you give any kind of metrics by chance? This sort of restaurant selection process has yielded what types of results? Any sort of, or are the metrics demonstrable?
Yeah, I think a good example is about a year and a half ago, we saw a lot of people using DoorDash for more convenience type items, things they need, everyday things like something you might get from a 7-Eleven or a Walgreens. And so we took that information, passed it, and we started to partner with some of these stores like CVS, Walgreens, etc., to provide convenience, goods from convenience stores. And the latest third-party data suggests we now account for 60% of that category share of delivering from convenience stores. And that all came from initially using data science and ML to go through what people were searching for and what we could tell they were looking for.
That's awesome. Emily, how are you using data science and ML at Nike?
Thanks, Rajiv. First of all, I just want to take a few seconds, want to thank you for this opportunity. Very honored to be part of this panel and excited to share how we at Nike use artificial intelligence and machine learning to bring innovation and inspiration to every athlete around the world. Very curious to learn from my fellow panelists on how they are bringing AI and ML to life. So at Nike, we put consumer at the center of everything we do. And our goal is to have a long-term relationship with our consumers. We call them members. And what I'm really excited about our new Nike Live concept stores. We offer city-specific styles, all of which is determined by Nike digital commerce data. Things like buying patterns, app usage, and engagement to serve local Nike members exactly what they wanted when they wanted. For example, our Nike by Long Beach members will find one of the most curated women performance product offering in the fleet. Beyond this, Nike by Long Beach is creating more ways for its women members to engage in sports through unique programming and personalized coaching.
And Emily, talk a little bit about the machine learning kind of problems underneath that you use to deliver that service. And by the way, Alok, Lan, I assume you guys are officially Nike members too. I'm a Nike member by multiple sort of categories. Emily, talk a little bit about the machine learning underneath that.
So with the machine learning, what we're doing is with digital demand exploding like everyone else this past year, our whole model had to shift. Nike launched a new distribution facility to fully support this growing digital demand. To help make this happen, my team created a replenishment engine to read the signal, identify available inventory across all our distribution centers and stores, and to determine which product should be allocated to our adapt facility to best serve our Southeast region. And the outcome or the metrics of this is decreasing transportation time and cost, improving our sustainability, and helping us react faster to our local demand.
Emily, that's awesome. Lan, an example across, obviously Accenture works with many clients across the retail ecosystem, if not almost everyone. Give us an example or two of work that your team has done helping retailers with their outcomes.
Yeah, sure, Rajiv. As you know, growth is near and dear to my heart. In this case, we even coined a term, right? Ultra personalization is our approach. So to me, AI-powered growth in retail is all about delivering ultra personalized experiences, right? That are just for you, right? They could be customers, they could be members that Emily talked about, right? We want to be able to deliver this kind of ultra personalized value, right, for our consumers. So in fact, it became more apparent every day that the post-pandemic acceleration of digitization has changed the way people consume and interact with products in all categories. I don't think it's a too bold of a statement to say AI has leapfrogged to indulge consumer demand for exactly what they want when they still want it. That is what the ultra personalization is all about. Since Alok talked about the food example, Emily talked about the footwear example, I'm going to give you a fashion example. Okay, so one of our clients in fashion industry, they used to count on just a few collections a year, right? Very traditional approach. And they, with our help, they quickly, adapted to the new normal by relying on AI and machine learning to collect and bind real-time consumer feedback from mobile sites and across social media platforms. After that, their designers will translate this information into product ideas, right? And then send them to micro studios within just a couple of hours for production experimentation. You can see how this comes together, right, super fast with the AI ML, and we're able to be highly responsive to what is still hot on the market. Did that work? Yes, ultra-personalized. Yeah.
It does, man. And then with that client, without disclosing obviously anything confidential on the company name, any sort of metrics that you can share in terms of what types of results they were able to achieve? If it's yeah.
Yeah, two quick results here. 25% growth in yearly revenue and 29% plus in increase in RVPV, what we call RVPV, revenue per visit for the client, all because of the ultra personalization.
Great. Well, let's start a bit of a discussion here. And so, Lan, I'm going to throw this first one to you, but then Alok and Emily totally chime in. You mentioned sort of personalization, and that's a core kind of theme of the summit at VentureBeat this year. What types of personalization parameters, Lan, have turned out to be the most effective when building your models? How many personalization parameters, and which ones specifically, would you sort of guide our group, have been the most effective at developing kind of the segmented cohorts?
Yeah, sure. Rajiv, I will just give you one example. So to me, the most talked about predictor of personalization across our machine learning models is something we call generational distance. Okay, this is one of the predictors. So we computed using the Euclidean distance algorithm to describe how broad or deep, right, are the generation gaps in our training data set. As you can tell, generational distance becomes especially important when you consider how trends move between generations, how similar or different spending and lifestyle habits are between children and their parents in any given country for any retail brands. Let me address this from a little bit of a global lens, right? So our study has actually shown that while in the United States, we always talk about generation gaps, China has actually what we call generation straight, right? Given the huge amount of social and economic change that China has lived, right, over the last 40 years, right? How much do you think older parents in China have in common with their adult children every day, right, in terms of their retail needs? So our data scientists started creating our, cohorts with only 5 years, right, of the gap in the data set. Basically, we said, okay, we want to look at, what's the consumer behavior for post 95s, right? What's the, sneaker trend for this population, teenagers, for post 2000s, right? So this kind of very granular data sets really became one of the key predictors in a lot of models that we built. So just wanted to call out that.
That's awesome. Alok, Emily, your thoughts on these personalization parameter questions?
Yeah, sure. Is like I mentioned earlier, I talked about the supply chain, and specifically at Nike, we are utilizing artificial intelligence that enable and anticipate what consumers want in terms of size, color, style, and drive more responsive, adaptive, and sustainable supply chain. At the same time, we are looking to create the one-to-one relationship instead of in the past is typical many-to-one relationship. And one example is in the running space, we are collecting the data with the permission of our members, using the shape and the color and developing personalization of our shoe and able to use that to run in the cold weather.
Oh, gotcha. And Alok, your thoughts on personalization parameters?
I think delivery, and for food delivery in particular, our historical, transactional, and behavioral data is probably the most predictive for us. So compared to maybe planning a trip or purchasing a car, food delivery has a very short consideration window, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, for you to really decide what you want to and actually transact and make a purchase. So for us, food delivery, we see becomes very habitual. It's sort of, I know I like this, I've ordered this in the past, and that historical transactional data enables us to personalize. And then at the same time, it's what is the behavioral data at the time? What time of day are they ordering? How many people are they ordering for, etc. We put those two things together and we get a very unique sort of signal on what someone's looking for.
That's super interesting. So on last topic here for the session is going to be, at least in terms of this section of the session, is data. And Emily, you mentioned sort of gathering and collecting data. And so I'd like to ask each of you for kind of lessons learned on the challenges and your solutions around kind of data. Now, look, I'm going to lead you here a little bit. You were talking about, on one of our prep calls, the use of data and sensors for the dashers who are picking up food from the restaurants. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about kind of that kind of opportunity and challenge in collecting and using data.
Sure. So one of the things we are always working to improve is sort of the customer experience, the merchant experience, the dasher experience. And something that's at the nexus of all of these is when we expect the dasher to turn up and collect the food. So after they accept a delivery request, when we say your food will be ready by, if they come too early, then sort of it's not the best use of their time, and the merchant, if they have limited space in the shop, it can be difficult for them. Come too late, and the food is waiting around and maybe gets to the customer colder than it should. So we want to get exactly the right time. However, the data collection is very hard, because if the dasher arrives later and the food is ready, then it becomes very difficult to know exactly when the food was ready. And this gets exacerbated by different weather conditions, different events. And so we're always trying to come up with better ways of identifying when is the food actually ready, so we can train our models to advise a dasher on this is the right time to pick something up.
Hello, can you talk about sort of the average dasher sort of time and what you've been able to cut thus far, kind of using machine learning? If you could talk about it. I don't know if those are shareable.
Yeah, I mean, approximately we try to get food to a customer within 30 minutes of when they sort of place the order. And we've been trying to bring that down over time. And it's different in different geographies, cities versus suburbs. But, over the past year or two, we've been able to shave, 30 to 40 seconds each year off that time, which maybe doesn't sound a lot compared to the 30 minutes, but sort of compounds over time.
Lan, you're an example, maybe a minute or two example of data lesson learned.
Yeah, sure. I think the number one thing came to my mind is the data is everywhere, right? We ought to use clever AI techniques, right, to turn all this data into valuable insights and trends. Let me give you an example, right? At the height of the pandemic, you can imagine one of the questions that every retail client is asking us: what is the new consumer trend? Okay, so this kind of data is very hard to get, of course, right? It's with the pandemic, there's no historical trend, right? So we actually turn to AI in this case, and we're like, okay, how about we use AI to analyze online browsing behaviors, right? Maybe that that can become a proxy, right, to the consumer trend, right? That's exactly what we found. Right. So in this particular example, we all know grocery stores are seeing growth in pandemic, including online sales. But did you know that customers are actually spending almost 200% more time selecting grocery purchase online? So this is a result coming out of the Accenture study. Similar to groceries, what we also found is insurance is also seeing more online transaction during the pandemic. However, customers are decreasing their time evaluating insurance products by more than 50%. They are making fast decisions there for some reason. So just want to give you that example. This kind of data doesn't exist, but use AI to actually uncover them.
Awesome. Emily, the last thought here in terms of data lesson learned for the group.
Sure. Before I talk about data, is to start with, we created a technology strategy at Nike across the entire company to understand our consumer journey across all touch point and operations. We tap into AI/ML to transform data and eliminate significant amount of coding and infrastructure. This has real benefit, for example, from batch processing to real-time data streams. And in addition to automating our internal processes to gain speed, we also look at acquisitions. This February, we acquired a data integration startup company called Datalog. And Datalog built machine learning algorithms that automate data preparation and integration, making it easy for our engineers and our partners consume through the enterprise. For me as a leader, the key lesson learned was to keep learning and stay curious. There is tons of innovation happening in our field right now, and it's fun to keep pushing the boundaries.
That is totally awesome. Well, this has been a great moderator sort of Q&A portion. The audience Q&A portion is next. We'd encourage everyone to chime in this next 10 minutes here. Alok, I know we're going to lose you for the audience Q&A portion. On behalf of VentureBeat and Transform, thanks so much for participating in this session. Lan, Emily, hang tight, and we'll invite the audience for questions right now. All right, everybody, let's jump to live Q&A. Everybody submit your questions using the Slido portion of the website here. We've got quite a lot of great questions. So Lan and Emily, I'm gonna get to as many of these as we can. Lan, let me throw the first one to you. An anonymous question from the group is, consumer preference data is a competitive advantage. Given this, what do you think about giving incentives to consumers who are willing to share their data? Lan?
Sure. Yep, Sanjeev, Rajiv, I think that's a great question. This
Rajiv
is
is my lesser well-known brother. So Sanjeev is my lesser well-known brother.
That's excellent. Yeah, no, I think that's a fantastic question. We got asked by client all the time, right? So my thoughts on that is actually two things, right? First of all, absolutely, right? The consumer preferences data is absolutely one of your competitive advantage. I think in the interview that we did earlier, right? That's exactly what we want to come across with all those examples, right? Talk a lot about the ultra personalization. Hopefully, you guys are all convinced, right? A little bit that the power of leveraging this kind of consumer preferences data in the right way. I think that's the first aspect. The second aspect I want to touch on, at least this is something that I'm hearing from the clients too, is there's a little bit of the hey, don't be afraid of data sharing, right? What we are actually finding is post-pandemic consumers, especially Gen Zers, right, younger population, they are way more sophisticated and tolerant than we thought when they are informed with the costs and benefits of using AI, using this kind of a consumer preferences data. Not surprisingly, Gen Z consumers are they're clearly the early adopters of the new wave of smart fitness equipment that is helping to recreate like for example, the gym at home, right? The fancy studio class at home, right? They are the early adopters, even though that means a personalized fitness experience would require them to share their key health details, weight and height, right? So things like that. To me, this is a good example that hey, don't you need to be paying attention to the different micro segment within your customer base and understand, like I said, their tolerance level with the data sharing, such that you can devise your data strategy according to that understanding. So I just want to touch on these two aspects.
No, that makes a lot of sense. What do you think about incentives? Retailers giving incentives to consumers who are willing to share their data. Any kind of top line view on that?
Yeah, I think I don't think there's any black and white answer there, right? To say, oh, this is what you need to do, this is how much you need to do it. I still come back to this cost and benefit equation, right? How do you quantify the benefit of sending out incentives to encourage consumers, or in this case, right, certain demographic to be more prone to sharing the data? I think this is again, there's no one single equation.
And then let me stick with you for just one moment here for another question that got the most upvotes thus far. Another anonymous question is, how do you draw the line? You mentioned ultra personalization. How do you draw the line between ultra personalization and invasion of consumer privacy?
Yeah, so that's another very good question, right? To me, this two, I think ultra personalization and protecting consumer privacy, they are not conflicting objectives, to each other, right? So in fact, they're I will anchor my answer on the technology, right? There are a lot of technologies out there, data strategy, data management tools that we can apply for our client. In fact, that's what we're doing every day, right? To kind of basically strike the balance, right, between these two for our clients, right? Create this kind of data products, right? And think about synthetic data. Think about data. How do you be the custodian of all this data, such that the data is being used in the very safe and a non-private way, but at the same time, right, clients also get the benefits from that, right? So again, I will anchor on the technology. I think technology in this aspect has evolved so much, right? So again, don't be hesitant, don't be afraid of the data sharing, right? There are definitely some obvious, very prominent benefits of doing that.
And let me toss to you the next question, again from an audience member anonymously, and upvoted a few times here. What are your projections on the use of wearables / IoT in collecting consumer preference data? And should consumers be worried that someone is snooping in on them 24/7?
So is it just to clarify, you're sending it to me?
Yeah, Emily. Yeah. So, what are your thoughts? What are your projections on how wearables will be used in collecting consumer data, and should consumers be worried about it?
Yeah. So, we at Nike, what we're seeing the trend, there's two things we are focusing on. One is from the macro level at the demand sensing and shaping. We're looking, AI will enable our retailers to anticipate what a consumer wants from size, color, style, and then drive a more responsive and adaptive, and most of all, sustainable supply chain. And at the micro level, we're seeing the seamless online to offline capabilities across all the Nike owned channel and partner nodes. So we're seeing our consumer flocking to the stores since we opened, and they have come to expect this seamless online to offline experience. They're looking for this unique experience in our store. So in terms of IoT, and currently at Nike, we are doing some of the research in partnership with scientists. And bottom line is, when we look at the data, we are following 5 principles: privacy, security, availability, experience, and how do we scale it. So privacy is actually in this order. Privacy is number 1 priority for us, on top of all the unique experience and what Len had mentioned to bring to life to our consumers.
Awesome. And then Emily, just real quick, 15 seconds or less. Is there one next trend that you see at the intersection of AI and retail? 15 seconds or less.
I love it. So final thoughts, whoever leverage AI in retail very well will be the winners. So focus on your consumer, focus on your promise. Don't be afraid.
Awesome. And Lan, I'm going to send to you the last question here, which also got up, which I think is really interesting. To what extent are you seeing retailers bias their recommendations to promote better discovery and behavior by members, customers, and prospects? So to what degree, this is, again, I think a really interesting audience question. Again, 15 seconds or less. To what extent are you seeing retailers bias their recommendations to promote better discovery and behavior?
Yeah, no, I think that's another great question, right? I would say all the retail brands that I'm working with on a daily basis, I think they definitely are, the putting a lot of emphasis on growing their existing base, right? I think that's what the question is about. I think it's probably 80-20, right? So there's just enormous value that you can still extract out of your existing customer base. That's why I talk so much about ultra personalization, right? And to me, that's something that I really advise the client on a daily basis. Don't try always look for the new shiny objects, right? I think prospect it takes longer time to nurture them, to cultivate them. First of all, you need to pay very close attention, extract enormous value out of your existing customer base.
All right, this has been a great session. We are way out of time. Lan Guan, Emily White, thank you both on behalf of VentureBeat. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you indeed. That was a great session. Thanks to Alok, Emily, Alan, and Rajiv. Oh, and that surprise appearance from Rajiv's invisible brother, Sanjeev. Really great to see you. So, joining us to discuss the biggest trends in RPA, please welcome Shane Jason Mock, VP of Research and Development at American Fidelity Assurance, Prince Coley, CTO at Automation Anywhere, Sheila Jordan, Chief Digital Technology Officer at Honeywell, and they will be in conversation with our very own Kyle Wiggers, one of our amazing staff writers at VentureBeat. Please take it away.
Welcome, Transform attendees, to the panel on robotic process automation in the enterprise. Today we'll be discussing with esteemed guests what RPA is exactly when it comes to enterprise use cases, and how it can be used to automate everything from back office tasks to customer-facing use cases, applications, especially in this era when so many of us are working from home remotely, and call volumes to customer service centers are higher than ever. Enterprises are facing a lot of challenges that RPA can help to solve. RPA, of course, comes with its own set of challenges. We'll be talking about those as well. But we'll also be talking about the future of RPA and the potential and promise it might hold for businesses that are in the process of adopting it, on the fence, or might in the future. So I'll begin by introducing myself. I'm Kyle Wiggers, an AI staff writer at VentureBeat. I write about machine learning and AI, which happens to include RPA. And next, we'll hear from Sheila, and followed by Prince and Shane, who will introduce themselves and tell us a little bit about their roles and backgrounds.
Great. So hello, I'm Sheila Jordan. I'm the Chief Digital Technology Officer here at Honeywell. I joined Honeywell about 15 months ago. And then previous to that, I spent 15 years in Silicon Valley, both working with Cisco and Symantec. And then prior to that, I was actually at Walt Disney World. So changed lots of industries, but still have the same mission and desire and passion to really drive transformational change, all of which data is such a big component of that. And now with the latest and greatest technologies like RPA, AI, machine learning, and of course, cloud, we have the ability to really, really transform organizations, which we'll talk about some examples later. So thank you for joining.
Thanks, Sheila. My name is Prince. I am the CTO for Automation Anywhere. We are one of the largest, if not the largest, RPA company. I've been here for a few years. My focus has really been on cloud, AI, and just like Sheila said, the big transformation is going on in the industry. Been in the Valley for more than a quarter century. I've had my own startups, worked in very large, small, medium-sized companies. So the background is really in building infrastructure applications and analytics.
Cool. Thanks, Prince. I'm Shane Jason Mock with American Fidelity Assurance Company, and we are really excited to talk about digital transformation and RPA. And I started as an actuary doing traditional actuarial pricing, and then moved on to a different branch of mathematics with artificial intelligence and machine learning, and then transitioned over to some of the RPA pieces as that came out. So I'm really excited about what's happened and what's happening and where things are headed.
So I thought a good place to start might be defining RPA. RPA is such a nebulous term, kind of like AI is, right? It encompasses so many different technologies, which I'm sure we'll get to throughout the course of the panel. But maybe beginning with Shane, we can everyone can sort of contribute their definition of RPA, what it might mean to businesses who are thinking about this technology and ways it might be able to benefit them by reducing costs, automating repetitive and manual tasks, and so forth.
Yeah, so when I first heard the term RPA or robotic process automation, I thought that's so stupid. We're not going to have R2D2 or robots sitting in our cubes doing our jobs. And then I saw a demo, and when I saw that, I said, man, if that's true, that's going to change everything. Because it was little software that sits on your computer and starts to emulate what a human would do working through the front-end interfaces. And so often when you're working with disparate systems or legacy systems, even some modern systems, if you don't have the right API structure, it's very, very difficult to work between systems. And RPA allows you to kind of toggle and emulate that human interaction. And it's something that becomes very powerful and can be very creative as you think through, how can I solve this problem? How can I solve this customer problem? How can I solve this this repetitive task? So I think that's kind of what I think of when I think of RPA.
Absolutely. Prince, I'm sure you get a lot of questions as a vendor from customers looking to adopt RPA or simply in the stages of researching it. Maybe you can tell us about the common questions you get and your answers to them. When a company comes to you and asks, why should I care about RPA? What do you commonly say in response to
that? Thanks, Kyle. So first, I agree with Shane. What happens is, while RPA is somewhat of an esoteric term because it doesn't quite describe what it is. What we find is that for most customers, for almost all customers, they know what they want. What they would like is for them to automate what the company does day in and day out. Because unsurprisingly, most of the processes in the company, the workflows in the company are reasonably static. They're not fully static, but reasonably static, meaning they occur pretty much day in or week in and week out in close to the same method by the same set of people often. So what they're looking for is a way to discover that process and a way to run that process with as much as possible without manual intervention. And that really what RPA is. It works across applications, whether they be cloud-based, legacy, HTML, browser-based, or on a desktop. And RPA allows you to kind of create an abstraction at a higher level than applications, but think about the process and orchestration. And once people understand that and they see that digitization, document digitization, as well as NLP and interactions are all being driven by something like RPA, suddenly their eyes light up and they start seeing the possibilities in each of their own companies as well. That is usually the way we see it, and then it expands. Once it is in there, people kind of taste it, smell it, it starts expanding very fast.
Absolutely. So Sheila, I know that Honeywell has invested heavily in automation. RPA is a core part of that strategy from what I understand. So I'm wondering if maybe we can segue into use cases, like real world examples of RPA making a difference and bringing value to a business. So I would love to hear from you, maybe some case studies that come to mind. RPA deployed in production, really making a tangible impact on the workforce.
Yeah, certainly. So first, I just want to add to the definition. When we started down our automation journey in full vigor, I'd say about 2 years ago, and we really looked for repeatable processes that are massively manual with a plethora of data. So it's not hard to find that in any organization. So RPA, in my opinion, is we started with the simple use cases that had that example. So we found areas of supply chain, warehouse automation, payroll. Even if we have disparate systems in different geographies, we could actually easily automate and bring together the payroll across the globe from those transactional systems. So now I would say we have about 70 projects a year that deliver value. One of the rules that we have around automation is that
it has to be a payback of in the year for the year. So we have 70 different projects going on right now in those specific areas: commercial excellence, our marketing and sales organization. So it really is those areas. And like, for example, in warehouse automation, it's a an element where you can apply RPA to the daily reports that prioritizes the deliveries for orders. And then we know how that can be prioritized and that which ones are ready to ship, and you reconcile that with inventory. Upon the receiving the new inventory, you know what the backlog is. So it really is a very interesting way to look for those areas in an organization that are just super manual. You've got a lot of data, but you want to bring that data together and just automate it to have the employees love this, because I think there was a fear at one point that the automation is going to replace my jobs. The reality is it's the meaningless tasks. It's the things that the part of your jobs that's just meaningless, and you're automating that part so then the employees can go and look and do and add value on analytics or taking things to other levels and capabilities that just simply add more value. So we're pretty excited about what we're doing at Honeywell.
Right, that is very exciting. You spoke to some important things just now, how RPA can free up employees in many cases to do more meaningful and creative work, so that they're not bogged down in tasks that should only take minutes, but maybe take hours, days, or weeks. Shane, I'm sure you can also talk about some real-world examples you've seen, and maybe ways that RPA has really helped to accelerate the digital transformation of various business divisions. That's obviously been a trend during the pandemic, as everyone's been forced to move online and massively adjust the workflows and get used to this new, more virtual style of work.
Absolutely. Yeah, so I totally agree with Sheila. We kind of branded it internally as drop the drudgery, like the parts of your job that you hate, the thing that you hate about your job. Let's get rid of that. Let's free you up to do the things that add more value, add more impact to the customer. And so as we started thinking through that, the easy place to start if you're starting out an RPA program is the simple copy paste stuff. If you have something from a spreadsheet, you paste it into another system somewhere. That happens far more than people realize. That happens far more, at least pretty manual, and that can be an easy starting point for RPA. But then, as you think about it, you think about, man, if I could just have this process automated. Oh, but I need some complex decision making. You can start to sprinkle in a little bit of machine learning there. And so we had a process where emails were coming in to a common queue, and then somebody would read that email and then route it to the correct department. There's a number of different business units that these emails have to be routed to. So we were able to take those emails, take that process, have a robot interact with the email system, and then hand off those emails to some machine learning. We trained some machine learning, and it can read thousands of emails in a minute. And so it's really, really easy to, relatively speaking, to train machine learning with the tools that are out there today, to train it to read. And so if you can have the reading robots, that's having real business value to the customer. And lots of use cases like that, where if you start to combine the RPA, getting in and out of systems, combining systems, handing things off, if you think of a robot that way, and then you have that machine learning for the more complicated reading, or if you need some visual AI, that's all very easy in today's world. And you can scale up quickly and meet your customer needs a lot faster with that.
Yeah, certainly. And you touched on some key points a moment ago about the importance of automating processes with a lot of data available to you as a customer to use to train the necessary models. That can be a challenge, which I hope we'll talk about in a moment. But I do want to hear from Prince, who I'm sure has plenty of examples to share of real-world use cases as well, particularly in the healthcare space, from what I understand, because I know RPA has been really instrumental during the pandemic, helping to automate things like vaccine distribution and patient registration. So, Prince, feel free to take it away.
Sure. Kyle, that is absolutely. So vaccine distribution, and earlier in the pandemic, before the vaccines were there, contact tracing, very manual, very painful. But being able to, when a new contact comes in, to be able to track it, go through the network, see who else may have been infected, that really is extremely hard to do manually. It is error prone, cumbersome, extremely boring, and you can't get people. That's really hard to motivate people to do. So RPA comes to the rescue. Then, as you remember, call centers were swarmed early in the pandemic, during the pandemic, and RPA helped. For example, one of the largest airlines in the world, they were able to use RPA to handle like 100 times more calls, issue refunds, issue cancellations. Then nowadays, again, vaccine, calling people for their vaccines, calling them the second time kind of for the second dose. City of Seattle uses that if there are more vaccines available at the end of the day, you need to use them. So RPA then comes in and starts calling people. So RPA, in many ways, sometimes it's magic dust, right? It comes in and does things quickly that you can't find people quickly enough for. And like both the other panelists said, it also takes a drudgery away from many of the tasks that people really don't want to do, right? That's the thing you don't like about work. I don't want to go there and do the same thing repetitively and boringly every day. So it removes that part, puts you in control of that, but doesn't let you don't have to spend direct time on it. So multiple examples like that, including in manufacturing and beyond healthcare, in a lot of federal space as well. We have found that there are examples in anti-money laundering, like in finance. People close books; they close their books. It used to take days and weeks. Now they can close them in hours. So just examples everywhere, wherever you want to think about.
Absolutely.
If I can just add to that example, because I'm super proud, Honeywell partnered with our mayor of Charlotte and also the Panther Stadium, which is the local football stadium, and we became a mass vaccination site for Charlotte in the North Carolina area. And we combined a lot of the Honeywell technology, like that contact track and trace, like scan and fill barcode, with RPA, and we actually really set up this mass vaccination site for several months to be able to help everyone get their vaccinations. With automation, we did pre-screening of questionnaires. We were able to make the process of being vaccinated from wall to wall was like 30 minutes. So it really is a real life example of how this technology and partnering with a physical location to really help through the pandemic to create this, using the technology that Honeywell provides. We acquired a company called Sign, which helped us actually software that helped us actually allow the process and the people flow work really better. So using some of these manufacturing technologies combined with the RPA, it really, really served a purpose for the local community.
Yeah, thank you,
Kyle.
Sheila.
I'm going to be bad here, Kyle, and I'm going to take 30 seconds because I just want to highlight one thing: how RPA touches people, right? Real people. So Sheila had a great example. Another one is unemployment checks, right? I mean, the need for that went through the roof. Without RPA submitting that, sending them out, it was just impossible. I mean, it doesn't matter, right? You can't even get people to do that. So to get actual people to gain benefit from RPA, there are so many such examples, and we are all very proud of that.
Absolutely. And the two examples that you, Prince and Sheila, just touched on are key, I think, really important because they show that RPA can be part of a broader automation workflow. But there are challenges there too, right? I mean, if you're a company trying to deploy something like Sheila described, you might run into data challenges. I've read countless surveys about the issues that companies sometimes face with data cleansing, making sure the data is in good shape for training, machine learning model. And there are other problems that can crop up as well. So maybe starting with Prince, I'd like to hear about some of the issues that you've seen companies face when they're trying to adopt RPA and how those can be overcome, maybe some of the solutions to those issues.
I think that's one of the fundamental questions. So if I had to split this in two different parts, one is solutions that software can provide by itself. For example, RPA, a lot of it has to do with understanding applications, understanding application controls, where data goes in, what buttons to press, how humans use applications. That we can automate even when applications change a little bit, and they change on the screen, they change in the web, the HTML or HTTP, the underlying transport changes. A lot of that technology can take care of. We don't need human help. But there are places where decisions are driven by data models, and the models have to evolve over time as new data comes in. And what RPA does, it puts the human back in the loop to evolve those models as well. Because AI is really as good as the models you use. So it allows you to use a trained model, and then when the exceptions come, RPA itself again gets humans back in the loop and saying, what would you do with this case that I couldn't handle very well? So again, you get humans back without them thinking about AI, because AI is really hard for people to understand. I mean, it's just a tough field. But people understand their work. They know what decisions they would make. For example, whether in a mortgage case or credit card or so many other places where data is so important. So you involve humans where needed, and you grow the model with their help. That is where we have found success, and our customers have found success.
Absolutely. Shane, did you face blockers or barriers to entry when you oversaw or were aware of the deployment of RPA in your organization? I would love to hear if there were, and if so, how did you address those or overcome those?
Yeah, I think most of the challenges with RPA are more psychology than technology. People have been watching movies for the last 50 years, and traditionally robots haven't been portrayed in a positive light in many of those movies. And so people come in with kind of a negative bias when they hear the term, and as I did, when I first heard the term. And so really helping people understand that we're moving into this augmented era. And if we realize the robot's here to take the work and drop the drudgery for us, that can really help. And the other piece of this, as we do move more towards this augmented intelligence, we found that not only having the RPA module, the machine learning module, but then connecting it to some data visualization and some dashboards on the back end. So you can let people know, here's what the robot did, here's what's left over for the humans to do, here's what the AI recommends. Sometimes we want to move into AI recommendation. We don't actually want the final decision to be made with the AI. We actually want to make a recommendation based on the AI, but give the people the data that went into that and say, is there anything else that you want to include in this decision before actions taken? So we actually let the humans take the action. We'll make some recommendations. So I think it's really important to figure out how we work together, the robots and the humans. How are we going to work together? And I think that's the biggest challenge that we've faced, and I think organizations will continue to face over the next 5 years.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point about buy-in, Shane. It certainly is an issue in some organizations from just the folks I've spoken with in the past. Sheila, maybe you can tell us, was there executive buy-in at Honeywell right away with RPA, or did it take some convincing of various stakeholders from the C-suite level to engineering? Was everybody on board, or was there some legwork required before everyone truly understood the benefits of the technology?
So I would say I'm going to answer the question how I kind of approach all transformation and all change is you got to have a real reason and a real pain point or a real opportunity that you're going to solve. So technology for the sake of technology never works. There was a considerable amount of buy-in because we could see really, really quickly how this would work. And I'm kind of going to answer this question and a little bit of the other one. So we first started with these like simple tasks, and then people could see, wow, I love Shane's word around the drudgery. We took the drudgery out, and you could see how the simple task could be massively automated and improved. But then you start thinking about, we're in year 3 of our journey. So now we're into the end-to-end processes. So what we did now is that those simple tasks, you don't have to really think about rechanging the process, because the work to do that versus just automating it, you get the benefit out of automating it. It's a simple task. But now we're really using RPA to think about end-to-end processes, which means I think the worst mistake we can always make is to use technology to automate a bad process, right? That's just a double whammy of negative, right? So instead, what we're now looking at is something we call at Honeywell a global design model. So here's the standard process that we can use across any function or any of our strategic business units. And that really helps us with that. If this process, and I already automated 2 pieces of it, and I want to add 2 more pieces, I'm just adding 2 to the other 2. And if it's standard, that goes much faster and quicker, and we have a design model. So it kind of was another challenge as it gets more sophisticated, but when you can link all that together through this standard global design model, it really, really works. And then I'd be completely remiss if I didn't mention security, because I think what you'll do, or one does, is think about the security and the data objects for that specific bot. But when you start connecting these together, let's just use an example, maybe that process in each individual piece of data, it's not highly confidential, or it's not something highly sensitive. But when you stream 4 pieces of data together, then all of a sudden it could become very sensitive and highly confidential. So how you think about security, not only in the discrete pieces, but end to end, you got to think about, have I now got a different outcome that I have to think about my security protocols and governance and framework differently. So I wouldn't assume as you're deploying these that the security in each of the applications is sufficient. You have to think about the output. And as the bot gets smarter, as the individual elements get smarter, 2 + 2 + 2 = 20. And you got to think about that potential view from a security standpoint.
Security is a key point. I'm glad you brought that up. That's something that a lot of enterprises that have to deal with compliance, especially, are concerned about. Whether or not RPA is going to be possible for them, and in many cases it is. It simply, the problem is these companies don't always think of these bots as basically more efficient, faster, more scalable workers. But once they start to do that and treat the security around RPA issue as just one of really security, then I think it becomes a little easier to manage. Well, we could talk about RPA for hours, but we do want to wrap up here to give time for Q&A. In the next segment of this panel, we'll address as many questions as we can. But I want to thank you all for joining us to discuss the incredible and fast-moving topic of RPA. Oh, there's a lot down the line, a lot of technical innovations on the horizon. But once again, thank you all for joining us, and have a great rest of your Transform. And thank you, panelists. Contributions were.
Thank you, Kyle. Thank you, Sheila.
Thanks.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank you. Hi, Transform audience members. Welcome to the Q&A session on this panel, RPA and the enterprise, and how it's changing the way that businesses do back office tasks and even customer-oriented processes as well. So we have a number of questions here. I'm going to jump right into them. The one that received the most votes is about RPA and how machine learning and process mining play a part in the deployment and implementation process. So Ralph Klinkenberg asked, how do you use machine learning and process mining to identify automation potentials and support automation? I think Prince might be a good one for this question, considering his familiarity with RPA technologies. If you wouldn't mind, Prince, perhaps you could give some sort of answer there, and then ask other panelists if they have time as well.
Sure, happy to do that, Kyle. So that's a great question. Process mining and process discovery together, they are ways for people to, quote unquote, discover what how the enterprise works, and what do people actually do, and therefore uncover opportunities for automation. Without machine learning, without true machine learning, that is, I would say, impossible in most cases, inefficient in others. In discovery, for example, you look at human intent, behavior, how they interact with applications, and use that to uncover data about the process. And process mining, you look at the logs, and again, use tags and data to understand the patterns. So yeah, AI is very much embedded in both of those, and very much key to RPA as well.
Absolutely. Sheila or Shane, you have anything to add there?
Yeah, I would just say, process mining is a really exciting field that is emerging because, people have procedures and every process has a procedure in your organization. But there are always these weird exceptions to the procedures, or sometimes people take large steps in the procedures. And so, process mining tells you what's really happening step by step, which is what you need if you have a robot. If you think about a robot in a factory that's calibrated, and you need to calibrate the RPA modules that same way. They need to know each and every step. And so process mining allows you to really get in at that detailed level and learn what those patterns are and learn what the most important pieces are that the robot should do. It will also, in many cases, show you what the human should still do, where the exceptions are, and some of those pieces. So it's exciting as that gets strung together with the RPA, and then you can bring in some machine learning on the other side of that, and you can get a really nice pipeline to really go from kind of cradle to grave on automation.
And the only thing I'd add to that, so I agree completely with what Shane said. The only thing I'd add is humans often have a tendency to over-engineer processes because we can. And it isn't until you step back and look at when it's all strung together, that end-to-end process, how complicated it is. And I think the companies that have really given us as consumers an opportunity to just 4 clicks and you can buy something, 3 clicks and you can book an airline flight. I mean, that's the kind of role modeling we should all be doing in our businesses, because the simpler, the better.
Absolutely. We have about just over a minute for one more question. This question gets at the heart of RPA and the technologies underlying it. It's, will AI make RPA redundant, or are they complementary? Perhaps we could start with Shane. Obviously, we talked about during the panel how one plays into the other, but perhaps we could clarify for this anonymous question there.
Yeah, complementary, I would say. They go hand in hand together. They work very nicely together.
Absolutely. Well, that was a very compressed answer. Unfortunately, we're out of time here. Not a ton of time to get to questions this round, but we will surely have topics in the panels in the future on this topic. There's so much to discuss. I want to thank everyone for joining me again. Transform attendees, hope you have a great rest of your conference. Thank you for sticking around for the Q&A.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate everything there from Shane, from Prince, from Sheila, and thank you to Carl for the awesome questions. We're now going into a virtual networking and lunch break. Remember, we're calling it virtual break because you can do virtually anything when you're doing that break. We can't see you, but please go ahead and get into the networking. Remember, if you're in the networking, it means you're entered in for one of the $300 Amazon gift cards. So get in there and do that. Make sure you connect. We'll be back here in about 15 minutes. It's going to be 1:25 p.m. Pacific time. Look for your local time in the agenda. See you soon.
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Couch, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Self-service is awesome when it works. But when it doesn't work, customers often have to start over with a live agent, which wastes valuable time. But there's good news for businesses today. Artificial intelligence has significantly advanced the synthesizing and understanding of human speech. Using modern compute availability, artificial intelligence algorithms examine call data and generate models that have massively improved the ability to understand human speech and generate realistic voices. These technologies have made it considerably easier to deploy high-quality voice-based self-service applications. By using AI, Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent can resolve a broad set of customer tasks. If self-service fails to resolve an issue, the customer's information and context is passed directly to an agent with an action plan. So the agent and customer can pick up where they left off with the virtual agent without wasting time. Virtual Agent improves the customer experience and lets agents spend more time helping customers with challenging issues. Talk to us today to learn how Five9 Intelligent Virtual Agent, part of Five9 Genius AI, can improve operational costs while delivering a more human experience.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
thank Accenture for sponsoring today's summit and bringing all this amazing content to you. Our next session focuses on confidential computing, the emerging new security paradigm, and what it means for you and your enterprise. That's with Adrian Treccani, CEO of Medico, and he is in conversation with our very own Chris O'Brien. Chris and Adrian, take it away.
Hello, I'm Chris O'Brien, European correspondent for VentureBeat. Thank you for joining us again at Transform. I'm here today with Adrian Treccani, CEO of Medico, to talk about confidential computing. Adrian, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here, Chris.
So I'm excited for this conversation. This is something I've had a chance to write about quite a bit over the past year. I'm wondering if we could just start very quickly with a kind of introduction to your company and what you guys do.
Absolutely. So I'm sure you have heard about cryptocurrencies and digital assets that have been growing pretty much over the last 12 years, starting with a strange invention that turned up into a 1 trillion plus market lately. Well, cryptocurrencies are very much relying on cryptography for security. And what this means is if you want to secure them and use them on a daily basis, you need the appropriate infrastructure to secure them, to ensure that you're not getting hacked, that you don't lose them. And what we do at Medico is provide this infrastructure mainly to banks that want to offer cryptocurrency-related services to their own clients, whether for trading reasons, whether for custody reasons, whether for investments. We are here to support banks that aim to get into these markets.
Okay, and so before we get too deep into the confidential computing piece, can you talk a little bit about the challenges you face now or have faced in the past in terms of security, in terms of convincing those banks to sort of go down this path?
Very much so. Dealing with cryptocurrencies has been a disaster. I mean, I'm very honest. It's been 10 years, and if you look, every year you have a new hacking, or companies losing their coins, or an employee of the company stealing part of it, and you realize that managing cryptographic secrets is not trivial at all when they potentially represent billions of dollars worth of value. And so the challenge we faced is providing the complete security framework around not just protecting the cryptographic secrets, but also protecting the entire access to these secrets, so that within a large corporation, when you have hundreds of employees that potentially can interact with your infrastructure, you don't have any single point of failure at any point in the chain. And you can be confident that 10 years later, even if you've not actively maintained your platform, you don't have holes in it that could be exploited by either insiders or outsiders.
And so traditionally, up to this point, what are some of the key technologies for doing that? Obviously, we could go probably in a deep dive for 20 minutes, just the full technology stack there. But can you kind of give us a brief overview of the key technologies you've been using to do that up until now?
Well, I'll start with the technologies we do not use at Medico, but which have been used on the market. And it all starts with the management of cryptographic keys. So a key is like a very long password, which is the unique secrets that you need to access your cryptocurrencies, to transfer them out of your accounts. And so these keys, well, you have to put them somewhere. They can be on your hard drive, they can be on a piece of paper, they can be, a piece of metal. And there have been many attempts at finding the appropriate trade-off in terms of being able to access it regularly while maintaining a high degree of trust and security. And some ways this has been implemented, of course, today would be considered as being horrible practices, but they still happen even recently, was to copy this key on a piece of paper and put this piece of paper in a vault or in a safe, and assume that the physical security surrounding this piece of paper would be enough to protect it against different threat vectors. Now, as you can imagine, this is not great. Every time you want to use the key, you have to import this piece of paper into a digital device. This is when all of the risks appear, and a few companies that have tried this have generally regretted it very much so.
Yeah, whenever I hear stories like that, it sort of makes me nervous to hear the things maybe not be as secure as we believe or hope that they are. So, my inbox as a journalist has really started to see a surge of pitches about confidential computing, both from the startup side and from the big company side, like an IBM, for instance. So how long ago did you guys sort of get into this sphere, and what made that attractive as a potential solution to dealing with the kind of security issues you're describing?
Oh, that's a great question. I would say that the key management itself, where do you put this key? I said you can put it on a piece of paper, but the truth is there are already much better ways of dealing with it. And typically you would use something called a hardware security module. It's a special piece of hardware that is responsible for ensuring the confidentiality of your keys. Now, it is great at keeping these keys secure, but it is not great at doing anything else than this. It's really specialized in managing your keys. As soon as you want to regulate something that goes beyond the key management and enforce some high degree of trust, then you're essentially out of options unless you start considering things like confidential computing. So at Medaco, we started working exclusively with hardware security modules, and we had great solutions to manage the keys. But then we realized, having an HSM, a hardware security module, is a bit like having a secure vault. But then how do you secure the key to the vault? How do you secure who is authorized to open the vault when you actually need to get what's inside it? And so confidential computing in our context is really about securing the access to this vault. How do you define the rules, the permissions that allow certain people, certain employees to access this vault and can do exactly one thing and no more, and cannot go beyond the processes that have been established within the company?
And so let me just take a step back there. So that's interesting. Just to clarify, do you guys provide the confidential computing in these cases, or are you working with a partner to do that?
So I think confidential computing is an expertise in itself. You don't improvise yourself as the manufacturer of a confidential computing environment. So there are companies that are specialized in this kind of services, and IBM, for instance, is one of them. They are the one that we have decided to work with in terms of securing all of these processes. It's a very powerful engine that guarantees, in a way, that what you want to execute will not be compromisable, that it will guarantee the integrity of data and the integrity of the processes that you aim to execute. Think about this. Today, when you run a software on your machine, this software could be compromised in many ways. Somebody could, change the boot process of your operating system and, then try to access the data of your software without being subject to the controls of the password and logins that you have to use to get in your computer. Somebody could also try to dump what is in the memory and potentially alter what is in the memory in real time. So all of these operations, these attacks directly on the computer, directly on the memory, are things that you aim to protect with confidential computing. And in this context, confidential computing is securing all of the processes that our company is enforcing for our clients to be safe when they access the digital vault.
So now, if you compare using confidential computing to what you were doing previously with the hardware modules, what has that allowed you to do or enabled your customers to do in terms of ensuring that security or enabling new services, for instance?
Well, as you know, security is always a question of trade-off. You can have maximum security, but generally when you have maximum security, you can't do much with the secrets that are being protected. I'll give you an example. You could have this key that I was mentioning, this sort of long password, and you would dump it in a big hole and fill the hole with a lot of rocks, and you would put 5 security guards in front of the hole, and then you would say, well, that's almost 100% secure, because who will be able to dig this hole again and go through the guards, and that's almost impossible. Now, of course, in practice, you cannot do this because you still need to access these secrets regularly, and you want to access this secret every time you need, for instance, to sign a cryptocurrency transaction. So it is a question of trade-off, because you have to position yourself on a scale where you want maximum security, but subject to use cases that you need to satisfy, subject to the use that you need for these secrets. And so a hardware security module, an HSM, is really about securing the keys with the maximum degree of security. So they are very much locked in, and also the attack surface is very limited, but this box is only meant to secure the keys themselves, nothing beyond this. It's not meant to secure the processes to which you access to the box. It's not meant to secure any business logic that you have. Now, when you want to go one step further and say, well, I have secured my keys, but now I need to secure the access to the vault that has the key. Well, then you're no longer able to use an HSM. You need something else. You need something which is more flexible, that accepts the idea that maybe it's going to be slightly less secure than an HSM, which is the maximum kind of thing you can reach, but it's going to be much more versatile and flexible for you to design this advanced logic. And so in general, what you do is you combine both. You have the HSM on the bottom, which is responsible for managing your secrets, and you have confidential computing on top, which is going to be about how do I access this very secure box? How do I regulate who is authorized? And how do I put all of this logic for which I have guarantees that it will have integrity and it will tamper-proof?
Yeah, that's the thing that's intrigued me about this conversation around confidential computing, that you sort of get this extra layer of trust in terms of how that data is being handled and processed, and you can continue to actually process it while maintaining that level of security that you couldn't before. Are you finding then, when you talk to your customers and you have this conversation about confidential computing with them, is it sort of a aha moment, like they get it immediately and they see what this is going to let them do and gives them greater confidence in working with you? Or is that still kind of an educational process to kind of convince them of the potential here?
I believe it really depends who you are speaking with. If you speak with infrastructure engineers within the company, they will understand the pain that it is to maintain a security infrastructure. And therefore, when thinking about confidential computing, for them, it may be a revelation. It may be the solution to many of the challenges they are going through every day. If you speak to more general engineers within the company or even outside of engineering, then indeed this is a bit of a magic concept that nobody really cares about. But I think that this is something that ultimately everybody is going to use, simply because confidential computing, as in a broad sense, is becoming more and more relevant. You want to ensure that your processes are trustworthy, that the data that they consume is trustworthy and potentially remains confidential. And you don't want to have to trust a couple of employees which have all of the super admin credentials to enforce this kind of security. You want this to be embedded straight into the infrastructure itself.
And then just following that thought, as you talk to your customers, once they see the potential here, are they finding that they're able to go faster or further with what you're wanting them to do because that trust is there? And have you seen new types of services or use cases once they have that confidence that, okay, Medico has this potential through confidential computing to sort of give us this peace of mind?
This is a definite yes. Managing the life cycle of an infrastructure when you have to care about security, which is not the case in most applications out there, is extremely difficult, time-consuming, and costly. The ability to leverage a platform which is by design secure, by design confidential, is a game changer. It allows the company to leverage software that it can trust, for which it has a complete chain of custody from the source code to the deployment and the execution, something which normally potentially would be completely broken and would require to trust a series of intermediaries from the production of the code to its execution. So the answer is certainly a yes. It is indeed a complete game changer for companies that are looking to have a confidentially secure infrastructure. And this is the reason why Medico has moved in this field now for already multiple years.
And then just to hit on one last area here, in terms of people listening to this and thinking about this, are there general questions you're finding your customers are asking, or parameters for thinking about whether this is right for you or necessary as you go through your checklist of security and features and think, okay, because you mentioned earlier this notion of trade-offs, right? And I think that's a good way to think about it. There's always trade-offs around security. So as companies are weighing these factors, whatever market they're in, is there kind of a short list of questions that they should be asking themselves?
I believe the first question is really, what do you want to run in a confidential computing environment? Not the whole application may not need to be run in this kind of environments. In fact, there are components which may not be trusted at all, which may not hold confidential data, which may not be critical from a security standpoint. And you could deploy them in a very traditional environment, which doesn't have the same level of guarantees. So in general, when you start dealing with these kind of platforms, you want to ask yourself the question of how you are going to partition your application so that the critical components are maintained into a confidential computing environment, whereas the non-critical components may be run in something very traditional, a cloud environment that doesn't have these security properties. So that's the number one question. And in general, the architects that design the platform or the infrastructure architect that designed its deployment would ask themselves these questions so that they don't overuse the confidential computing capabilities and potentially also leverage more traditional cloud infrastructure.
I mean, one last thing to ask you about then here. I mean, the surprising thing to me is how robust confidential computing sounds already, because in some sense, it's a kind of a new terminology that's really come about. It seems to include some technologies that have been around for a while. But I get the sense from listening to you that, again, this is a practical solution today rather than something that's over the horizon that people need to watch.
Oh, yes, it's very practical. In fact, the terminology confidential computing is relatively recent. The principle is older than this. And I would say it has gone through multiple stages of evolution until it reached that stage of maturity that it is today. I believe that it is certainly usable in production today, that it is in fact a game changer for companies that need this kind of confidence and security. But it's not something entirely new, despite, I would say, everything one can say about confidential computing. This has been out there already for a couple of years, potentially under different terminologies.
Yeah, it's always a challenge as a journalist to kind of cut through the hype on some of these things, and suddenly this new term explodes. And then a company says, well, but we've been doing this for 10 years. And how do you kind of think through that? I imagine it's a similar challenge for people on the customer side, hearing these conversations and thinking, okay, what do we mean here? And is this ready for market? But I mean, clearly it's being adopted pretty rapidly from what I can see.
Very much so. And don't get me wrong, I think it's an extremely exciting and modern technology, which although it's been out there for a couple of years, is still something which is now getting to a point of maturity where you could say it has reached in terms of tooling, in terms of documentation, in terms of compatibility to the other services, and reach a degree of maturity that you can really use it for your real applications and not just for internal experimentations.
Well, Adrian, I want to thank you again for being with us and for your time and your insights. It's exciting to see what this is enabling you to do in your journey with confidential. So thank you again.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you so much, Adrian and Chris. That was wonderful. So keeping things moving along, next we're going to hear from one of America's most popular fitness brands, Orange Theory, about how they're taking first steps towards prescriptive and predictive analytics in a greenfield environment. So here's Amin Kazerouni, Chief Analytics Officer of Orange Theory Fitness, and he will be interviewed by Jamie Fitzgibbon, founder of Renaissance Insights. Take it away.
Hello, I'm Jamie Fitzgibbon, founder of Renaissance Insights and a project manager at the Defense Innovation Unit, managing AI and ML. And I am here, I get to have a wonderful fireside chat around AI in retail with Amin Kazerouni, who's the Chief Analytics Officer at Orange Theory Fitness, but this is by far from his first enterprise AI rodeo. So I would love to learn a lot from him, as I know you all would as well. So Amin, there's the saying that data is the new oil. And as we know with crude oil, you can't just go straight into our cars to run them down the street. It's got to go through an entire refinement process. And then also the finished products can be different from crude oil. So can you walk us through how Orange Fitness and you and your team go from that collect process, and how do you treat this valuable oil called data?
So I love that analogy because it's how I think about data as well. It's that when data is collected, it's data. And a lot of people and a lot of companies have realized the importance of data and have been very diligent about collecting every piece of information they can from their various source systems. And that's great. I think it sets up the environment wonderfully for people like me who are very passionate about data. I think what's important to note, though, and I don't know exactly who to attribute this to because I've seen it in so many different forums and blog posts and Twitter and Instagram and all over the place, but there's this evolution that data goes through where it goes from data to knowledge to insight. I think there's information in between there, from data to information to knowledge to insight. And I think the last one is wisdom. And I'm going to take a stab at trying to define them. I don't know if this is exactly how the original article defines them, but the bottom line is when you collect data at the source, it's serving a purpose. And then understanding what that data means and how it relates to other pieces of data is critical. It acts as a force multiplier for a data asset when you can see it in conjunction with other pieces of information. Then deriving how pieces of that data are actionable and the correlations they have with other things going on in your ecosystem. And then finally being able to iterate on hypotheses based off this knowledge and insight that you've derived from the data, actually change your experience and change your product, both from decisions that you make as a business from a strategy perspective to experiences that change live for whatever your member or consumer sees when they interface with your brand, is when you're really putting your data to work. And there's a distance from that point A to B. And I think that's where that analogy fits in beautifully, because it takes some work and it's extremely valuable because it turns into oil, but it's not immediately valuable when you first collect it. There's some work to be done. So I like that.
And so as you have built out that, from collect to pushing out finalized products or actionable insights, as you mentioned, how do you decide the buy versus build?
So I think that's a good question, and I would say that there's no right answer in particular, simply because it changes based off of circumstances. So even given my past life where I was the head of AI and ML and data for a large e-commerce retailer of softline goods, we had a lot more power in-house and a larger team and had been in the space for much longer. So the decision-making process was different than it would be at a company that is maybe entering the machine learning and AI space for the first time. And I think that it's the key factor is build your differentiator. I think that's what's critical, is that if you've got a limited set of resources and you want to build what is going to be your differentiator, and it's purpose built to elevate your experience or drive some operational efficiency, leveraging your data, buy what everybody else out there can buy. One, it's not going to help you be different. And two, you're spending resources on something that other people are not spending resources on, and you're trying to build something that somebody else is building as their core product. You'll never be able to focus on it as much as the person that just does that and nothing else. So I think that's always a key decision-making factor for me. Is this the best use of my resources?
Well, and there's also, if your competitors are already starting with those kind of off-the-shelf solutions, why would you struggle to get to that kind of initial playing field, right?
Precisely. And I think, there's also, you want to maybe look into little details like, how long has the company been around that you're investing in? Is it going to be a single point of failure for you? How critical is it if that company disappears? How many processes just completely break down? It's a balancing act for sure. But if you always go back to, is this the best use of my resources? You'll often land on the right answer.
Yeah. And so with that build versus buy conundrum, there's also the challenge of what is really the currency of any enterprise, and that's trust of their customers, right? Trust of the end users. So can you explain how you protect, the folks that are using the Orange Theory, giving away their data to you so that they get something in return, but then also tie that, please, to some of those, external vendors or partners that you bring in?
So I think that, strong data governance is a critical pillar of any data organization. I think it's important to understand your data classification processes and understand exactly what piece of data needs what level of protection. And there's a lot of good guardrails out there with the variety of different regulations that are coming out. And I love the new focus and criticality that some of these regulations are lending to data privacy. And it's a fantastic way to get started. If you're compliant with CCPA, GDPR, PIPL is in draft and out in some portions in China, and various different laws in India and Japan that help you see all these different perspectives when it comes to how to protect certain types of data assets. And I think doing your best to be compliant with all those regulations already puts you in a very strong position to say that the right types of data are protected with the right protocols and the right best practices. And I would then encourage you to even take that a step further when it comes to evaluating your most critical data assets that you are asking your consumer to trust you with, and seeing if there's ways to protect it even further. From a more technical perspective, I think it's keeping PII in isolated environments, making sure that you're not replicating PII into analytical environments, making sure your data is encrypted both in motion and transit, in motion and at rest when appropriate, and just recognizing that there is a computational and resource cost to good data privacy and protection, and being willing to spend that, to incur that cost when you need to, because it's something that is critical to the trust of your consumer, and it's only a problem when it's too late. So it's important to incur that cost early and not shortcut around that.
Yeah. So along those lines of the wearables, right? So one thing I noticed, I was a part of a COVID prototype where we were collecting information from a Garmin and an Oura Ring and correlating it together and running AI and trying to determine an infection before symptoms even occur. So kind of being an early warning system of COVID or flu, or, I mean, you can pull the thread on that. One thing that I noticed is the initial algorithm was built around military, which tends to be a certain age group, certain fitness level, tends to be heavily male dominated. And so that was the baselining. And I noticed my numbers were very, very different from that. And so I knew that me participating was helping to sort of address some of the biases that naturally can come into algorithms when unintentionally you're building it around one particular demographic, but then you're hoping to scale it and provide actionable insights, again, to your phrase, for a broader audience. So how are you doing that for the various stakeholders that are coming? Obviously, all different fitness levels, ages, et cetera.
Absolutely. I think that's a great question. I think Orange Theory has the privilege of being such a diverse brand, and a brand that's so present globally and all over the country, that we get data from across the board, all these different slices that you're talking about. And I think it's extremely valuable, but it also requires a certain amount of diligence when it comes to being respectful of the biases that may be present in the data. We're still early days in leveraging the data to automate a lot of experiences. And I think we've already established the best practice of having kinesiologists and exercise physiologists and a medical advisory board where there's humans and professionals that are not data analysts, not data scientists. They're professionals in the field who are in the loop for every decision we make, from our template design to any claims that we make about the benefits of the workout. And I think we plan on extending that science-backed diligence to any data-driven processes that we implement. And I think we'll always have a human in the loop. I think it's always, actuals are always going to be better than something you predict. And I think having a human in the loop while making these decisions as it relates to leveraging wearable data and workout data to automate anything that you're pushing out as part of that experience, there's no there's no price you can put on the value of having an exercise physiologist or a kinesiologist, someone who's well trained in that, to review what's coming out of that before you push it out, and not trying to just automate that.
And so I like that you just kind of segued into my next question, actually, without meaning to. You talked about bringing in healthcare people who are familiar with healthcare that are coming in to kind of advise. How do you build your team? Explain a little bit of the technical capability that you have, and then the other folks that you bring in, sort of the softer sciences or softer skills and diverse sciences that come in to really provide the best value to your customers.
So, I'll answer that in two parts, because the science-backed nature of Orange Theory has existed from its inception. Orange Theory has always had a medical advisory board, has always had Dr. Rachel Reed on staff, who is our head of health sciences, and she's been a part of the process, been a part of the template design and so has the medical advisory board. So that's something that's been going on independent of our data and analytics efforts. So it's data and analytics that's new to the arena, not the scientific research. But when it comes to the data and analytics team, I think that we've been pretty diligent about not getting ahead of ourselves and just hiring all the deep learning experts, which is what is the more exciting and fun thing to talk about. But recognizing that, we go all the way back to the currency of our analytics organization is trust, and that data requires processing and cleanup before it's actionable and usable. So we've invested early in data engineers who are going to help us with that ETL pipeline, with the kind of maintaining the technical chain of custody and building up strong governance around our data. So these assets come online in a very usable and secure fashion. And then data analysts and statisticians and business intelligence analysts, et cetera, who can focus on actually deriving insight and telling those stories from the data in a way that's consumable and actionable, followed by that automated machine learning and that automated, and when I say automated, it doesn't necessarily mean just in the health space. We've got lead optimization. We've got operational issues that we need to optimize for. We've got supply chain for apparel. We've got all the regular problems that you can solve with analytics, in addition to the fun part, which is the workout data. But so that's when you need kind of those machine learning scientists to build those frameworks. So we got to invest in these foundation building blocks first. And that's kind of where we're at right now.
So with all this progression, so you've talked about a little, you sped through the life cycle of Orange Theory a little bit. Have there been lessons that your organization has learned as you've moved from just the hard science of healthcare and guiding and medical advisory to this AI-enabled, really kind of a learning environment for the end user? So what have you kind of tripped up over or had opportunities to kind of reconfigure or reboot during that journey?
So, my tenure with Orange Theory is about 8 months in, and it's relatively it's a greenfield environment, and we are in the process of bringing the data online. So I think we're learning as we go, and the data, the assets that we are bringing online, I think we're learning is that we're making these decisions, the build versus buy decisions. Where do we invest the resources? The thought experiments in what is going to drive the most ROI in terms of prescriptive and predictive analytics. Are we going to be able to prescribe action and strategy based off of insights we can find in the data? Are we going to be using it to predict schedule optimization and demand smoothing for what's already a very capacity constrained business? Are we going to be helping with the supply chain side of things for the wearables that we're producing? It's all a yes, but in what order? So I think the lessons are really the prioritization of what you build, what you buy, how you bring these assets online, and in what order. And I'm sure we'll make mistakes along the way. And probably next year I'll be able to tell you all about them. So, but it's early days. It's early days.
I'm not wishing mistakes on you, but they're inevitable, I think, in every
Oh, we'll make our
journey.
mistakes. Yeah, we'll make mistakes for sure.
So one other question is Orange Theory franchise based? There's the corporate. Okay, so how do you ensure consistency of experience of that deployment of the AI, the models, the UI, et cetera?
I think the consistency of experience is going to be a question probably for our chief operating officer, and she does a fantastic job in driving home the importance of having a strong but consistent experience across the board. When it comes to data, I think maintaining consistency of those experiences is not going to be something new to our technology team. We've already been a technology tracked experience for a very long time with software on the treadmills, with all the N plus network that's running in the studio. So we've got strong deployment strategies already in place to make sure that technical changes make it into all the studios globally. And we'd probably piggyback off of those well-established processes when it comes to data-driven solutions.
Yeah, that's you can't forget the chief operating officer, no matter how technical you are, right? They're clutch. But that's a really great process. So the last thing is, now that we're things are opening up, people are going back to gyms, thankfully, knock on wood. It stays that way, and people obviously have gained the COVID-15 or whatever weight size some people have. It's going to become even more important for them to get back into a fitness routine or re-energize that fitness experience. So have you as a team thought of, what's next? What are the new AI applications? What's, coming online that you're most excited about?
So I think that one of the things that did come out of this situation we've been in has been an awareness of the importance of healthcare. I think I personally have become more acutely aware of the importance of health, given what the last year and a half has been like. And I think it's, we as a company have done our best to make it possible for you to stay healthy and that included launching a live only product as fast as we could. It was completely a child of innovation and a child of circumstance, but we launched it and we saw our members love it and participate in it and have the ability to continue to try and stay healthy at home. And I think data is only going to help us with that experience. But I think right now the focus is on making sure that we can continue to offer that world-class experience we have for a long time. Some of these gyms are coming back online after being closed for a year. So you want to make sure we can just do what we were already doing with the same level of consistency and experience. And when it comes to, leveraging that data, I keep going back to, and I apologize for this, but it's early enough days to where I want to stress the importance of bringing the assets online in a systematic fashion to where, if you try and solution and push out experiences, you're going to go from 0 to 100 for everything that you're building. And I think it's important for us to focus on getting some of the critical data assets to a 40 or a 50 so we can knock out experiences a little bit faster on a more regular cadence. And I think that's what is that balancing act of how much is an investment up front versus when do we need to start rolling out some core experiences. So I think that's what we're playing with right now. But it's still early days in terms of what the AI-driven experiences are going to be. I think we're going to start with providing the data to our strategic teams, to our chief operating officer, to our chief marketing officer, to be able to leverage those data assets to help them optimize their parts of the business before we get to the real-time machine learning and real-time AI, which is more expensive and takes more resources and more investment.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So getting spun back up, right? So that's your core priority right now is sort of the offline to, or the online to the in-person, and that transition piece is your priority near term. And you wouldn't be the only industry by far that is having to figure out that, coming off of a pause or coming off of a different operating model and slowly getting back into what normal or new normal even looks like. And so, kind of pulling on that thread, what do you think new normal is for Orange Theory? If you were to say everything was, connected to the in-person gym and then you offered some live things, is there a hybrid that you're seeing carry forward, or what are you anticipating?
I think it's safe to say that we're seeing a pretty strong bounce back into the in-studio experience, which is great. I think that people are going back and, starting to participate in the gyms again, which is good and important to stay healthy in general. It's nice to be, whether it's at Orange Theory or wherever, it's just good to get back into that community setting and be working out with that motivation and accountability you get out of the gym setting. But at the same time, I think we've also realized the importance and convenience of being able to sneak in a little bit of workouts and fitness at home. And, we've got a strong digital platform that we are not shutting down. It's still out there and people are still leveraging it. And I think we're seeing a bit of a hybrid ecosystem emerge, and there's nothing wrong with that. I think the focus is more life, which is what we try to create, right? A more vibrant life and just the ability to do more when you're staying healthy. And I think that's what's great about the brand and why I love it and why I moved over to this brand, is that the motto is good. The founding principle of more life is something that energizes me. And whatever the approach, I think the hybrid approach that's emerging is great, because it all results in, more life.
Yeah. Right. It's still, it feeds that mission statement. Yeah. But in a slightly new way. Yeah. An emerging way. That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Amin. Appreciate it. I've learned a lot. I hope our audience has as well. So thank you.
Thank you for the questions. It's been an absolute pleasure. This was good. It was fun.
So now we have, in the heels of our conversation, some live questions that I know that you are eager to answer. Let's start with maybe some of the more technical ones, and then we can get more fun along the way. So one of them,
absolutely.
Well, they're all fun. Technical's fun. That's why we're here. But one of them is really kind of touching on the database piece. So, in our conversation, we talked a little bit about franchises and you're growing the business. How do you grow those databases, and how do you manage that scale?
So it's a mixed bag, honestly. It depends on what the use case in particular is. The core data warehouse is we're leveraging Snowflake, and I think that's, again, like we spoke about build versus buy and where you're going to deploy your resources. I've developed environments where we leveraged large scale data warehouses like Redshift instead, but that requires a certain amount of resource allocation internally to keep the environment up and running and kind of functional and available as it's needed to be. While over here at Orange Theory, we're leveraging Snowflake, where a little bit of that overhead is managed for us. Of course, some of the telemetry and performance data is really high volume and really high throughput. We leverage streams such as Kinesis and AWS and Firehose to route that data directly into S3, where the data is stored in a more unstructured form, and we tap into it as needed. And some of the experiences that require faster SLAs, we will serve the experiences out of Dynamo, and we've started exploring future use cases where we want to be more real time with experiences, having data temporarily transient in Redis clusters, which can scale up and down as per our need, given that fitness is such a capacity constraint during certain hours, but just kind of empty studios that we can go and take a break in during certain hours. So you want to make sure you can scale up and down so you're being frugal and efficient with your resources.
That's great. So you touched on some of the partners that you have in your stack. Are there any other kind of buy partnerships that you have to talk about your infrastructure?
We've got a lot of open source systems that we leverage. Airflow, for example, is what we leverage for DAG orchestration to make sure the ETL pipelines kind of stay running on the schedules on which they need to keep running. Implement some pretty robust DQ checks to make sure that we're doing what we say we're doing and that the data is flowing through appropriately. We have a very strong relationship with MindBody Online, which is a partner that helps us with scheduling, and we have a close relationship with them since they're our point of sale as well. And we work with them to make sure the data warehouse is on sync, and we're able to, react appropriately and are aware of what's going on at a decent cadence. And we leverage a lot of AWS. We're clearly an AWS shop based off a lot of the things services I just named. We leverage EMR heavily for large scale data processing, especially when we're tapping into the unstructured data in Snowflake. And we've got a partner in a company, Switchboard, that helps us with kind of acts as a traffic cop, allows me to push off some of the overhead of having data engineers route data into our environment onto third-party software that allows us to just be the kind of traffic cop for information. So it reduces the personnel cost of operationalizing your data in the early days.
So I want to touch a little bit on the people side of your team. So I think we had talked about it a little bit, but would love to just dig in that a little more, because you just mentioned, having that ability to push things out and leveraging your resources appropriately. How do you manage the team's bandwidth?
It's a constant battle against temptation. You want to take these large volumes of data and hire deep learning scientists and start building your fancy machine learning algorithms early, because that's what's exciting and that's what's everyone's talking about. It's what's fun. But I think one lesson that I've learned over the years is that it's important to invest in data engineers early, business intelligence engineers early, so that you can take raw data assets coming out of these various systems of record at the point of generation of the data and turn it into a kind of governed, leverageable piece of information that has been scrubbed and cleaned and understood, really, so you know what data you're using to make decisions with. And I think those data assets coming online is so important, because you really can't fully fathom every single use case that you're going to be able to leverage a piece of information for. So from a team structure perspective, I firmly believe in investing in data engineers early, getting your assets operationalized, investing in strong visualization frameworks. Back to a tool we leverage Power BI for data viz, having your analysts and BI engineers invested in early, so you can start telling compelling stories and get people excited about being more data driven with the decisions they make. And then come in your machine learning scientists and research scientists and ML engineers to try and do inference in production and live, and done all of that. And it's a lot of fun and it's very exciting, but it's important to start with clean foundations.
So let's talk a little bit more about, so you talked the back end of what Orange Theory Fitness is running. Let's talk about the end user and where the data gets collected. There's a couple questions on that topic in particular. One is, can wearable data and machine learning help me understand how my body is behaving? And can this potentially help me meet my fitness goals? So how do you see on the front end, the feed part, and what that means for your end users?
Yeah, I love that question, because it's really the same ethos that powers a really strong data organization, which is, can having information available to me that I trust and can look at and track and understand longitudinally over time make me more efficient at achieving some goal, right? Whether you're talking about your resting heart rate or your HRV or your steps per day, or even toothbrushes that tell you which part of your mouth you've brushed and for how long. Anytime you have eyes on a piece of information that's letting you know how you're doing over time, how you're improving when you're stumbling, whether it's health and wellness and your own well-being, or whether it's running against and measuring yourself against some OKRs or KPIs as a company, just being aware is always a strong motivational force for improving those metrics and trying to double down and identify what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and improve and grow. So absolutely, I think the short answer, what I should have opened with, is yes, absolutely. Having access to information is why I have a job. It makes you more efficient.
Yeah, I mean, there's the old adage of you can't improve what you can't measure, right? And so it's the start of that. And I see on your hand, we talked about the Oura Ring. You've got your own, so you're measuring your own biometrics and sleep. And
I have a bit of a problem. I personally, I have an assortment of different wearables I'll wear while I'm at Orange Theory workouts myself. I have a Withings watch, an Oura Ring. I wear a continuous glucose monitor. I've got sleep sensors in my bed that I compare to the Oura Ring. And it's fun, this idea of quantifying oneself to understand how these various metrics improve. Well, it's fun for me. I don't know if it's fun for everybody, but I've got a little sample of one data set that I'm developing of my own, which is, I don't want to confess to what my personal AWS bill is, in keeping that data collated in the same place, so I can understand how my quantified self is evolving over time. But yeah, I see tremendous value having an awareness of whatever I can track, I quite enjoy it actually.
And a little bit to one of the other questions on here was not just how to improve your health habits, but also then how to know when you're pushing yourself too hard or when your body might need that rest and recovery, which I know is built into what Orange Theory's kind of philosophy is, right? Is knowing when not to overdo it.
Yeah, one of the key kind of measures that we tell our members is that you want to get about 12 splat points in a workout. And a splat point is the number of minutes that you spend at 84% or higher of your max heart rate. And the workouts are 60 minutes long. And we're not telling you to get as close to 60 splat points as you can, or as many splat points as you can get is not good. It's between that sweet spot of pushing yourself and then knowing when to recover, and also recovery in general. The other 23 hours when you're not in the studio, it's important to listen to your body, focus on recovery. It's definitely a critical part of the process.
Yeah. So I have another question. We're getting close to the launch of the Olympics, which we had to pause from last year, right? And now everyone's gearing up. We watched all the trials. Do you anticipate, because I know that for our household, anytime my girls see the gymnastics or track and field, they immediately want to go to gymnastics class or they want to go sprint down the street. Are you anticipating, more people kind of coming in? We talked a little bit about the offline, online, or online back to offline and in-person studio. Do you anticipate, maybe even more of a push now that we've got this great event?
Well, now I do. Honestly, it's not something I've thought about, and I think that, and I've not been with Orange Theory long enough to have experienced an Olympic Games while, and how that correlates to our new join and member rate. But that's actually an interesting question, and I feel like I know exactly what I'm going to do after we're done with this Q&A is go and see if we saw an uptick last Olympics, and that's the beauty of getting the right data sets industrialized to where you can have people ask questions like that, and you don't need to know all the questions. But I like the idea of creating a data ecosystem and a data environment where when questions like that come up, the answer's at your fingertips. I think that's important, because that's what takes gut and intuition and then allows you to validate it with data.
Right. And AI is, like any other tool. It is meant to be used, and it's not valuable in and of itself unless it's used to solve those questions, to answer those business problems.
Absolutely.
So you're definitely hitting it home for the end user, but also for the business. And while you may be newer to Orange Theory, you are on brand. I love your orange shirt. You're definitely waving the flag, and I really do appreciate this chance to have a conversation.
Absolutely. I've noticed that the amount of orange things that I own has gone up drastically in my time with Orange Theory. And it's not getting old, and it's not just swag. It's, people are more inclined to gift me orange things now for some reason. I kind of like it. It's cool. It's not something I've fully quantified, but it's cool.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. Well, thank you for your time today. And we've had some good conversations, good questions have come in. And I just wish you and Orange Theory the best of luck as you get people back to health.
Thank you. It's a fun mission to be a part of. So I'm definitely enjoying using data in this way.
Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Thank you so much to Armin and Jamie. And if I can try and shoehorn in some kind of terrible punny wordplay, orange you glad you tuned into that session, audience? Oh, goodness me. I'm sorry, I'll never do that one again. Next, we're pleased to welcome Ryan Graciano, CTO of Credit Karma, in a conversation with Jana Eggers, CEO of Neurologics. Ryan will discuss Credit Karma's business model and technology and organizational strategies it implemented to achieve a modern machine learning and data infrastructure. Take it away, Ryan and Jana.
Hi, I'm Jana Eggers, CEO of Neurologics, and I'm so excited today to bring you this discussion with Ryan Graciano, who's the CTO of Credit Karma. Thanks for joining me, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks for having me here, and thanks for doing this. I really appreciate it.
I'm excited, and the first thing I want to do is set the stage. One of the things that you told me in our pre-talk is that you've gone from high single digits in approval rates of loans for your customers to 90% approval rates via machine learning. That is an incredible accomplishment. I'd love for you to tell people, what does that mean? What is an approval rate for your customers, and why was that such a focus for your ML journey?
Yeah, first, it's important to know what Credit Karma does. If you're not one of our 110 plus million users on our platform, you should download it. It's free. But essentially how we work is we give free financial information to consumers, but it's not the financial information that people are generally out to get. They usually want to get a mortgage or a home loan or to change their life in some way. And to do that, they need to get approved for something. And so the old experience would be you would Google home loans and you would apply and send your mortgage to 1,000 different places and then hope that, you come back with a few approvals, which was horrible. Anyone who's ever been through that process knows that beyond doing a couple, it gets very painful. And so our vision was, well, what if there was a platform that could just pre-approve you for everything? And so we pull the consumer's credit information, and then we use that to anonymously pre-approve you for as much as we can. So we essentially use machine learning to predict which banks will approve you and at what rates. And so, in the very early days, we would just have kind of advertised rates with pretty awful approval percentages, in the high single digits. That was kind of the typical model. But over the last 14 years, we've gotten very good at making that approval rate much better with big data and machine learning.
So you're bringing it back in the olden days. And as a San Francisco company in particular, I was surprised to learn that you went through a transition to the cloud. And there are a lot of people I know in the audience that are faced with that and expect and have a lot of questions and challenges as they've gone through it. So I'd love for you to talk a little bit more about that transition that you did first, which enabled you to go to the big data and machine learning piece as well.
Yeah, and we started in 2007, which was not the heyday of cloud. Back in 2007, it was, if you were to mention cloud to our banking partners or our credit bureaus, they would just throw up all over the conversation. The compliance people wouldn't even let you in the door. And so we actually had traditional data centers. That's how we grew up. First in managed services, and then building out our own. And so we got very good at hardware procurement and systems management and all that stuff. But the thing about big data and cloud is that big data moves really quickly. The technologies change very rapidly. And so if you're needing to do like a 6 to 9 month hardware procurement cycle every time you want to do like a significant platform change, you're going to be pretty far behind the curve. And that was the first issue that we discovered, is just, as we needed to procure more and more space and we needed more elasticity and our data scientists wanted to try more things, we're discovering we're just really hampered by being on our own hardware. Two, just the ecosystem makes a lot available to you. We're a Google Cloud stack now, and we're able to use things like BigQuery and TensorFlow, and we make a lot of use of Bigtable, and a lot of our stack is dependent on these things that we consider kind of foundational services. That if we were to go and try and reinvent BigQuery, that would be a fantastic waste of time and resources on our part. But the challenge is that if you're on data center, it's pretty hard to bridge from data center to cloud. It's hard to move your data from one purpose to another. There's this kind of concept of data gravity that a lot of people are probably familiar with. And so when we were thinking about what's the future of our platform, we're saying, well, what's strategic to our business? And nothing is more strategic to us than data and having a lot of power over our data. And so we said, well, all right, the long-term trajectory for us is to be in cloud, where we'll have better interoperability with everything that's going on in the external ecosystem. And we can leverage these foundational things without having to worry so much about, the basics of platform management, patching your Kubernetes instances and all that kind of thing.
I think that really leads right into another thing that you repeated several times when we were on our call before, which is it's easier to add data than algorithms. And so I'd love for you to teach people a little bit more by what you meant by that and how that has impacted that ML journey again that took you from those single digit approval rates to that 90% approval rate.
Yeah, and what I mean by that is that essentially, if you're looking for uplift, you'll usually get more uplift by adding orthogonal data than you will by innovating on your algorithm. And in the very early days, the very first model we ever had, we took anonymized data from our database, and we essentially downloaded it to, I'll effectively say like a spreadsheet, not quite that, but close, that our CEO used to run a linear regression model. And that one simple model more than doubled our approval rate. That just very first attempt, which was so naive, had pretty poor handling of how we were managing features of data, and we couldn't get very much data, and it was sampling and all this other stuff. And we saw that that huge increase. And going from linear regression to the next step like gradient boosted trees was a lift, but the real lift was in using more data. As we were able to get away from some of the sampling techniques that we had toward just using more, and then importing more in different orthogonal data sources. Now we were recently acquired by Intuit, so we work with them on what tax data is available, for example. Just getting those additional elements is actually a lot more powerful than the 30-second iteration on our algorithm can ever really be.
Yeah, I love how descriptive you are about that, because I have a lot of people that talk to us and they talk about, well, should I just change my algorithms? What should I do? And I always tell them it's really the data that's key. I have likened it to the chicken and egg problem, which came first. And I'm like, it's the data. The data is the eggs, and I'm telling you, they came first. And so to your point, you're constantly growing them. That said, you also talked about this ecosystem and lots of things that you can use in the ecosystem. And one of the things I learned from you earlier was also that you have 10,000 different models. So that's a whole challenge unto itself. So while you're dealing with this different data, you also are dealing with a large number of models. I'd love for you to share your experience there, because I also see people, because they don't quite know how to do model management yet, they stay with a very small number of models. And I think those two go hand in hand. Often as you're growing, it's not that you're using new algorithms, but you're using the same algorithms to grow new models from the data that you have.
And that's exactly right. And some of the benefits of creating this, external platform, or this using this external ecosystem to create a platform is that, you can ideally build something that's very reusable. And so our whole thesis here was we're going to build a recommendation system on top of a machine learning platform that we can then plug into everything that we do. So when you see something in the product, it's being fed from this system. When you see an email from us, when you get a push notification, when you see approval odds and a badge somewhere on our site, all of those things are powered by this one single system. And so that gave us the ability to spend a lot of time on the nuts and bolts of how are our data scientists working in the system. And so, we had a bunch of principles for how that would be. And one being, onboarding has to be super easy. Management of the system has to be kind of taken care of for you in the same way that our software engineers have version control and automated integration. And, there's all this tooling that makes their lives easier. We recognized, I wouldn't say super early, I would say we stumbled through many, many issues, but we eventually figured out that, having a platform that did a lot for the data scientists in terms of management, we could then build a lot of automation around, retraining models along all sorts of different use cases. So once you've built it once or leveraged a common framework, you could just kind of hit the button and keep it running, and that email campaign will go forever.
And so in this situation where you're, really reusing the same components with new data to build new models, how do you consider new algorithms? So how does your team think about that when they say, hey, we know this works. We know, for example, that this is going to be okay with the regulators because you brought up compliance before. How do you consider, when do you mix in something new, like, generative adversarial networks or something like that? What is it? Graph neural nets. What is your process for considering those new things?
Yeah, and we have iterated quite a bit here, from linear to logistic regression, and then graded boosted trees, and now lately we're doing wide and deep neural nets. There's a great Google blog post out there somewhere if you want to read about how wide and deep neural nets work. But I think they run around 80% of our models today. What we try to do is create an environment where the data scientists can experiment. And this is also another huge benefit of cloud, in that if we do need something a little bit different from a hardware perspective, or if we need to mix in maybe a system that we don't normally use, it's not a huge deal to do that. We've built a pretty sophisticated internal experimentation system that enables a lot of this. So we have a system that we call Darwin. And if you think about it, it kind of makes a lot of sense. But that will try to figure out, what is the survival of the fittest? What is the best model? And we'll try to mix in, new techniques, sometimes and it depends on what we're trying to do. Sometimes you're trying to create a technique to learn new things. So, a cold start is a classic problem that we have. We have very little data on this, like, let's say, credit card. How do we get it to perform at the same level of all the other cards, getting it the volume it needs without taking like a massive hit along the way, and frustrating consumers, because every time someone gets declined for something on our platform, they get very upset. Because one of our promises to people is that we're going to do everything we can to get you the thing that you want. And so we came up with a system that's able to balance traffic effectively, and then automatically report back on what was the performance like for the model that you used. And using something like Google Cloud ML, you're just able to leverage a lot of external libraries and get going a little bit quicker. And then, a lot of the iteration is up to the data scientists.
So you brought up the data scientists several times, and I'd love to hear more about how the team works around and with those data scientists, and in particular, how you had a journey, as we talked about in our pre-call, the journey that you went through from where did those data scientists come from in the org, where are they now? I think that's something that a lot of people are struggling with and trying to figure out. And I think I loved how you talked about your stepwise journey into that as well.
And I can't say that we nailed it on the first go. It was a long road. So we started out with, like I said, our CEO built the first model. So when your CEO is doing something personally, it becomes pretty challenging to integrate it organizationally. And where we started was we had a data platform team. And the platform team would try to make the data available in the best way possible to the folks who were doing the modeling. And the folks who were doing the modeling sat in what was then our revenue organization. And they were focused on improving these approval rates, because there was a very direct impact to our bottom line, because as consumers get approved for more things, we get referral fees. And the consumer's happy because they're not, they weren't declined for something that they wanted. And so that was a very kind of fragmented structure and not very purpose-built for what we wanted to do long term. And when we actually reorged a lot of things and moved the data scientists underneath the technology organization, and I started to kind of restructure all of this, we realized that, one, there's a product being built here, and not just one, there are a couple products. We're building a platform for the data scientists. And that platform has to be pretty sophisticated in how it operates underneath, but it has to be easy to use. And, we need to think of it in terms of as being a real product. And so, we brought on product managers, and we started to think of this whole unit eventually as a business unit, where there are different disciplines functioning towards one end, and a head of who functions a lot like a general manager who's running towards, quarterly performance metrics and warranting that, we're going to meet our compliance requirements, and, our customer satisfaction rate is up, and, and all of that. But it wasn't at all how we began. And, some of the learnings along the way were, we really needed folks to sit very close to the data scientists, and we needed a team working with them hand in hand to develop the platform that they needed and to help them groom the data in the way that they needed. And that was a long journey. We tried that a couple times and didn't quite get it right. But after a few attempts and after more attention, I feel like we've landed in a really solid place now.
Ryan, I have to tell you how much I appreciate how many things you talked about taking a while. So, we talked about just that journey from the single digits to the 90% for your approval. We talked about the Google Cloud and how you migrated there and understood the platform. We talked about going from, regression models and through a different journey to a bunch of all the way to deep learning neural nets. And you talked about your org journey that was also as something that you tried things, and everything that you've said and talked about, it's been an experiment. And I do think that that's one of the keys to AI and ML we're shifting from a deterministic way of developing software to this more experimental, trying, we think this is going to work, how do we get there? So I love the examples that you gave. I want to thank you for all of those. I know how important, like even getting your CEO involved. I love that your CEO started with it. So all of those examples I know are things that people can take away and think about in their org. How do they reorganize and learn from your experience? How do they build out a platform and an experiential environment, to your point? How do they get their executives involved? Because that really drives things. So thank you so much for sharing all of those learnings. I took a ton of notes, and I already had a ton of notes from our earlier conversation. We really appreciate you joining us. And I know the Q&A is going to be very active. So I'm looking forward to that as well.
Absolutely. And thanks so much. I really enjoyed the conversation. I'm looking forward to the Q&A. Yeah, please ask away, and I'm happy to answer.
Ryan, I'm so excited to be back together because I loved our conversation before. And we have a lot of great questions from the audience. So first one that's up, and I'm sure you're not surprised to hear this because it's one that you hear all the time, which is, how do you remove bias like race and gender and some of the things we have in our society that hold credit approval against people?
Yeah, I do hear this question a lot. And the first thing that's important to understand about Credit Karma is we aren't actually deciding who gets approved. That's up to the banks and the credit unions and whoever is extending credit. So that's really important to understand, because what we're effectively trying to do is figure out who those banks would approve. Although there's quite a bit of legislation that they adhere to, and regulations that they adhere to make sure that they aren't making decisions that are very biased. Some of the most obvious things there are data set preparation, right? So we make sure that those characteristics just aren't represented. So there's, race, gender, those aren't things that, exist in our models. And even in our models, we don't have things like name, right? So that makes it a lot more difficult for the model to come up with things that might be kind of unfairly biased towards one or another. I think one of actually the best things to happen to finance is to have these algorithms actually start to take hold, because the worst thing for bias was when that loan officer saw you in the bank and made that split second, oh, I know who walked through my door just now decision. And a lot of lending decisions were made that way. And so I think, what we've done in technology has greatly benefited this issue. And, I appreciate the light cast on it, because I think, we can only improve.
I'm completely with you. I think that people, it was more the silence before, the silent part that didn't happen, and now we can be more explicit and really understand what happened. So glad that you all are obviously being proactive about this, but also really understanding that finding the right people for the right partner in their finance piece. So the next question that's up is, what would be your recommendations on using data and AI to foster that inclusion? So now let's go beyond bias that's there and actually foster financial inclusion for some of the underprivileged, so people that weren't able to get credit before. So how are you seeing that AI and data can be used to go a step further from not just debiasing, but to make sure that we can get to the right place and extending credit where it can be?
Yeah, some of the work that you can do is on actually just figuring out who's being unfairly priced. And it's usually not as simple as just people by, a certain gender or race or what have you. It's usually more subtle than that. Like people in certain areas who have access to different types of financial institutions get priced unfairly because of their access, maybe even physical access. If you actually overlay a map of where banks are on top of your city, you'll see that they tend to be in wealthier areas. The banks do not go where the check cashing places go, and vice versa. So a lot of it is sort of systemic as to how our society has chosen to structure its institutions and the way that things are laid out. So what we've done actually is we've seen things like, hey, if you were to take a map of auto loan pricing against credit score, you should see that they're pretty much in line with one another, right? As credit score improves, auto loan pricing improves. That's not true actually at all. It's just sort of all over the place. And that's because a lot of that financing is done when you walk into the back office in the auto dealer. It's not done in that automated fashion that we just talked about, right? So then you have to think, okay, well, how do I actually reach these people and get a more fair pricing in front of them? And that's actually a lot of the challenge, is figuring out, who and why and where. And it's usually not so simple as an algorithm decided. It's usually the exact opposite. It's usually, this is just what they had available to them because they had to take a bus somewhere to get this loan. And this is like the place that was most accessible to them. And there's a lot of those types of interactions in finance that you wouldn't think about, especially if you're used to living in a world where you have more access and there's a bank on every corner.
Well, and you can be the bank on every corner in the internet, right? You can help them find their bank on every corner of the internet. So those questions are so closely tied with you all doing the personalization, which is also going to lead to the next question, which is, you talked about having 10,000 different models, right? And that's what it takes to really bring that bank to every corner of every individual corner of the internet. But you also talked about, and even in the title, you talked about that being all done in 100 milliseconds. So how do you manage objectives like, making sure that you find the right thing with something like, and I've got to do it fast? How do you balance those objectives across, and I've got to do it with 10,000 models?
Yeah, and it touches a little bit on what we talked about in the last question. The algorithm and the pricing, they're not useful if you don't reach the right people. And if you know that people are going to abandon your app if it takes longer than 0.4 seconds to load, then you're not reaching the right people. And so there are a lot of trade-offs to be made. How deep do you go, and how many predictions do you run? If you know that there's a cap on what you can do in that 0.4 or 1 or 2 or whatever your cap is. And we've done work to figure out at what point do we see substantial drop off, and and how much data can we use. And we're experimenting with embedding to try to actually pull more data into our models so that we can pack more analysis into that short amount of time. But yeah, a lot of it gets into product and how people behave. And we had all kinds of tests around I'll use auto loan pricing as an example. Even just kind of putting in front of people, hey, you pay this, you could pay this, doesn't work because they don't believe it. Even if it's true. And so you have to do a lot of product work to figure out, what is it going to take to get people to understand that, when they walked into that auto dealer, they didn't get a fair price. And maybe there was bias there, but what we're putting in front of them is a much better opportunity. It's not easy to do that.
Ryan, I really want to thank you for sharing such an incredible journey that you and Credit Karma have been through to build that personalization and get that right offer out to the customer so that they do, as you said, get the better price, the right thing for them. So thanks for sharing your experience. I think there's tons of things that people can take away and apply, even if they're not in financial services, to their own journeys. And we really appreciate you sharing that with us.
Thanks so much for having me. I really enjoyed it. And thanks everybody for listening.
Yeah, thanks so much to Ryan and Jana. So now we're going to get into the executive forum, the 5 data and analytics trends you need to be aware of in 2021. Now, this is moderated by Ted Sheldon at Bain & Co. If you've been invited, this is an invite-only event, or if you've pre-registered for the executive forum, check your calendar for the link. Logged-in VIPs will also see the session right under the main stage. After the executive forum, we're going to go into the Transform Wave. Now, that's at 3:30 Pacific. Again, look in your agenda for your local time. That, again, is invite-only. Transform Wave is kind of like Tinder for data and analytics executives. It's one-to-one networking, but it's speed dating. So for attendees looking to connect, visit the Wave networking session by clicking the link below the main stage. This will set you up with that rapid-fire face-to-face meeting to end your day. Now, importantly, don't forget, we are going to be announcing the winners of today's networking contest after Transform Wave. So be sure to come back and see if you're the winner of one of those 3 $100 Amazon gift cards. If you're not in any of those invite-only sessions, well, you can take a break, have a stretch, get a drink, whatever you need to do, but you can also use the networking. You can go down to the partner events. You can check out all the content. Go to the expo area. There's so much that we've given you in the portal. Please take full advantage of it and connect with your fellow attendees and have the best time possible. So go ahead and join the executive forum now at 3:30. Join Wave if you've got invites for both of those. And I'll see you back here at 4 p.m. Pacific time to announce the winners and make closing remarks. I'll pop back at 3:30 though, just to remind you about Wave. See you soon.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture, let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, And AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
And I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Couch, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machine's digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machine's autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machine's astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Couch, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So, embrace the stack. Seize the opportunity. Go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI.
Well. Welcome back. Hopefully, those of you that were invited to the Executive Forum had a very interesting time there, talking about the 5 data and analytics trends you need to be aware of in 2021. Now, you have, if you have the invitation, Transform Wave. I'll set you up with those meetings. And your last reminder, we are only half an hour away from announcing the winners of the $100 Amazon cards for today. So by networking, you're getting an entry, and we will announce the winners in 30 minutes time, just ahead of the closing remarks. I'll see you right then.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data. For over 20 years, we've been the data partner for leading tech, automotive, financial services, healthcare, retail and commerce companies, as well as for nonprofit organizations and government institutions. Our customers enjoy the most cost-effective, highest ROI approach to train their AI models. Delivering quality training data on time and on budget is just the start of how we do that. We offer the most diverse, scalable labeling options across data types, languages, dialects, and security requirements. Our expertise and technology help us deliver world-class training data with fewer judgments and faster annotations. And most importantly, you get to do things your way. You can choose our managed service solution where we partner with your team, or your team can choose our platform and professional service option to annotate data at scale. Either way, we'll connect you to our global crowd of over 1 million skilled contributors that speak over 180 languages and dialects, covering over 130 countries. When your goal is to launch world-class AI, partnering with Appen gives you the confidence to deploy.
Life isn't always simple, but tracking your spending can be. Capital One credit card customers have easy ways to track spending, like notifications when new or unexpected charges are detected, so you can sit back and relax. Capital One is always looking out for you and your money.
Data is growing at an exponential rate. The amount of data created over the next 3 years will begin to surpass the data created over the last 30 years. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. In the next 5 years, the world will create more than 3 times the data in the previous 5. In 2019, The Economist found that data was estimated to be worth close to $8 trillion in the global economy. Leading enterprises are leveraging data as a driver for growth. Companies that scale artificial intelligence and machine learning beyond proof of concepts to company-wide execution at scale average a 32% lift in valuation relative to price to earnings and price to sales ratios. Leaders know the stakes are high, so they're committing executive attention to accelerating progress. Organizations that have achieved the highest levels of data scalability, data portability, and AI-ready infrastructure today are 4 times more likely than those lagging behind to have both a data strategy and a chief data officer. For 8 out of 10 business leaders, data strategy is a board-level conversation. Leaders power winning strategies with reactive, event-driven, data-rich digital experiences. They're also 6 times more likely to be deploying what we call the modern data stack, using Apache Cassandra, Kubernetes, Kafka, Spark, and Elasticsearch. And by embracing the modern data stack and committing executive attention, a majority of today's leaders attribute more than 10% of revenue to data and analytics. So embrace the stack, seize the opportunity, go farther and faster with data stacks.
Labelbox is the leading training data platform for teams to annotate data, manage people and processes, and iterate on results in a single location. Designed for speed and precision, we support image, video, text, and tiled geospatial data. Labelbox uses automatic task distribution and active learning to easily prioritize labeling the most important data. We are trusted by Fortune 500 enterprises as well as leading companies fueled by AI. What breakthrough will you make with Labelbox? Try it for free today.
Technology is changing fast, and the skills you and your company need to keep up are in short supply. But with Skillsoft, you can drive project success by equipping your team with future-ready skills. DevOps, security, cloud, data, and more. Through Skillsoft Percipio, you get labs and boot camps to accelerate learning, skills and role-based paths to retain your best talent, and leadership skills that drive tech projects forward. Future-proof your team today with Skillsoft.
We had a blank page and we had to invent every aspect of the system. Imagine that you have to build a car. Here we had to build everything, right? We have to put the wheels, do the engine, the interior, the design, and every piece of that technology, we had to rebuild it, for the cloud.
I love technology because the limit is your brain, your imagination, there is no physical limit to what you can do.
Hi there. I'm Sam, your guide to Soul Machines. How are you doing?
Soul Machines is an autonomous animation company that has built the world's first digital brain. It enables human-like face-to-face interactions that are personal, empathetic, and interactive in exactly the same way that our human brain animates us and brings us to life when we interact with each other.
So what's important about this human operating system is it providing a connection between artificial intelligence and people, but even more importantly, it's creating this connection between people and artificial intelligence. So as we explore the potential for this, people can put this technology to work in a way that redefines their business, redefines what is possible for their customers, for their clients, for their industry. And we're moving into an era where we're going to spend more and more of our time interacting with artificial intelligence, with robots and other forms of automated machinery. And the core concept behind what we do and the technology we deliver is, wouldn't all of those machines be more useful to us as humans if they were more like us? Literally, Soul Machines puts a face on artificial intelligence. I mean, it adds the human qualities of emotional intelligence to the AI systems, and it means we can interact with artificial intelligence in an incredibly human-like way.
Soul Machines digital people provide a safe and engaging way to connect brands and customers. We are creating mind-blowing experiences like Nestle's Cookie Coach, Bull's Skincare Advisor, WHO's Florence Healthcare Expert, and entertainment twins like will.i.am and more. Soul Machines digital people are helping companies all over the world and in multiple industries. Soul Machines' autonomous animation is continually evolving to include more complex interactions with content and the world around us. Soul Machines, astonishing digital people.
Tamer partners with leading organizations across the globe to master their data at scale to drive marketing and sales, lower spend, or reduce risk. Our cloud-native data mastering solutions use human-guided machine learning to connect thousands of internal and external data sources in weeks or months instead of years. The result is comprehensive, up-to-date records of customers, products, suppliers, and more to drive analytical outcomes at unprecedented scale. Are you ready to modernize your MDM solution?
Your fragmented data is causing problems. Customers are interacting with your brand across an ever-increasing number of touchpoints, while your company is using more solutions and vendors than ever before. But the data being collected is disconnected and doesn't speak the same language. Each new technology handles data differently and in its own silo, so you have to set up rules, audiences, and definitions over and over again in every tool, every time, creating incomplete insights for your business and inconsistent experience for your customers. The demand for a single view of the customer has never been greater. Fortunately, a solution is here, and it's simple. Telium's Customer Data Hub starts by capturing data at the source. Telium integrates with every customer touchpoint, whether it's a digital or in-person experience. We then combine this known and anonymous customer data and enrich it based on your business rules to create a unified and portable view of your customers that every team member and vendor can utilize with consistency and clarity. Analysts can gain insights. Marketers can engage customers at the right time with the right programs. And your brand can truly put the customer at the center of its strategy. That's the Customer Data Hub. It transforms your fragmentation into a foundation that handles data securely, honors customer privacy, and gives you the power to collect, unify, and understand your most valuable resource. And with over 1,000 turnkey integrations, act with speed and clarity. Let Telium turn your data into the fuel that powers your overall business and puts your customer back at the heart of everything you do.
When you see value in all directions, you add value in all directions. Accenture. Let there be change.
Welcome to AnyClip, the visual intelligence company, a revolutionary video platform that's lighting the way with solutions for any business looking to unlock the power of their videos. With groundbreaking automatic metadata tagging that can be organized by custom taxonomies. Effortless video management in one place with deep search capabilities. Contextual tags allow you to pair the right video to the right context, so you can deliver your video across channels with lightning-fast players from one centralized video library. Custom dashboards to better understand which videos drive the strongest engagements, why, and where. Instantly create new revenue streams by offering advertisers contextually targeted audiences based on rich content data. Create custom in-video campaigns with shoppable links to spark transaction, engagement, and audience growth. Or embed video players and stream live to viewers. Then create unique VOD experiences that optimize the value of videos for their life after live. It's the platform that's redefining the way we use video. Totally automated, centralized, and streamlined, advancing the video IQ of business globally. AnyClip, the visual intelligence company.
AI is improving the world. But successful deployments are not easy, and only 20% of AI projects see the light of day. With the right partner, you can deploy at more than 3 times that rate. The key to confidently deploying world-class AI is working with reliable, high-quality training data.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Well, that was day 2 of VentureBeat Transform, and what a day 2 it was. I personally found that fantastic and amazing. I get the privilege while I'm sitting here emceeing of watching many of these sessions, and they were absolutely stunning today. Before we get to the wrap up though, we have some very important announcements to make. Those of you that went into the networking, you of course set yourself up to be one of the winners of those $100 Amazon cards. And we have the names of today's 3 winners. So huge congratulations to Melanie Stutz, Nirmal Rajaratnam, and Delise Dupont-Blanc. Congratulations to Melanie, Nirmal, and Delise. You are all going to get those gift cards, and we'll be in touch with you. Round of applause. Congratulations. So that wraps up day 2 then. First of all, thank you so much to today's summit sponsor, Accenture, for helping us to bring all this to you. Thank you, in fact, to all of our Transform sponsors, to Unity and Telium and Tamer, to Soul Machines, Snowflake and Skillsoft, Labelbox, Kazisto and Intel, to Five9 DataStax and Capital One, Capgemini, Beyond Minds, Appen, Accenture, and Abe.ai. Thank you all so very much. Of course, we also can't do this without our partners. Our partners this year are Women in Voice, Women in Data Science, Women in Big Data, Unite.ai, Evergreen Creative, Data Science Salon Virtual, Data Natives, AnyClip, and 3PC. Thank you to all of our partners. You really, really do make this very special for us. And of course, thank you to you, all of our attendees. We simply can't do this without you. We are so looking forward to the next day. We really appreciate you being here. Be sure to join us live tomorrow. You will not want to miss it. We're keeping everything going on with high quality speakers and guests, amazing things in store for you tomorrow. Be sure to be there. It's going to be the Conversational AI and Intelligent AI Assistance Summit, and that is presented by Five9. Thank you so much. As ever, I've been Stuart Rogers, MC for VentureBeat. You've been amazing. I can't name you all personally. We'd take all night. And I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you ever so much.